online at newengland.hondadealers.com.
The snap to May. Back 2 steps. Looks to the end zone. He pumps. Drake May eludes a defender. Running to his left. Looking to the end zone. Trying to keep the play alive. Falling down. He throws to the end zone. It's caught.
He's got it.
Touchdown. Ramondre Stevenson.
Oh, my God.
Drake May.
The Patriots are brought to you by Safety Insurance, Catches Law, Shaw's and Star Market, Oakers Technologies, your New England Honda dealers, Credit Unions Kids at Heart, Town Fair Tire, Clinton Savings Bank, and by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Trips to the left. Tango by Loa. Unloads a deep ball down the left side for Hill. It's going to be intercepted. Leaping Gonzalez picks it off.
Also brought to you by your New England Ford dealers, Eastern Propane and Oil, Comcast Business, Drains by James, Live Nation, UMass Lowell, your Boston area Chevrolet dealers, Devlin Energy, FindMassMoney.gov, and by Bigelow Tea.
Play fake. Pressure's coming. He unloads down the middle. Douglas catches the 20. Peels away 10 to the 5. Driving toward the pylon. In for a touchdown, Patriots.
And by Reed's Ferry Storage Sheds, Fearless Boilers, Wendy's, The Peterson School, Dig Safe, Dairy Queen, Blue Sky Restoration Contractors, Eagle Leasing, Webster Bank, Heading Home, and by Apex Entertainment Center.
Henderson takes it straight ahead. Travion across the 20, 25 with a seam and a cut right past the 40. Slips a hit to the 50. Only the kicker now. Run to the 30, to the 20, to the 10. Goodbye. Touchdown, Patriots.
Now, here's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper.
Yeah, welcome into Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. Contact your local New England Honda dealers. Learn more. Shop online, newenglandhondadealers.com. It is Jim Murray, Chris Gasper, coming to you this morning from the Town Fair Tire Studio here in Waltham ahead of the second preseason game for your New England Patriots. They're in Minnesota to take on the Vikings at U.S. Bank Stadium. Good morning, Chris. You and I, for the first time in 2025, getting ready for some Patriots action.
That's right. Let's get it.
Yeah, so a couple of joint practices this week with the Vikings. It felt like there was it was both good and bad for the Patriots with these joint practices. So maybe we'll learn a little bit more with some game action today. And my hope is, more than anything else, is that we'll see maybe the first half in its entirety played by the Patriots offense and their starters. Like, I don't need to see a lot of Josh Dobbs today. I'd like to see more Drake May in that first half.
Yeah, I mean, some of the early indications from some of the people that are out in Minnesota, like Phil Perry, are that you will see basically what you saw last week in terms of the starters being out there. Unclear, I think, how long they'll be out there, how much longer they'll be out there than the 2 series that we saw against the Washington Commanders. But you definitely want to see the starters out there more, see what they can do. I think these preseason games, though, are a little difficult to gauge exactly what the Patriots are doing. Remember last week, the Commanders sat 30 guys.
Right.
The indication from Minnesota, we already know J.J. McCarthy's not going to play in this game. Their starting quarterback, just reading in the Minneapolis Star-Tribune, the indication there is that Kevin O'Connell is going to rest his starters. So a little bit difficult to gauge, but whether it's the Patriots' 1s against Minnesota's 2s and 3s, or it's set up in another way, maybe you see a few more 1s than you did against Washington last week. I think the Patriots need these reps, and I think there's something that can be gained from doing this stuff at game speed. I know everybody loves the joint practices. I love them too, but it's not the same thing. Don't make me whip out the Allen Iverson. You know what I'm saying? It's not the same, especially for a young team in a new offense.
But still, I got the impression, with your spot on Felger and Maz yesterday, that you thought the joint practices were overall a win for the Patriots, even though there were some things, that I read coming out of it, especially as it pertains to the offensive line, that I was like, oh boy, that doesn't seem good, especially with the 4th overall pick, Will Campbell. Felt like an up-and-down first day based on everything that I read, but Thursday felt like it was not good from everything that I read. Worst practice of the summer. I had seen that a few places. Yeah. Gave up 3 pressures along the edge. He had a false start near the end of practice, but still, you came away from those 2 days feeling like it was overall a win for the Pats.
Yeah, for one reason and one reason only, Jim. The performance of Drake May. Didn't turn the football over, didn't lose his head, seemed like he was calm in the chaos, and because I thought they got a reasonable approximation of what the season could be like for him, at least against some of the better teams. Let's remember now, this Vikings team went 14-3 last year. That's the same record as the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles. So this is what it could be for Drake May. Situations where there's not consistent separation from his receivers, so you can't get rid of the ball quickly, but also up front, there are breakdowns. Guys are getting beat. Jonathan Grenard is a very good pass rusher for Minnesota. Led him in sacks last year with 12. They didn't even have Andrew Van Ginkel. performing out there, who had 11.5 last year, and they still gave the Patriots problems up front. So the fact that Drake May was able to keep his head and, as Mike Vrabel said, not turn it into a total S-storm when things are going wrong out there, I think that is the major benefit of these joint practices for the Patriots, and it bodes well for them moving forward because that is one area where you are simulating what it's going to be like in these games. I think a lot for Drake, who's going to be counted on to elevate this offense.
Yeah, and this offensive line feels like it's probably going to be an issue for much of the season. So that part is encouraging. Like if he's going to have to be able to stay calm and roll out, make plays
and function.
Yeah,
just show you can function.
He is not going to be getting clean pockets, especially when you go up against a strong defense like the Vikings, who has a really good defensive coordinator, as you know. So yeah, I mean that is encouraging, but are you a little bummed to hear that the offensive line isn't gelling as well, and that look, the rookies are going to be taking their lumps, but. And no offense to him, I'm sure he's a nice enough guy, but to even hear that Ben Brown is still a guy that they might be having to rely on this year, who they got off the trash heap from the Raiders last year off their practice squad, it's like you didn't do enough. For me, with that offensive line, they didn't do enough this offseason.
Yeah, I think two things can be true. The offensive line can be improved from last year, and also the offensive line is a major, major weakness for them. And I think both of those things are true. They've gotten better, but they had nowhere to go but up. And I think with a young offensive line, particularly on the left side, you're going to take some lumps. And it could be a situation where it's inconsistent and problematic and you can't rely on it, and that it hampers or handicaps your offense in some way. And that's a little bit, I think, of what you saw in these joint practices with the Vikings. It's a big ask to ask Will Campbell to come in and day one be like a top 10 left tackle in the NFL. And then Jared Wilson, it was interesting. He left the practice early on Thursday, but it also seemed like, according to some of the reports you read, he had lost reps and lost his spot to Ben Brown, who you mentioned was a scrap heap guy from last year. So if you look at their line, it's either from left to right, rookie, or scrap heap guy at left guard, guy that the Vikings could have been happier to get rid of in Garrett Bradbury, Michael Wenu, who's had a nice bounce back camp, and then Morgan Moses, who is a venerable veteran guy, but is on a pitch count. And there were some teams that felt like, hey, this guy's on the back nine. Like his best football is behind him. There's still a lot of question marks on that offensive line for the Patriots.
Yeah, another one, too, and I brought this up yesterday on Felger and Maz, is the backup quarterback position. Like, outside of Joe Milton, and I get it, like, there was whatever issue there, and to use Mike Reese's line and Mike Reese of ESPN.com, they needed to clear the runway for Drake May. But I think he can do better than Josh Dobbs. Josh Dobbs, nice story. The pastronaut with the cute nickname and the NASA internship.
And hot girlfriends.
I didn't even know that part of it. But he can't hit the broadside of a barn. And, based on watching him last week against Washington and then some of these practices, you hear it's up and down at best. Like, you couldn't have done better there, even if it was a better veteran presence, someone like Joe Flacco. Or, I don't know, could you have called up Denver and brought in someone that's familiar with Josh McDaniels' system and trade for someone like Jarrett Stidham? In the hierarchy of concerns, offensive line would be at the top, some of the depth at linebacker. I know you brought that up. I'm with you on that. Wide receivers. But also for me, maybe in the bottom, if we're going to build the pyramid and the hierarchy of, not hierarchy of needs, but the hierarchy of concerns for the 2025 Patriots, I don't love the backup situation, especially if Drake May is going to be running for his life and got concussed last year, felt like he may have, be running for his life again or going for it, not knowing when to get down. Like, I don't want to have to rely on Josh Dobbs for a couple of weeks if Drake May is out.
Yeah, Dobbs has been disappointing. I don't think there's any way around that. He's been disappointing so far in this camp, inconsistent. You heard Mike Vrabel talk about, when he was asked those questions about Stephon Diggs, he brought in Kyle Williams and said, well, he's getting open. You might not have the stats, but he's getting open. Well, he didn't have the stats against the Commanders because Josh Dobbs missed him twice. He's been inconsistent with his accuracy. He's turned the football over. He's made some poor decisions. Look, he's a veteran quarterback, but we've seen guys come into this McDaniels system. It's not easy, and I'm not giving him a pass because of that, but I think it's fair to question at this point in camp how good of a fit is Josh Dobbs for this Josh McDaniels system.
All right, coming up, Alex Barth, 98.5 The Sports Hub, is going to run right back into the studio to tell us what he thinks we should be looking for today with the Patriots in their second preseason game on the road against the Minnesota Vikings. That's coming up next here in the Safety Insurance. 98.5 The Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network.
Take a look. Reed's Ferry Sheds wants you to take a look at the sheds sold at the big home improvement store. They're made with particle board. And we both know when particle board meets water, it turns to fall particle board. For the same price, you could own a better built Reed's Ferry Shed, backed by a 30-year warranty, installed by Reed's Ferry. Call Reed's Ferry this week and schedule your installation.
Call 888-85-SHEDS.
Need a shed? If it says Reed's Ferry, you got a good one.
NFL fans, when it's time to get Patriots tickets, you can tackle game day with total certainty with Ticketmaster. As the official ticket marketplace of the Patriots and the NFL, Ticketmaster's got the best way to take it to the house when it comes to being there live. With 100% verified tickets available all season long, you can count on getting in with ease and spending time focusing on the good stuff, like tailgating with your friends and family. Even if you're heading to the game last minute, you can still score seats. Want to meet up inside the stadium with your crew? Transferring your tickets is an easy handoff. So get those touchdown celebrations ready and score your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Patriots.
Are interest rates keeping you from getting a new home or refinancing your existing home? At Clinton Savings Bank, we offer a wide range of mortgage programs, including our 5/1 adjustable rate product with a rate as low as 6.125%. This low rate is fixed for the next 5 years. Call John Ryan or Steve Turbide today and let them walk you through the mortgage process. Member FDIC, member DIF, equal housing lender, NMLS number 422081. Call 888-744-4272 for details about credit costs and terms. All loans subject to credit approval.
Don't miss out on the fresh fruits of summer. Pine blueberries are now on sale at Shaw's and Star Market today through Thursday. Pick up blueberries by the pine for just $1.97 each when you use the digital coupon. Limit 2. When you shop with the Shaw's app, you get amazing deals and earn points on every purchase. Plus, find new lower prices aisle after aisle on your grocery essentials. Short on time? Order free curbside pickup or get delivery. Shaw's and Star Market, perfecting the art of fresh.
Good news, homeowners. Over the last 5 years, home values have increased more than 40%. Bad news, homeowners. Some of you haven't adjusted your insurance to cover your home's increased value, which means a natural disaster could also be a financial disaster. Relax, people. Talk to an independent agent about safety insurance. They'll make sure you have the coverage you need today to ensure a happy tomorrow. Safety insurance will help you manage life storms.
You gotta try the new burgers at the Nines, like the new Bourbon Onion Burger. Their half-pound 100% American Angus beef is sure to please. You gotta love the Nines.
Got a big job to tackle this summer? Ford is ready for it. At your New England Ford dealer's summer sales event, you can find the commercial vehicle that goes to work for you. These vehicles are ready to handle anything on your list. And now for a limited time, you can get the best deal on the #1 selling commercial vehicles for 40 years running. Let's get the job done together. Stop into your New England Ford dealers today and get to work tomorrow. Based on S&P Global Mobility. CY 1985 to 2024 U.S. TIPNet registrations excluding registrations to individuals.
Wait, you're leaving us? You're matching pajamas.
Matching silk pajamas, babe.
You discover Heineken and now you go out to, watch live sports?
We were literally made to wrap you in luxury, to vibe, to recharge your soul.
And your weighted blanket is here.
It's like a blanket, but so weighted.
Don't listen to your PJs. Head to the game with some friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Coleman.
It's electric.
Call Coleman Electric. We'll yank your old wires, upgrade your panel, recess your lights, and charge up the EV. For any power problem or project, call Coleman Electric, and we'll be at your house in the flick of a switch. And if the switch is broken, we'll be there quicker. Coleman.
It's electric.
Boston Sports Talk, the Sports Hub.
How do you think Drake did yesterday handling?
I thought he did well. I thought it's easy to go into blender when you're seeing a bunch of this stuff and kind of scrambling and turning one, less than favorable play into a real storm. So I didn't see that. I thought he was able to process and we didn't execute all the time, but I didn't see any panic from him. I thought he was able to communicate and get the things that he wanted and then hit some plays because of it. When we blocked him, we were able to make some plays. And then we'll just have to try to see what happens today and continue to go from there.
Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel on the play of young Drake May, the quarterback, in these practices this week, while the Patriots offensive front was Dealing with that Brian Flores defense of Minnesota. And welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. Jim Murray, Chris Gasper coming to you this morning from the Town Fair Tire Studio here in Waltham. And after 2 joint practices during the week, Patriots wrapping up this trip to Minneapolis. The Week 2 preseason game against the Vikings this afternoon. Joining us here in studio to give us a little bit more insight into today's preseason game. It's Alex Barth of 98.5 The Sports Hub and 98.5thesportshub.com. He's brought to you by Peerless Boilers. Football season is Peerless Boiler season. Now's the time to replace your old boiler with a new Peerless Boiler. Don't wait until you have no heat. Go to peerlessboilers.com for a dealer near you. And remember, Peerless Boilers, the world's best built boilers. What are you looking for? What's the most important thing today? Is it about the offense and how they handle that Brian Flores defense, Barth?
Yeah, I think now that we know the starters are playing, and specifically 2 guys, Drake May and Will Campbell, right? How are they going to handle, not just physically, but mentally, some of that complex stuff that Flores is going to throw at them? I wrote about this on 98.5thesportshub.com. It's not going to be quite as complex as it was in the joint practices because nobody shows their whole hand in a preseason game when you can put it on tape, but not like you heard in that bite, like not making bad plays worse. I don't think you're going to go through this game as long as the starters are in with perfectly clean pockets every time because the Vikings defense is just so good, but can Will Campbell hold up? And then wherever the pressure comes from for May, how can he handle it? That's maybe the most encouraging thing from training camp all summer is that May has at times elevated those around him, and I think made the offense look better than it's probably performed as a whole, which is what you want your top 5 pick, top 3 pick quarterback to do. So seeing him do that in-game action against this defense, I think would be really encouraging.
Alex, what do you want to see from the wide receivers when you have the top group out there? You know, last week Drake May didn't complete a pass to a wide receiver or a tight end. What would you like to see from that group? And just also throughout camp, what have you seen in terms of separation? Has the separation been consistent for anybody maybe outside of Pop Douglas?
So I think today, in terms of specific players, the 2 guys I'm really looking at are Stephon Diggs and Kyle Williams. We'll see if Diggs plays. Vrabel, the report from Reese was that all the healthy players will play. That's what Vrabel said last week. Obviously, that did not include Stephon Diggs. Just kind of want to see how he moves in game action, things like that with Kyle Williams. Kyle Williams, and Vrabel said it this week, has separated significantly. The catches haven't been there, and I think that's just him getting on the same page as the quarterbacks. And at times, the quarterbacks have thrown him the ball, and Josh Dobbs has just missed them, as we saw happen in the preseason game last week. So
tough to make a catch when the ball's behind you.
Right, exactly. So I think just for him, I think he's had a good camp. But I got to imagine for rookie, it's tough to not see the results with the progress he's making. Just for his own mental sake, like I'd like to see him get some catches. Has the separation been consistent for anybody? I mean, Efton Chisholm with the second unit has been getting wide open. I wish we got to see more of him with the first unit, mainly to see him against the top defense and see him against Marcus Jones in practice and see him against some of these Vikings corners. I will say Kayshon Boutte has done a good job of consistently catching the ball even when there's not separation.
He's a contested catch guy, and he's very good at it.
Right, it's something he did at LSU. Obviously, you want separation, but if he's not going to be pulled away from defenders, his ability to box guys out, I'll take that. You're not going to have a bunch of Pop Douglases on the field. You're going to want some guys that can win that way, and I think Kayshon Boutte's done that.
What did you make of, you mentioned Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
What did you make of everything with him this week? Was he just being goofy, you think, regarding week 1, or was there something more there?
I think he was just being goofy. I just think that's his personality. You go back to the press conference he had after the boat video, and it was kind of the same thing where he was just sort of giving the same vague answer and over again. I think that's what he does when he doesn't want to talk about something. How do you think Vrabel would have reacted if he came out and said, yeah, week 1, let's do it. I'm going to be ready. I'm going to be great. That doesn't seem like the kind of thing Vrabel wants. I think he wants that day-to-day approach. I think all this is just kind of dog days of camp, and I could see Diggs maybe getting itchy to go. I'm not worried about it in that regard. I think he's going to be a guy that they volume feed the football. I didn't put a ton of stock into that interview. I think that was just him just kind of not dodging something he didn't want to directly answer.
Maybe you don't put a ton of stock in that interview, but what about Vrabel's reaction? I mean, it does sort of feel like between the boat thing and then he seemed annoyed, even though he expressed his annoyance more at Phil Perry than at Diggs. But it does sort of seem like there's a little annoyance there with Vrabel in terms of just that Diggs is a discussion point in the way that he has been. Also, the comments from Todd Downing about, not mistaking, lack of production for not doing your job and all that stuff. Do you have any concerns that maybe he's just become a little bit of a thorn in their side? Not in a terrible way, but just one of those things where Vrabel's trying to get this whole program together, and it's like, okay, I got to put this Stephon Diggs fire out again.
I think that's just a wide receiver one being a wide receiver one. That's just the price of doing business when you're trying to get that level of talent in this league. And we'll see if he's up to it, right? He's 31 years old. He's coming off a torn ACL. If he comes out the first month and doesn't perform, I think there's going to be some really tough conversations. But if he comes out the first game and has 8 catches for 100 yards, okay, that's I said this all offseason when people were, DK Metcalf is too much like this and Stephon Diggs is too much like that. Larry Fitzgerald ain't walking through that door. There just really aren't superstar receivers wired that way anymore. Maybe one in Washington, and you could make a very aggressive phone call, but I think this is just like, how long have they been starved for a true star wide receiver? I think you have to have kind of an elevated level of confidence to play that position that highly in this league. Yeah, I'm sure he maybe is being a pain a little bit. I think that's just what you get when you bring in a guy with that level of talent at that position.
How's Mike Vrabel handle safety Kyle Duggar today? Can Duggar play himself into more of a significant role, or is this maybe Vrabel playing him a little bit more today to drum up trade interest?
I mean, I think it's both. I think you give him as many opportunities as possible, and however that shakes out, it shakes out. I don't think you go in thinking one or the other. The tough thing for Duggar playing himself into a bigger role is with this defense compared to the Belichick system, it's a lot harder to justify having 2 of those box safeties on the field at once. And I think something that they're going to do, or they're not going to do, that the old regime and regimes did, is use one of those guys as a free safety. I think they're done doing that. Like, Peppers is fine at it. You're really limiting his skill set when you can put him in the box and let him be a play wrecker. So if one of them is not going to play free safety, it makes it a lot tougher. Peppers is the better player right now. Are you going to keep a $14 million backup? There's the looming question of what's he going to be like in the locker room? What's that going to do to him mentally? If he's willing to accept that, I do think this team is in a weird sort of spot where they could probably afford to do that for this year. And this is Kyle Duggar's last year here, if he's still here. But maybe they hang on to him. It's just, I don't know. They're still using him like a bubble player. They're not using him like he's off the roster. Anthony Jennings, like, just for comparison's sake, not to pick on Anthony Jennings, he's running with the scout team. He's not making the roster. Kyle Duggar is still with the backups. He's still with guys who will be on the team. He's just not with starters. It's going to be hard for him to play himself into a starting role because Jabril Peppers has that, and I think has that solidified. So you have to ask yourself, do we keep this guy as a $14 million backup or no? Cutting him doesn't really save you any money. At least this year, it saves you money next year, but you can cut him after this season and still save that money. Who's the backup if you cut Kyle Duggar? Is it Del Pettis, who hasn't had a great camp? Do you have to go into the waiver wire at roster cuts, which, let me clarify, is not a great place to be after that conversation yesterday? That's kind of the tough thing they're facing, because I don't know how his role, pending injury, I don't know that there is a bigger role for him right now, even if he was playing well.
What do you want to see overall from the defense? Knowing that Minnesota, the word out of Minnesota is they're not going to play their starters. We definitely know J.J. McCarthy's not going to play. So what do you want to see from the defense?
Just a clean performance. Nobody getting cleanly beat. Not a ton of penalties. It should look like starters versus backups. And I think last week against Washington, I know some people, don't overreact to the defense too much. It was Washington's backups. Yeah, but starters versus backups, it should not be a fair fight. It should be dominant. So kind of that same thing again, especially up front, because the Patriots they're not going to have their corners, right? I don't think Carlton Davis is going to play today because they've been so careful with him. So Milton Williams, Christian Barmore, Keon White, sounds like these guys had a really good week in joint practices, even the day where it maybe didn't go so well for the defense. I think that was more so the secondary than the front. You're facing backups. You're supposed to be the lead unit for this group. Make it look like that.
And special teams, is there the kicker battle still going on? This is the type of the stuff you get into the weeds with that you love as a football sicko. So what are you paying attention to with special teams?
The kicker battle's still going on. I thought it was interesting that Andre Borgalis took all the team reps this week, and there weren't that many, but he took all of those. So does he have the lead? The thing I've been big on is if the field goals are even, the kickoff is a part of it too, because they're going to be running some more complex coverages on the kickoff, because this year you're incentivized to allow the team to return it. So that means putting the ball in a certain place, putting it at a certain angle, whatever. And so we don't know what the play calls are, but just kind of based off the results, how does each kicker look on the kickoffs? I just want to see as a whole, that was a great week in all phases from the special teams last week. They are going to need special teams to elevate them. Show me last week wasn't an anomaly. Come out, another really solid week. And I think if they have 2 of those, you feel pretty good about it. All right, like, not that Jeremy Springer didn't do a good job last year. I thought he did, but we're not going to have to worry about this. This thing's buttoned up. Special teams is going to be an asset for them because they're going to need it to be an asset.
All right. Always read Alex Barth at 985thesportshub.com. And you'll, of course, be leading Hugh and Cerrone Battle. We'll be doing the Sunday kickoff, right? Well, you're our lead-in each and every week during this Patriot season. All right, Alex, always a pleasure.
Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, we will return, give you more of our thoughts on today's game, the second preseason game for your New England Patriots. They're on the road against the Minnesota Vikings. We'll return after this here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network.
Safety Insurance is committed to working with independent agents that will listen, ask smart questions, and make sure you have the coverage that truly protects you. Ask an independent agent about safety insurance. We'll help you manage life's storms.
Summer adventure awaits in a rugged new Honda. It's time to chase the sun wherever it takes you. With impressive Honda capability and exciting performance. Check out the Passport, Pilot, Ridgeline, or CRV during the Honda Summer event.
See dealer for financing details.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data 1H 2025.
At National Grid, we know home is where you feel your best. That's why we're dedicated to making your home comfortable and energy efficient year-round. With a home energy assessment, you can learn how your home uses energy and receive a custom report with helpful recommendations. You can also learn about energy-saving solutions such as insulation, air sealing, and more. If you're ready to save energy at home, we'll be there for you every step of the way. Visit ngrid.com/assessment or call 866-527-SAVE to learn more. National Grid is a proud sponsor of Mass Save.
A heart condition can feel overwhelming. The questions, the uncertainty. Mass General Brigham is here with reassurance and expertise because you're in the hands of leading heart and vascular specialists. With cutting-edge research and innovative treatments, we bring breakthrough care to every patient. When you walk through our doors, you can rest easy knowing an entire team is behind you every step of the way. Mass General Brigham, expert heart care, backed by research. Learn more at massgeneralbrigham.org/heart.
The FM Championship is back at TPC Boston, August 28th through the 31st. Spend your Labor Day weekend watching the top LPGA athletes in action live. See world number 1 Nelly Korda, Boston natives Megan Kang and Alexa Pano, and defending champion Heyron Rude tee it up to battle it out. Who will take home the trophy and be crowned champion? Don't miss out on this exciting event. To buy tickets and learn more, visit fmchampionship.com today.
For the best deal on tires, head to Town Fair Tire. We beat every competitor every day on every tire. Tire dealers, we beat them. Clubs, we beat them. Online prices, we beat them. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire. Your hot takes on the Sports Hub.
The Who present the Song Is Over farewell tour August 26th at Fenway Park. Tickets available now at livenation.com. Welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper. We're coming to you this morning from the Town Fair Tire studio in Waltham. Ahead of the Patriots' second preseason game, they're on the road against the Minnesota Vikings. Vikings resting a bunch of starters. I would have liked to have seen J.J. McCarthy today. I am no believer in him. I don't know I forget where you were on him in the hierarchy of the drafted quarterbacks last year. We didn't get to see him because he blew out his knee. And just based on some of the clips that I've seen, not just from the joint practices this week, Chris, but even just through the Vikings camp, it feels shaky for J.J. McCarthy. I'm no believer in him. So I'm a little bummed we're not going to see him today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of his, but look, I wasn't the biggest fan of Bo Nix, and he had a great season last year.
Yeah.
My thing with J.J. McCarthy, he does have some good physical skills. It's just at Michigan, if you really look and go back and look at their games and the way they played in that national title season, it was just so rare for him to have to play from behind and be in obvious throwing situations. So I don't know what it looks like for him when you have to do that. He was one of those guys, he had such a good team around him. The offensive line was really good. He had Blake Corum was there. He had great weapons. So when you look at it overall, I don't know if he's one of those guys who can elevate, but he might not have to be when you look at what's around him. That's one of the things that stood out to me just looking at it this week. And obviously I wasn't in Minnesota, but Justin Jefferson didn't even participate in any of these practices. But you still got the sense and the vibe that what J.J. McCarthy has around him from the offensive line, and Christian Darrisaw's back for them. He participated, the left tackle. He participated in some of these joint practices. His line is good. His number 2 receiver in Jordan Addison, who's going to be suspended for the first 3 games of the season for off-field stuff, but would be a clear number 1 on the Patriots. They have T.J. Hawkinson. It just seems like he has a very good offensive coach in Kevin O'Connell. McCarthy is in a better situation than Drake May.
Oh, unquestionably. You beat me to my point because even if you're no believer in J.J. McCarthy, the gig's pretty easy or easier when you have Jefferson, Addison, who I think is wildly underrated.
Oh, I love him.
T.J. Hawkinson, I think, is kind of one of the 5 best tight ends in the league. If Drake May had guys like that to throw to, then maybe someone like me wouldn't have the concerns I have about Drake May. Yeah, I don't know if he has enough. And then whatever this thing is that's happening with Stephon Diggs this week, that whole thing feels weird to me. I'm not as pie in the sky as Barth, who feels like, it was just nothing. That's his personality. I don't know. And it feels like it hasn't been that great of a camp for him.
So I agree. And I haven't, look, the people that have been there every day, like Barth and Andrew Callahan, those people I defer to, and Bedard, because they've been there I'll just say that the 4 or 5 practices I've been to, Diggs doesn't really stand out to me. And I can't tell if it's because there are times he does get open, but he hasn't finished some plays. He's drop balls or it gets knocked away in red zone at the end. And I don't know if it's just because he's a veteran guy, if it's the football equivalent of the baseball player in spring training who's look, I just need to get my reps in to get my body in shape. I don't really care about the results.
It's about warming up the muscles, just going to kind of half-ass it. Yeah,
but we'd always heard that this guy was a maniac in practice. And I haven't really seen it. And so to Alex's point, yes, you put up with all this stuff if he's a number 1 receiver, but I don't think he's a number 1 anymore. And I thought that before he came here. I thought he was really a high-end 2 or kind of like a 1A, and that's what he was last year in Houston. I've used this stat. I'll use it again. Do you know he's gone 21 consecutive games, including the playoffs, without a 100-yard receiving game?
Oh, I didn't know that at all.
I mean, that's not the be-all, end-all. And he's come close. It's not like they've all been 50 yards. It's 89, 95, 93. So it's, he's come close. But still, I think this idea that you're getting a bona fide, no questions asked, ready out of the box number 1 receiver, as I said to you many times on Felger Mess, how many of those guys are available 2 weeks into free agency? Which he was available for.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I found it. Look, this is now his 4th team?
Fourth. Yeah, Minnesota, Buffalo, Houston here.
The one that is the biggest red flag to me was his most recent stop. So you have a Houston team that in a lot of ways, it mirrors what the Patriots are trying to do. You draft a quarterback high. It looks like you have a guy. And Stroud, his rookie season was phenomenal. Dipped a little bit last year, but, you want to have a really good stud wide receiver that he can throw to. Now, they have other weapons there, too, guys like Nico Collins and Tank Dell. But still, they brought him in last year. They make him a captain. I know he gets hurt, but it felt like once this offseason hit, they're like, we're good. We want nothing to do with him. There was no interest again by Houston last year. When they're an up-and-coming team, you want to have as many weapons as possible for your young quarterback, and they pushed away from the table as fast as they could.
And they went out in the draft, and they drafted 2 wide receivers, the 2 guys from Iowa State, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Knoll. They drafted those 2 guys, so it's interesting.
So that's what I'm like, what's this about?
Yeah, that is kind of strange, and we'll see. Again, I can't gauge if it's just he's a veteran, he's coming back from an injury, you don't want to push it, he just needs to get the reps in, or if there is some diminishment of his skills. So we need to see, obviously, what that looks like moving forward with Stephon Diggs and whether he can be that guy that dictates coverage for Drake May. That would really help a ton if they were able to do that. I do want to hit on something, though, that you had talked about before, and I've talked about it a little bit, but in a different way. Drake May's ability to execute and process this Josh McDaniels system, which can be complicated and convoluted and complex for a young quarterback. I don't have questions about Drake May's aptitude as a regular quarterback. I do have some questions about his fit in this system. It seems like, though, you have some questions about his just overall aptitude as a quarterback.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I mean, again, the jury's out for me on that. And it's his, aw shucks Southern drawl that he has. Like, and that, I'm just, falling into believing in a stereotype of those from that area of the country. It might be a little bit of that. But, yeah, there has been, correct me if I'm wrong, there has been verbal breadcrumbs from Drake May that maybe he's having a hard time digesting a lot of this stuff that's been thrown at him by McDaniels since he came in here.
I mean, hard time I agree. Hard time might be a little strong, just that it's not automatic or smooth or linear, that he still is trying to gain full comfortability in the system. And I think we're going to see that for a little bit here. I thought it was interesting, even he talked about off of the first joint practice out there, talking about what they were doing and what was going on. He says, I think the guys at times up there in front, I think they did a good job. I think I can help them out and be more demonstrative about where I want to send them and where I want them to go. Really, I think we blocked it up when we got it right. There's a lot on the quarterback here to get those protections right and to identify which way you want him to go. And I think he's still feeling his way through that. Yes.
Yeah. And this is on. So, if I think you brought this up yesterday. Felger asked me this. So then who is it more on, or who am I more concerned about there? Is it about the quarterback, getting all this and his ability to process it? Or is it McDaniels' offense just being too heady? And I think it's that thing. You've seen wide receivers come in here before, even during the Brady years, where they're like, it's just, it's a lot for a lot of guys. And it's on him ultimately to kind of dumb it down a bit.
That's what I feel 1,000%. And Vrabel said that at the owners' meetings, that they were going to streamline and simplify. So hopefully that is what's happening. And if we get to a point where Drake May needs it to be given to him in more bite-sized pieces, I'm hopeful that you won't have Josh McDaniels just being sort of really austere and saying, no, this is my offense, this is how we're going to do it. No, you're going to have to simplify it, break it down a little bit, and make it easier ultimately for the quarterback.
Going back to the offensive line,
yeah.
I think on our show on Gasper Murray, when normally on Saturdays, you would ask me, you broke down the offensive line, that you have these two rookies with Wilson and Campbell on the left, pick your poison there. And I went with that. But after this week and these joint practices and how that left side struggled and Wilson got a little bit dinged up, I don't know now. After this week, do you feel justified in saying, this isn't the way? This is going to be a real concern going forward?
Well, yeah, it's a little bit of a conundrum, and I put it out there to you. If you're going to do this, Jared Wilson should start. He's one of your 5 best linemen, but it's what we just talked about. Do you want him trying to figure out the protections with Drake May? And do you want to then protect Will Campbell more by putting a veteran next to him? Or do you want to have it easier for Drake May by having Garrett Bradbury, who, while he hasn't been in this system, at least has been an NFL center who's been asked to identify defenses? And so most people, and I feel like the Patriots were like, okay, well, I will have to do everything for Drake May. I look at it this way. I felt like what's been going on, and you could take this back to the preseason game against the Commanders where there was the strip sack. It wasn't really a strip sack. Drake May just lost the football. But the pressure allowed by Campbell and Jared Wilson, now I feel like the Patriots are kind of flipping it back and saying, we have to help Campbell. Campbell's the number 4 overall pick. He can't look bad. He needs a little bit of help out there, so we'll put a veteran next to him.
Yeah, and this goes, look, and we're happy to have David Andrews as part of the Patriots Radio Network this year, and he'll be doing stuff for us, and it feels like now he's going to embark on his media career. But unless we found, was it a physical thing? Because I think he should be still on this team. And I know that Vrabel's had this purge of all the veterans.
Yeah, he really has.
But if Andrews was still in there and healthy enough to play, and that's your center, that kind of helps solve a lot of problems, just in terms of depth. I don't think we're having this conversation about what to do and who to put near Campbell,
I agree. It's a tough choice because who do you have to give more help to and try and prop up? The number 3 overall pick quarterback or the number 4 overall pick left tackle? And ideally, when you're drafting guys in those positions, one of them should be able to be sort of out on an island, metaphorically speaking, all by themselves and perform.
This buzz about Efton Chisholm, we talked about him a little bit with Alex Barth in the prior segment. Do you believe it?
Yes.
Yeah, you do.
I've believed it since OTAs. I'm an Efton Chisholm, the third guy. I think there's something to him. I think there's something to the fact that he broke all of Cooper Kupp's records at Eastern Washington. He's a sudden burst guy. He's a quick mover, good 3-cone time. Yeah, there's something to him, yes.
And so between him and Javon Baker, and look, to Baker's credit, he's doing some stuff on special teams here.
Yeah.
We saw that last week. That feels like that's the battle for the bubble, or the guys on the bubble.
If I were them, based on some other areas where I think they're light, and you can, as we all remember, that you have promotions you can do from the practice squad. You can promote a guy for game week, for the game day, so many times. I think it's 3. I would go lighter on another position. For example, they don't have much at running back behind the 3 guys that we know.
Right.
Behind Travion Henderson, Ramondre Stevenson, and Antonio Gibson. So if I have to carry 7 wide receivers, at least on the initial roster, and then the other game you can play is, do you cut somebody who's a vested veteran, which means they don't have to go through waivers? Belichick used to be great at this. They can kind of hang around until teams set their rosters and their practice squads, and you don't have to worry about Chisholm being plucked. And then you move Chisholm to the practice squad or Baker to the practice squad, and you bring that vested veteran guy who's just been chilling in Foxborough for a couple of days back onto the 53-man roster.
Speaking of young Travion Henderson, our own Bob Sosi has an interview with him that we will listen to coming up next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
In recent years, advances in the fight to cure pediatric brain disorders such as epilepsy, moyamoya disease, and brain cancer have been relentless. However, more work remains, and Credit Union's Kids at Heart is determined to move the ball forward again. This year, for each New England first down, Credit Union's Kids at Heart will make donations to its Boston area medical partners in order to fund research and clinical trials. Together, we'll overcome challenges, discover new therapies, and one day find cures for these diseases. Learn more at cukidsatheart.org. The First Downs to Fight Pediatric Brain Disease campaign is generously supported by St. Anne's Credit Union and Jean D'Arc Credit Union.
Drains by James is Eastern Massachusetts' leader in drain cleaning and pipelining. And by now, they give a poop about your pipes. Drains by James wants you to also know what else they give a poop about. Fast, clean, trustworthy service of your clogged pipes, drains, sinks, toilets, showers, you name it. Drains by James also give a poop about you, the customer. They're not electricians. They're not HVAC guys. They do drains. So go with them when you've got a clog. You might not need them today, but when you do.
Drains by James. They give a poop about your pipes.
Grab your friends and make the most of each day with those who matter most, and enjoy a White Claw hard seltzer this week at Lincoln Tavern and Restaurant, 425 West Broadway in South Boston. White Claw. Grab life by the claw. Please drink responsibly.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems, like snoring, aches and pains, hot sleep, or even an old saggy mattress that can keep you up at night. And our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And right now, save up to $700 on Tempur-Pedic, plus a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
There's no better place for your kids to have fun than the 158th Marshfield Fair. Rides, exhibits, fair food, games, and entertainment await. From the children's activity tent to the petting zoo, let their curiosity rule the day. Come see the beauty within the butterfly hatchery. Put on your conductor's cap and explore the model railroad. Then let the whole family unwind at this year's music and food court. For information and a schedule of events, visit marshfieldfair.org. The 158th Marshfield Fair, August 15th through the 24th, Route 3A in Marshfield.
At Boston Logan, they're building the airport of the future for you today. From upgraded terminals with better Wi-Fi, refreshed restrooms, and more dining options, to improved parking, smoother roadways, and easier ways to get here. Thanks for your patience as Logan works to make every part of your travel experience better. Learn more at massport.com/improvements.
Now at McDonald's, wake up with a warm sausage McMuffin with egg for $3 and add any size iced coffee for just $1.29 during breakfast hours only. Price and participation may vary.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Eastern Propane and Oil has been committed to providing reliable fuel delivery to homes and families in New England for over 90 years. Switch to Eastern and receive a $250 credit. With 24/7 service and delivery, you can count on Eastern to answer when you call. Certain restrictions apply. Visit Eastern.com to learn more. Eastern Propane and Oil. They're in your neighborhood.
Hit 98.5 thesportshub.com.
Pats go to work here with their second series offensively. Tossed left for Henderson. Races through the left side along the sideline, and he's lassoed by the shirt tail and hurled out of bounds with a flag on the play. Another exciting run by Travion Henderson, and the kick is airborne to the right side at the goal line. Right foot on the goal line. Henderson takes it straight ahead. Travion across the 20, 25 with a seam and a cut right past the 40. Slips a hit to the 50. Only the kicker down, run to the 30, to the 20, to the 10. Goodbye! Touchdown, Patriots!
Quite a performance by rookie Travion Henderson in the first preseason game last week against Washington. That clip brought to you by the Peterson School. The Peterson School has been a leader in teaching the trade since 1946, now enrolling for their fall semester in Woburn, Westwood, Worcester, and Haverhill. Visit petersonschool.com to learn more. Welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper coming to you this morning from the Town Fair Tire Studio in Waltham ahead of this second preseason game for the Patriots and the Minnesota Vikings at U.S. Bank Stadium, where we're joined live by the man who you just heard there on the call, Bob Sosi. Bob, I thought you were going to have an interview with Travion Henderson. It's preseason for me, too. I'm out here making mistakes, but this is the time to make those mistakes. Usually you have the pre-recorded interview with a player. I get to run to the bathroom, but then Kevin Majori, who's co-producing this fine program, was like, no, we got Bob live. I'm like, all right.
Well, Jim, I'll make you a promise. I guarantee that we will get Travion Henderson for a pregame interview this season. So technically, you might have aired today, but I think looking ahead, I'm going to make this broadcast live up to your words.
Well, let me say this too, Bob, before we get into the football aspect of this. For those not following Bob Sosi on Instagram, please do so. You take advantage of these road trips, and my man, I would do the same thing. I see you're out here visiting. You're at the Twins game the other night. I think last night. You're seeing all the statues. I didn't see you go to Paisley Park, though, Bob. Are you not that big of a Prince fan?
I didn't get to Paisley Park, not enough time. And first of all, I hope people don't think that it's all play and no work on these road trips. I mean, it is a rigorous life that we lead here, covering an NFL team. And I spent a lot of time at Viking Lakes, which is an absolutely phenomenal facility where the Vikings train, where they had the joint practices. We were there from Tuesday through Thursday into yesterday afternoon, and I made up for that lost time out there by trying to explore as much of Minneapolis as I could yesterday, Jim, but just not enough time to get to Paisley Park. But I'm not a huge Prince fan. I have a lot of admiration, obviously, tremendous guitarist, tremendous musician and vocalist. Just really appreciate the history of music in cities like this. Obviously, Nashville will go there a bit later. Pay my homage to the Ryman while we're there. Take that turn off Broadway when we get to the Music City. But to hear Minneapolis, obviously, you have to pay your respect to First Avenue, honor Prince's memory, as well as pay a visit to the Orpheum and salute Bob Dylan as well.
I love it, Bob. You know where to go. You know all the spots. As far as the practices this week, what were you able to glean from it? Because it felt like they were up and down for the Pats those 2 days.
They were up and down, but I've got to say this. I think for Mike Vrabel and his staff, we're going to hear in the interview a little bit later on, I think there were a little bit different takeaways after breaking down the film. I think from an offensive standpoint, as difficult as it was at times to maintain blocks or even to recognize who was coming, there were a lot of missed assignments during the course of the 2 days that allowed the Vikings to get pressured. Not unexpected, really, going against Brian Flores' defense with as many different blitz packages and fronts and shifting that his personnel does. I think they were really pleased with the way Drake May held up emotionally during the 2 practices, that he did not, in Vrabel's words, go into the blender, and that even when the Patriots struggled, they still found a way to make some plays. By the end of competitive periods. There was the Henderson catch and run. He was wide open, but nonetheless, he's going to be a tough guy to cover for opposing linebackers and even safeties if Josh McDaniels is able to match him up against those guys during the season, and I think has a lot of big play capability. And we saw that on the first day. On the second day, again, struggles throughout the competitive periods, 11 on 11 specifically, to maintain blocks, to avoid pressure on May. There were mistakes, but he was at least able to complete some passes in critical spots. One over the middle yesterday, on Thursday, deep crosser to Mac Hollins, and then eventually score a touchdown to Kayshon Boutte. And then on the flip side, I think defensively, they played well the first day. It did not go well the second day. And honestly, that might be right now the greater concern, considering that's supposed to be the strength of this team. Offense, I think it's understood, especially with some rookies on the offensive line and a second-year quarterback in a new system, is going to be a work in progress and go through growing pains early this year.
Bob, what do you think Mike Vrabel and the staff look at as the greater, more important evaluation point, the joint practices or the live game action today?
You know, Chris, it is interesting because we expect at least the vast majority of players who are healthy to see some time in this game. Not extensive action, and that includes the quarterback, Drake May. So he has a little bit different view of it than, say, Kevin O'Connell, who's all in on the joint practices because we're not going to see J.J. McCarthy, and any of the frontline guys from Minnesota the same way we didn't see the Commanders regulars when Washington rested 30 guys last week. So Vrabel does approach the preseason games, I think, placing different value on them than some of his peers, even predecessors, including Bill Belichick in the later years of his tenure for the Patriots. But I still think it's weighted heavily in favor of joint practices when it comes to their evaluations of players. I think the big thing today and even next week to watch for bubble guys is the kicking game. And I know people generally don't want to talk about it, but that's where I think the final roster spots, as they usually are, will be determined. And I think that's why there's a value on today's game, and as well next week, for guys that are really on the fringe of making this roster right now. And we've talked about Javon Baker being a wide receiver who's in competition for one of the final spots. He's been getting more and more work on special teams, and he's got to go out and show himself today.
All right, yeah, I'm glad you mentioned him, too, because it feels like he might be getting pushed by young Efton Chisholm III, who I asked Chris in the prior segment, is he a believer? He says yes. Where do you fall on Efton Chisholm, Bob?
Jim, I'm a believer. And I have to say that I've tried to maintain a healthy degree of skepticism relative to my outlook on Patriots football, which isn't necessarily the same as maybe your skepticism when it comes to the Patriots, for example. But because we've seen guys come into Patriots spring and training camp like Austin Carr and Flash Early. Trey Austin had a spring, I remember, a few years ago where he was fantastic. And then obviously they fade into oblivion.
Zach Sudfeld, anybody?
I think Efton Chisholm is legit. I think he's able to get open consistently. He makes some really tough contested catches, and he shows playing strength. And Vrabel talked about that last week when he got into the end zone against Washington. And he was one of the few offensive players that I thought over the course of 2 days who was consistently making plays for the Patriots and getting open against Minnesota. And I was listening to Kevin O'Connell, for example, a couple of days ago, talk about his punt returning and wide receiver situation. They've got a good receiving group here, as we know. But they lost Rondale Moore, punt returner receiver, to a knee injury very early in last week's preseason opener. And I'm thinking, here's Efton Chisholm running all over the field. This kid's showing he can catch punts. I think he's going to be a tough guy for the Patriots to get to the practice squad. So I think that's really another check in his box when it comes to maybe that last receiver spot to make his way out of this team. And I can't imagine that Josh McDaniels doesn't want to continue to work with him and risk exposing him to waivers to try to get him to the practice squad when it comes down to cutting the roster to 53.
Bob, I want to ask you, what have you seen from Stephon Diggs? Obviously, he made some waves this week with Diana Rossini on the Scoop City podcast, and Mike Vrabel had an interesting response to Phil Perry. What have you thought of his camp overall and where he's at?
Chris, I would say that early in training camp, not only because of the athletic movement and the polish. I've referred to him as a slick fielding shortstop. Watching him, there's a difference often when he makes a play, when he makes a catch, and how he finishes. And even the other day, he's running down the sideline, and he has the defensive back, Byron Murphy, set up. He's got separation, but his hands don't tip that the ball's coming his way until the very, very last second. I thought, he's really savvy. You can see the route running. You can see the experience and that intuition that we haven't seen a lot of, frankly, in recent years with Patriots receivers. But I will say that I think after a strong start, I think it is worth noting that he hasn't been as involved as of late. I think the comments to Diana Rossini certainly, had to raise some eyebrows, and obviously Mike Vrabel, as you said, had to address it in practice, and I can't imagine he's too pleased about that. I would think that in Diggs' case, having not played since the middle of last year, there's a guy that maybe the Patriots want to get into a game before he steps on the field for the first time, assuming he's on the field on September 7th against Las Vegas, just to run a route and absorb some real contact rather than simply a thud that you get in joint practices. But I'm not sure we're going to see that. I don't expect him to play today.
All right, Bob. Always good stuff. Be looking forward to hearing from you throughout this season. Of course, you'll be on the call today with Phil Perry, so we have a good call and enjoy the rest of your time out in Minnesota.
I'm going to try to do my best. Jim, I appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Bob. And make sure
Bob.
You purify yourself in the waters of Lake Minnetonka.
Coming up, the top.
Go submerge.
The top of the hour headlines, and then Chris Gasper and I are going to go around the NFL. We will check in on some of the other storylines going on throughout the league. That's coming up next here on the Safety Insurance 98.5 Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network.
Wyndham Woods School is partnering with businesses across the Northeast to build a state-of-the-art 125,000 square foot year-round athletics dome, hosting over 100,000 visitors a year for sporting events, annual trade shows, and unique corporate functions. Secure advertising space today by emailing thedome@wyndhamwoods.org.
The Ford Summer Sales Event is here. Get the best deal on the best-selling trucks in America for 48 years. Ford F-Series. They do more than just get you to your destination. With top-notch capability, they're made for hauling your entire summer bucket list and finishing off your to-do list. Plus, luxurious comfort and tech for every passenger. In these trucks, the joy is truly the journey. Only at your New England Ford dealers. Based on 1977 to 2024 CY industry reported total sales.
When it's really cold, you'll feel it in your bones. And your house will feel it in its pipes. Of course, if your pipes burst, you're going to feel it in your wallet, too. That's why Safety Insurance offers discounts to Massachusetts and New Hampshire homeowners if you have water leak devices or freeze detection systems. It's smart to think safety first. Ask an independent agent about Safety Insurance. We'll help you manage life storms.
A heart condition can feel overwhelming. The questions, the uncertainty. Mass General Brigham is here with reassurance and expertise because you're in the hands of leading heart and vascular specialists. With cutting-edge research and innovative treatments, we bring breakthrough care to every patient. When you walk through our doors, you can rest easy knowing an entire team is behind you every step of the way. Mass General Brigham. Expert heart care, backed by research. Learn more at massgeneralbrigham.org/heart.
Hi, welcome to IKEA. Hi, the summer days are shedding light on how much I need to organize my space. Well, the IKEA storage event can help IKEA family members save 15% on select storage solutions through August 26th. Ooh. Plus, you can enjoy 50% off adult entrees at participating IKEA Swedish restaurants weekdays only until August 29th. Well, decluttering does make me hungry, so sold. Both offers while supplies last. Selection may vary. Restrictions apply. 50% off entree offer valid in restaurant only. Discount applied pre-tax. Visit IKEA-USA.com/storage for storage event full terms. Visit IKEA-USA.com to find your local IKEA Swedish restaurant.
98.5 The Sports Hub is proud to welcome the following partners to the Patriots Radio Network. Your New England Chevy dealers and the Chevy Silverado, where dependability comes standard. Blue Sky Restoration, proud sponsor of this season's weather report. Visit GoBLUSky.com, restoring your property and your life for a brighter tomorrow. Webster Bank, 90 years of purpose, a future full of possibilities. Webster Bank, progress starts now. Visit WebsterBank.com. From Boston's home for sports, thank you for joining our winning team.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service.
Really?
Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Hey, did you know the Peterson School has been a leader in teaching the trades for nearly 80 years and is now enrolling for their summer semester in Woburn, Westwood, Worcester Haverhill, and Turner Falls? Don't wait. Visit petersonschool.com to learn more. The Peterson School, we teach the trades.
Zoe and Beetle, middays on the Sports Hub.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network.
From the Town Fair Tire Studios, this is Boston's home for sports. WBZFM at HD Boston 98.5 The Sports Hub. Sports Hub headlines presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
With the two joint practices with Minnesota in the books, Patriots and Vikings getting ready to play preseason game number 2 this afternoon at U.S. Bank Stadium. Minnesota holding out second-year quarterback J.J. McCarthy among a handful of starters. Kickoff is at 1. Bob Sosey, Phil Perry. They're going to have the call here on the 98.5 Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. Washington Commanders have activated wide receiver Terry McLaurin off the PUP list. The move is the next step in his progression and is unrelated to contract negotiations with the team. That, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. Trevor Story bounced one through the drawn-in infield with the bases loaded. Nobody out in the ninth inning. It was just the Red Sox' third hit of the game. Sox beat the Marlins 2-1 last night at Fenway Park. That series continues this afternoon with first pitch at 4:10. Christian Yelich, 2 home runs to power the Brewers' comeback last night against the Reds. They erase an 8-1 deficit. They come back to win 10-8. That is now 13 straight wins for Milwaukee. And the New England Revolution, they're in action tonight against LAFC. Match begins at 7:30. Headlines are brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Visit Valvoline Instant Oil Change for your 15-minute drive-through oil change. You never got to leave your car. No appointments ever needed. Get your 15% off coupon at NewEnglandOilChange.com. I'm Jim Murray with your headlines. I'll check them again in an hour.
This is Patriots Preview, driven by the stylish Honda Accord. Contact your local New England Honda dealers to learn more or shop online at newengland.hondadealers.com. Now, here's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper.
That's right, Jim Murray, Chris Gasper coming to you this morning from the Town Fair Tire Studio in Waltham. Well, no, it is still the morning. I thought we just hit noon. No, it's 11. So getting ready for the Patriots' second preseason game. This one on the road against the Minnesota Vikings. Time to go around the NFL, check in on some of the other storylines going on throughout the league as we get closer to kickoff of the 2025 NFL season. And it's brought to you by Webster Bank, committed to clients, colleagues, and communities for the last 90 years and the next 90. This summer's team that is featured on HBO's Hard Knocks, not a lot of buzz for it, and I'll tell you why, at least based on my assessment from watching the first couple of episodes. But one of the storylines going on through it, through the first couple of episodes, is running back James Cook holding out, or now holding in, as players are wont to do. But he did sign his extension this past week.
Yeah, we paid now, so let's go play football. Did you win? I mean, I wouldn't say it was a win and lose situation. I mean, it's just, like I said, business, and it happened.
All right, as James Cook said there, we're paid now, so let's go play football. Now, this Hard Knocks, have you watched any of it, Chris?
I have not watched any of it. I have to be honest, I haven't even watched the quarterback show. I'm kind of out on these reality shows.
Well, I will highly recommend those Netflix ones. The first quarterback one, wide receiver last year, and now quarterback the second season of it with more Kirk Cousins up in your ginch. But those are good. This Hard Knocks, it is like watching paint dry. And you have one of the most exciting quarterbacks in the league in Josh Allen with his hot actress wife.
Yeah, Haley Steinfeld.
You don't see her. Boy,
Well, I'm not watching that.
What a boring team. There's no buzz for this thing. Usually you see clips pop up online. They're like, ooh, okay, this is making it worth, maybe I'll tune into this. I just had nothing going on one night, and I was like, oh, fine, I'll put this on. there's no buzz for it because it's an empty bee's nest in terms of a production. They're so boring. They spend like 20 minutes on Sean McDermott, their head coach, talking about why he puts so much sunscreen on because he's dealt with skin cancer. Like, that's about the only thing that was noteworthy of it. Otherwise, just watching paint dry, it stinks.
Well, good for them to have James Cook back. Obviously, dynamic weapon for them. It all starts with Josh Allen there, but there aren't a ton of weapons really on that team. Khalil Shakur's a weapon that they use, Dalton Kincaid, some of those guys, but they really need James Cook. Cook sort of had them over a barrel. That's a win-now team in terms of winning the Super Bowl. He gets 4 years, $48 million, $30 million guaranteed. My takeaway was, oh, man, that contract's not all that much more than Ramondre Stevenson.
Yeah, right. Let's check in on a couple of banged-up quarterbacks. I find it interesting what's going on with the L.A. Rams. Matthew Stafford not practicing at all as he's had a back issue. He got an epidural for it about a week ago. Here's head coach Sean McVay with more on that.
It's we're trying to get our hands around this as well. So I don't really have much more information other than we're trying some different things that are hopefully going to be in alignment with getting him back out on the field, and I'll have updates for you as we go.
Well, that's vague at best. I would say if you're a Rams fan, get ready for a lot of Jimmy Garoppolo to start the season.
Yeah, or Stetson Bennett. I mean, when you look at it, that was kind of ominous. And this is one of the reasons I think that the Rams have been a little reluctant the last couple of years to hitch their wagon to Stafford. They've let him shop himself in some trades and some other stuff because you just don't know at this age in terms of durability and how much you can rely on him. And it happens a lot for guys at this age. It's not about getting ready for Sunday. It's about everything else, training camp, practice during the week. That's where you start to see it, where guys have a difficult time preparing themselves and getting ready because the mind is willing, but the body just becomes unable to answer the bell.
After 2021 and that team winning the Super Bowl and his postseason performance, I eat crow. I was wrong on Matt Stafford. I always looked at him as like kind of one of those Romo-esque. You put up a lot of stats, good in the regular season, you'll fail in the playoffs.
He's a great fantasy quarterback for years and years.
Yeah, but I eat crow on him, fine. And I like him. But he's also a guy at this point, if you're dealing with, and he's had back surgeries, like this is one of these things at some point, like your wife, family, close friends, someone has to go to him and say, like, buddy, how much more do you need? Do you want to be entering your house via a ramp in like 5 years? How much more football do you need to play? Next, another banged-up quarterback, Jordan Love of the Green Bay Packers, who had minor surgery this week.
Surgery went well, and he's in great spirits, and he's here with us. So, yeah, and now it's just about putting in the work to get the thumb rehabbed.
That's the Packers head coach, the well-coiffed and tight pants Matt LaFleur, saying the surgery went well. Now, it's not his throwing hand.
No.
Where are you on Jordan Love? Do you believe in him?
I do believe in him, but I was disappointed he didn't take the step forward I thought he would last year. He really didn't. And I'm not, while I believe in him, so when we had this conversation yesterday on Pregame about good quarterbacks, Jordan Love to me is a good quarterback, not a great quarterback. And he's not a quarterback that's going to elevate what's around him. He's going to have to be elevated by what's around him.
Yeah, I mean, he had his moment there in that the divisional game against the Niners a couple of seasons back, right? Remember? And then it was like, ooh, he kind of blew it there. And then last year, I thought he regressed. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree.
He's another guy I feel like maybe the jury's still, for me, jury's still out on Jordan Love. I don't know if I truly believe in him yet. The NFL can potentially be put on trial with the what's going on with the long ongoing lawsuit from Brian Flores, who's now with the Minnesota Vikings. We're seeing him today on the sidelines. And as well, also John Gruden. Here's Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk.
It's been a bad week for the NFL in court. John Gruden won in the Nevada Supreme Court on the question of whether or not his claims against the league and Roger Goodell will be resolved in court or sent to arbitration. For now, it's all going to be done in open court. For Brian Flores, the former Dolphins head coach and current Vikings defensive coordinator, he secured a victory in a federal appeals court. Look, Flores clearly needs to go to arbitration for his claim against the Dolphins. The arbitration clause was in his contract with the Dolphins. The fight was over the claims against the Giants, the Broncos, the Texans, and the NFL because they're not parties to the employment agreement. So the district court found Flores does not have to go to arbitration for those claims.
What do you make of all this?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just start with the Flores thing because that is a discrimination lawsuit. It directly deals with the idea of there being sort of sham hiring process when it comes to black head coaches and the idea that, you know, people are just checking a box in these interviews and not really giving them a chance. And so, you know, I know there's a lot of pushback, particularly nowadays, against any sort of idea of there being racism, particularly in the NFL. But obviously, this is both a federal court and an appeals court have found that, at least in Brian Flores' case, and when it has to do with the Giants and the Broncos and the Houston Texans, that there's some legitimacy there. And if you read some of what the judge said, they're pointing out sort of just the history, the historical element of black coaches, and also just the massive difference in terms of the percentage of players in the league who are black and the percentage of coaches. So you don't have to believe there's racism or discrimination or prejudice in the NFL if you don't want to, but just know that there are federal judges who believe it, and that's why this case is moving forward.
Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice expected to have a disciplinary hearing with the NFL September 30th regarding potential punishment from that crash in 2024 that resulted in 2 third-degree felony charges. For more on that, here's Dan Graziano.
So what Rashee Rice effectively is saying is, I'd rather go to a hearing. The hearing officer is Sue L. Robinson. She is the independent arbitrator that was agreed to in the last CBA. My understanding is the hearing scheduled for September 30th because that's when it fit into her schedule. Now, if you look ahead and if you look back, in fact, to 2022, the hearing was at the end of June. Her ruling was issued on August 1st. She imposed a 6-game suspension on Deshaun Watson that the league then appealed because they wanted a longer one. And so this is the kind of thing now that could hang over the back half of the Chiefs season with uncertainty.
However this thing plays out, he's going to get suspended a handful of games, I would imagine, at the very least. All I know with the Chiefs is this, which has kind of annoyed me over the last week. Look, I'm Chiefs out. You got that if you listen with any regularity to Phil Gramaz or Gasper and I on Saturdays last year. But they still have the best quarterback in the league, the face of the league. They have a great coach in Andy Reid. They still have some talent there. They have great defensive players as well. The preseason talk of the demise of the Chiefs and people anointing the Denver Broncos as the team that's going to win the West. Are you people nuts? Like, as long as you get the best quarterback, why are you counting this team out? Didn't you see this movie a million times with Brady and the Patriots during the 2 decades of dominance? Like Colin Cowherd, for one, I know of FS1 this week. He's like, oh, it's the end of the Chiefs. The Chiefs dynasty comes to an end. I know they got smoked in the Super Bowl. They're not going anywhere. You people nuts?
Yeah, that's crazy. I have to say, though, for the people that feel like the NFL does favors for the Chiefs, I just look at this Rashee Rice thing. They
wanted to whack him double-digit games.
So he's going to be available for the first 4 games of the year. Oh, so one of them just happens to be against the Chargers in Brazil, in Sao Paulo, which is a big game and is on YouTube. The next one's against the Philadelphia Eagles in a Super Bowl rematch. The next one is at the Giants, New York market, and then the 4th one is against Lamar Jackson in Baltimore. He's just going to happen to make it through those 4 games before they have the meeting. Meanwhile, Jordan Addison, who plays for the Minnesota Vikings, who the Patriots face today, already has a 3-game suspension, and he got 12 months probation, not 30 days in jail, for what was a DUI, and the league said, oh, well, because you had a DUI, and those are serious, I'm not saying they're not, but the league basically said because it was a DUI, you are now subject to our substance abuse policy. So they already have a 3-game suspension for Jordan Addison, but Rashee Rice is going to play these first 4 games, which are going to do bananas television ratings.
Oh,
okay.
That's pretty good. I haven't even thought about that. Yeah, they're helping the Chiefs. And finally, here's the latest complaint from Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I still don't like it. Did you find? Yeah, no, I don't like it. No, I'm trying to change. We're in the process still. Looks like a damn spaceship out there. Face mask doesn't fit the helmet because it's an old face mask, honestly, just like I'm old. But we're trying to find the right helmet right now.
This guy's like Eeyore. He hates everything and everybody.
He hates his helmet. Yeah, well, look good, play good. I can believe in that. So I guess he doesn't like the fact he looks like the great Gazoo out there.
Who cares? This is a guy, didn't he do ayahuasca? Right? He went into like a cave. So now he's complaining about a helmet that's too big? This guy was in a cave for like a week.
Not just Chiefs out. I am so Aaron Rodgers out at this point, too. After that Jets disaster, please just go away. All right, that's around the NFL. When we return, we'll talk to Paul Perillo of Patriots.com, get some of his thoughts out of the second Pats preseason game coming up this afternoon against the Minnesota Vikings at U.S. Bank Stadium. Paul joins us next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
Boston Common Coach offers round-trip ride-sharing to the biggest concerts and football games at Gillette, Xfinity, TD Garden, and more. Book a seat from your closest pickup location. Visit BostonCommonCoach.com and use Summer 2025 for 10% off.
When you buy a Reed's Ferry shed, you're buying direct from the builder. Those sheds at the big home improvement store, they don't build them. They're the middleman. And to make room for the middleman markup, they have to take stuff out of the shed. Important stuff, like lumber. Buy factory direct at Reed's Ferry, and you'll own a better shed. Call Reed's Ferry Sheds this week and schedule your installation.
Call 888-85-SHEDS.
Need a shed? If it says Reed's Ferry, you got a good one.
What is insurance? Insurance transfers certain risks between parties.
Without insurance, the economy would really stop.
In simple terms, insurance is like community.
It's protecting every last asset that somebody has built over a lifetime.
You're in it together.
You feel supported
From the beginning to the end.
What insurance is just taking care of people. It's definitely a way of life.
Cross Insurance. Our way of life since 1954.
Webster Bank was founded in 1935. Banking's changed since then, and so have we. We've grown into one of the largest banks with comprehensive financial solutions that meet the needs of modern life. But in 90 years, one thing hasn't changed. We're committed to doing what's right for our clients, our colleagues, and the communities we serve. Today, tomorrow, and for the next 90 years. A legacy of purpose with a future of possibilities. Learn more at websterbank.com. Webster Bank N.A. member FDIC equal housing lender.
Contractors and landscapers, woof woof. It's the dog days of summer, and we at Norfolk Power like a schnauzer in heat. Grr.
Tractor Magic.
That's right. We're here to make your excavators, track loaders, mowers, attachments, you name it. Dreams come to life like a litter of puppies.
Tractor Magic.
Tractor Magic. Package Magic. Dog days of summer magic. Feel the magic at Norfolk Power. Celebrating 50 years of Tractor Magic.
Tractor Magic.
And now, breaking news. You leaving me. Your state-of-the-art 65-inch 4K smart television. For going out with friends and not staying in to watch TV. Sources confirm that is a terrible decision. Picture-in-picture mode. Do your friends have that? Can they simultaneously stream live sports and extreme baking shows? How about I make everything sepia? Whatever you want, I'll do it. Just don't put me on standby.
Don't listen to your TV. Head out with your friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Hey, you've heard of ordering lottery tickets on your smartphone? Well, now you can also order scratch tickets. Jackpocket, America's #1 lottery app, lets you order scratch tickets right on your smartphone in Massachusetts. So, how do you scratch a ticket on your smartphone? Well, you can use your finger to reveal your scratch ticket just like you would a paper ticket. It's never been easier to order lottery tickets. Jackpocket also has Powerball and Mega Millions tickets. New customers opt in and get $10 in lottery credits. Use the code JPHUB on Jackpocket. That's code JPHUB.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-327-5050 in Massachusetts. 18 or older. Jackpocket is a lottery courier and not affiliated with any state lottery. Eligibility restrictions apply. Scratchers subject to availability. Opt in for $10 in non-withdrawable lottery credits that expire in 168 hours. Terms at jkpt.co/scratch10.
You gotta try the new burgers at the Nines, like the new Bourbon Onion Burger. Their half-pound 100% American Angus beef is sure to please. You gotta love the Nines.
Coleman!
It's electric!
You need an electrician? Call Coleman Electric. We're electricians, and it's all we do. Electricity is serious business, so be sure your circuits are safe and up to snuff, and hire the specialists at Coleman Electric. KUHLMAN. Call Coleman.
It's electric!
Toucher and Hardy, mornings on the Sports Hub.
Yeah, I think the guys at times, up there up front, I think I can help them out and be more demonstrative about where I want to send them and where I want them to go. But really, I think we blocked it up when we got it right, and I think there's times where they're going to get us. That's what he does. He tries to create kind of chaos, and I think it's good for us to see and know. And sometimes at the line, you may not know, hey, is this guy coming? Or they're just bluffing that. So it's good for us to see it, and I think it's great for us to learn from.
Second-year quarterback Drake May talking this week at the joint practices against the Minnesota Vikings ahead of this afternoon's second preseason game against Minnesota. Said it was good to see, or he and the offense, for what defensive coordinator Brian Flores was sending at him. And we'll see more today. We'll kick off at 1. Welcome back, Patriots preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. I'll get that as we go throughout the season. It's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper coming to you from the Town Fair Tire Studio in Waltham. And now joining us down the line, it's Paul Perillo of Patriots.com. Paul, Let the people know who's the hero of the Perillo family over the last couple of days.
That would be one Big Jim Murray.
Because
unbelievable restaurant recommendation from Big Jim, and the Perillo family really enjoyed a trip to Lewis Barbecue down here in Charleston, South Carolina. Unbelievable recommendation.
Now you're down there. You're getting your son settled. He's heading off to college, right? At the Citadel.
Yes. We just left him. We had all of about, I'd say about 8 minutes to just drop his stuff off in the room. And then they were like, okay, now you guys have to leave. And we're gone. So it's a little bit of a different experience, but certainly one that would be very memorable for us.
Well, I'm glad you could take the time, and I hope everything went well down there. And I was thrilled to get that text from you, legitimately, because I told him, like, go to this Lewis Barbecue. It's like life-changing. Last time I was there, I ate until I felt shame.
Felt shame, yep. And I got to the felt shame portion of the evening as well.
All right, so as far as today's game is concerned in these last couple of days, and I know we had a lot going on, but it feels like it's been an up and down. Those practices were up and down for the Pats. You think we're going to at least see close to a first half of May and the starters playing? I hope we do.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it would be certainly within their best interest to do that. They need, I think, a little bit more time to straighten out some of these pass protection issues. And, you're right. I haven't been in Minnesota with the practices, but it certainly sounded like it was a lot of up and down stuff. It seemed a little bit better on the first day than the second day, but the constant to me was the amount of sacks I'm reading about. So I understand that Brian Flores has some different schemes that not every team is going to bring at them, but you got some young guys up front that haven't seen a lot of these stunts. We saw Will Campbell and Jared Wilson have problems with that in the first preseason game. So I think it'd be very much within their best interest if Mike Vrabel gave these guys some run today.
Paul, I'm curious what you make of the Kyle Duggar situation. I mean, he's a guy who's been a leader on the team for a while. He became a captain last year after Juwan Bentley got hurt against the Jets. They gave him the contract extension. And one of the things that really raised my eyebrows coming out of Minnesota was that when Peppers left practice, Duggar was still behind Del Pettis in terms of what they were doing, giving out repetitions there. Do you feel like the writing's on the wall for him? And have you gotten the sense just in general, when you look at what Vrabel has done, moving off a lot of guys that have been here in the past, that Vrabel's kind of cleaning house?
Chris, I think you nail it with that last part. And I think there are three guys that I would say are still on alert. And I think Kyle Duggar is one of them. I would say Mike Owenu, and I would say Ramondre Stevenson. Those are three guys that signed extensions last year, and maybe it wasn't quite cost effective for the Patriots to move on from them in year one, the way Vrabel did for a lot of other guys. That he I think you're right, cleaned house with. So I do think there's a little bit more at work here than just, well, he's having trouble in coverage and whatnot. This is more than about his play on the field. If, as you said, Jabril Peppers is leaving practice and Del Pettis is going in to replace him, I think that Duggar has never really been considered to be a great fit in coverage away from the line of scrimmage. But if you're telling me that Peppers isn't in and Duggar isn't your next best option as that box safety near the line of scrimmage, I think that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. So I do wonder if Duggar and the writing is on the wall. They're really working to see if they can find a trade. I don't think they'll release him. I don't think that would make much sense. I think there's value there in the player, but I do think that they would probably be interested in moving on from him if they could find the right deal.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Just obviously the idea of a trade, and you just raised, I think, a great point that I obviously should have connected, and others, that there's a discussion, and this came up on Alex Barr's show with Cerrone Battle about the idea of, there's redundancy between Peppers and Duggar. But if Peppers isn't able to go, you're absolutely right. Duggar should be the next man up in that box safety role. And the fact that he wasn't does speak to something a little bit deeper there. That's a great point by you.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way I would look at it. And I haven't, again, I'm not as closely tied to everything that's going on, within the last, say, 48 hours. But, just watching practice, I thought from the first practice of training camp, they did some different packages with nickel and dime looks. And Duggar will be out there to start, and they'd go maybe with a different nickel look, and he would come out. And again, I can understand that. That makes a little sense to me because I don't think he's a great player in coverage. I think that they sort of lack that true free safety type since Devin McCourty retired. I don't think that's really a big secret. So it would make sense to me if they only want one of those two guys on the field. But if if neither one of them is out there and they think Del Pettis is a better option, I would think that I would disagree with that. That's all.
So throughout the summer in camp, the wide receiver position as a whole, you're seeing roster pushes from Efton Chisholm and Javon Baker. Do both make it? And if one does, which of the two?
Yeah, for me, this is a difficult one because I just don't know how many wide receivers they're going to take. I would take 5. I don't think that there's any need really to have more than 5 guys on your active roster at the position. But if you get beyond that, you're talking about Baker, you're talking about Chisholm. If I had to pick one, I would pick Baker, but not necessarily because he's played great. I think he has come on a little bit the last couple of practices that we got to see. And, you saw some special teams work from him as well. I just think that he's a little bit of a different skill set. He's a taller guy, can play on the outside, better straight line speed. There's really no one like him on the roster. I think Chisholm has been a nice story. I think he's come on as well. I want to give him his props because I think he was sort of quiet to start camp, and I think he's getting better and better every day. From what I've watched him, he's been more and more active in these practices. So he's done nothing to lose a spot. I think he's come on as well. But I do feel like in the slot they have some different options, starting with Stephon Diggs. I think that's where he's probably the most comfortable is playing inside at this stage in his career. And obviously Demario Douglas is in there. So I think you could probably keep Chisholm around to develop, put him on your practice squad and move on from there. But like I said, I would stick with the 5 at the top and go from there and then have guys in the practice squad to fill in for depth.
What do you make of the linebacker group? We haven't talked a lot about that group, but in this style of defense that Terrell Williams and Mike Vrabel want to play, that seems like a pretty important position to me. You need guys to make plays and go sideline to sideline and be impact guys. I like Robert Spillane, but after that, I see a lot of question marks. How do you feel about that group?
I feel exactly the same way, Chris. I don't think there's a lot of depth at that spot. I know they only really use 2, at a time, in this day and age of, the newfangled, the long gone are the days of, 4 and 5 linebackers getting regular run. But beyond Spillane, I think they like Christian Ellis. I am not as high on him, I think, as the coaching staff is. Jelani Tavai has been banged up all of camp. He's another guy I would sort of put in that category of, recent extensions from the old regime that might be on alert too. And he hasn't practiced much, if at all summer. I think it's Spillane or bust. I don't think they have a lot of options there. So that is I would say that's still a position to keep an eye on for an addition or two somewhere. I would also throw Jack Gibbons out there, a guy with some experience in Vrabel's system from Tennessee. So he could factor into that in a depth role as well.
Something else worth watching is Carlton Davis. He started on the non-football injury list, and since then he's only really taken part in a couple of walkthrough sessions. Wednesday with these joint practices, he walked off the field about 5 minutes in. I liked him when he was with Detroit and especially with Tampa, but he does have a reputation for being injury-prone. Missed 30 games over 7 years. Is that starting to be a thing? Do you have a concern there with Carlton Davis?
I do, and you're right. It's because of that. He misses 3, 4, 5 games, it seems, most seasons, and that's another spot I don't think there's a tremendous amount of depth at corner. I do like the camp that Alex Austin has had, but, if you lose Gonzo or Davis and you have to go down, and I'm just talking about one of them, not both of them. Obviously, if you lose both of your starting corners, what team in the league wouldn't be affected by that? But if you lose one of them, I think that would significantly impact what they want to do on defense. I think they want to be aggressive up front, and I think they want to have the ability to play man coverage with quality corners. And I think those two guys give them that opportunity. But you're right, he hasn't practiced a whole lot, and it didn't sound like his performance in Minnesota was great either. He gave some I guess J.J. McCarthy really had his way with the defense on the second day of the practices, and it sounded like Carlton Davis was part of that. So, yes, I do have some concerns about his durability.
All right, Paul. Well, I appreciate you taking the time. I tell you, you're a better man than me because had they asked me, I would say I'm in South Carolina with my family, getting my kids settled, and pigging out on barbecue. Like, the hell with this. I'll talk to you next week.
Well, some of us are a little bit more committed to our jobs, Jim.
Yeah, some of us also have college tuition to pay for, right?
Yeah, Chris, I like to call this is a new personality for me. It's called College Tuition Paul. Yes, sir. No, sir. Whatever you need, sir.
All right, Paul.
Congrats, Paul. That's
always
awesome.
a pleasure.
All right, boys.
Paul Perillo, Patriots.com, joining us down the line. And we return. We'll get more look at the league and the travels of one Bert Breer, who's been going camp to camp over the last couple of weeks. Bert Breer of the MMQB will be joining us next here on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network.
Safety Insurance is committed to working with independent agents that will listen, ask smart questions, and make sure you have the coverage that truly protects you. Ask an independent agent about safety insurance. We'll help you manage life's storms.
Hi, it's Jason Todd, VP of New England for Blue Sky Restoration Contractors. If your home or business experiences property damage, call Blue Sky first. With locations across the region, we'll take care of everything from beginning to end. Visit goblusky.com. Blue Sky Restoration Contractors, restoring your property and your life for a brighter tomorrow.
Summer's here, and it's time to bring the heat in a new Honda. Head out on an unforgettable adventure. Or take a sporty sedan for a spin. All while driving with confidence. Check out the Civic, Accord, or HR-V during the Honda Summer event.
See dealer for financing details.
Score a touchdown with all your fans. Get ready for the game with a trip to Shaw's or Star Market. Tackle your hungry team with Shaw's and Star Market party platters. Pick up sandwich platters, wing platters, shrimp platters, veggie and cookie platters that'll leave your fans cheering for more. Order ahead in-store, by phone, or online at shaws.com or starmarket.com. Shaw's and Star Market party platters are made fresh, so you always win. Shaw's and Star Market, perfecting the art of fresh.
Welcome to the Chevy Lightning Round. Guess the clues to win. First team, you're up.
Powerful, commanding, unstoppable.
Silverado.
Adventurous, fun, techie.
Trailblazer.
Stylish, nimble.
Trax.
Innovative, electric.
Blazer EV. Lightning Round champions. You've guessed all the right Chevy clues.
Wherever the year takes you, explore it together in the Chevy of your choice. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Home Internet from AT&T presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta.
What's on the menu?
Your fave, Mom, carbonara. I'm streaming a new recipe.
Hold on to this internet, son. It's a keeper.
Oh, I will. It's the one.
So, no more one-year stands?
Nope. With home internet from AT&T, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Equipment fees were never right for you.
I'm done playing those games. What I have now is straightforward.
Okay. In the spirit of being straightforward, your carbonara is carbonara-ish.
And this is takeout. I was going to pass it off as homemade.
Oh, you did that for me.
Well, now that we're being straightforward with each other, I just want to say that...
Careful now. No equipment fees, no annual contracts, no price increase at 12 months. Straightforward is better with home internet from AT&T. Geographic and service restrictions apply to AT&T Internet Services. Visit att.com/internet for details.
For the best deal on tires, head to Town Fair Tire. We beat every competitor every day on every tire. Tire dealers, we beat them. Clubs, we beat them. Online prices, we beat them. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire. I love shows about survivalists, eager to test themselves under the most extreme conditions. Of course, when you consider weather events these days, wildfires, hurricanes, torrential rain, and flooding, we're all survivalists. Visit the Resource Center at safetyinsurance.com and be prepared to protect your family, your property, even your business. The forecast calls for safety. Ask an independent agent about safety insurance. We'll help you manage life's storms.
Ready to advance your career? Get started this fall with UMass Lowell. Learn from incredible faculty, benefit from incredible affordability. Begin September 3rd at UMass Lowell, online or on campus.
The Bruins play on the Sports Hub.
All right, welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper coming to you this morning from the Town Fair Tire Studio here in Waltham. A couple of joint practices this week for the Patriots. They wrap up this trip to Minneapolis with this Week 2 preseason game against the Minnesota Vikings with kickoff at 1. Time now to talk to Bert Breer of the MMQB. He's brought to you by your New England Chevy dealers and the Chevy Silverado, where dependability comes standard. Hello, Bert. You there?
Hey, guys, what's up?
Hey, so
hey, Bert.
Is it 22 camps you've already visited this summer?
What's happening, guys?
Hey, not too much. Is it now 23?
Yeah, I've seen 20. I've been at 22 camps. I've been with 22 teams, 20 camps total. A couple of those were joint practices, but yeah, I've seen 22 of the 32.
Jeez, I don't know how the hell you do it. Well, that's why they're paying you the big bucks, pal. What's been some of the most interesting stuff, or maybe the most interesting thing you've gleaned from these camp stops thus far this summer?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like there are always a couple teams that kind of jump out at you like they think they're going to be really good, and so I would say, Denver and the Rams are two, like where you can tell, like they feel like they've got Super Bowl teams when you talk to people there. And then I think like one thing that touches the Patriots, the variance with the second-year quarterbacks and kind of where they're at. I think at this point, Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels are kind of already established quantities, so I think those were, far and away the two best last year. And now you've got like the other guys that, are all at sort of different stages. I was there in Chicago early in camp, and Caleb did very good, but part of it's the way that John teaches. And it kind of has this process like he has like the fire.
All right, Bert, we're going to have to let you go. The phone line is too wonky. We'll have Jeremy and Kevin maybe reach out if you're still hearing our voices, and maybe if we'll connect with you if you get a better connection. Well, I can't do that. The audience deserves better. We can't have it if that connection's that bad.
Bert has really good information. We just have to be able to get it to the people. I don't know. I don't know if he's in his car.
No, I think that sounded like, if I had to guess, having been there before, that sounded like he's in a low-rent rent-a-car.
Okay.
Connected via Bluetooth.
Okay.
And it is shoddy at best.
So if he could just pull over somewhere where the signal is strong, he might have to just pull over, and then we can talk to him. That would be, because his information is good, and we do want to get his information to the people. But I do agree with you on the phone. The phone was tough.
I can't do that. No. So maybe do we have him again, Kev? All right. Bert, we have you again.
All right, Bert, take two.
Take two. Guys. Well, we tried the Zoom in the car, which is what I think was the problem, right?
You sound much better.
This is way better. This is way, way better.
Okay, because the Zoom in the car can sometimes be okay, but I guess not this time. I couldn't hear you guys great either.
This sounds very, very good. We'll sort of start anew. So I'm gonna just ask you a question here. You've been to some interesting camps, and there are two that sort of stand out to me. You've been to recently in terms of how it ties into the Patriots. The Texans, it seems like they have some offensive line issues, just like the Patriots. And then the Carolina Panthers, where there maybe are some questions about the weapons, just like the Patriots. So how would you compare those two teams to the Patriots and those two facets?
Well, I think that the Texans are interesting because their offensive line room was kind of toxic last year, which is why they traded Laramie Tunsil. And they basically made the decision. He's not part of the he's not really the problem, but he's definitely not going to be part of the solution because of the sort of leader he was, which, he wasn't one. And I look at the Texans as a team that's got pretty much everything else. They might have the best defense in the league. They've got a really, really, really good young quarterback. The weapons around C.J. Stroud are pretty good. So, like, the Texans are at a different point than Carolina or New England. I mean, their roster is just a lot better than those other two, So I'd say, like, with the Texans, it's that one position group is as much a swing factor as any position group with any team in the NFL, period. If it's okay, then they can have a Super Bowl team, but it also has the potential to take them down completely. Carolina is, for the first time in a long time, bringing back all 5 linemen intact. So they have that part taken care of, and they're going to be relying on a lot of young people at the skill positions. Tetero McMillan's a big one. JT Sanders at tight end. They're hoping that he can make a contribution, and so I think for Bryce Young, as much as anything else, it's going to be, we've done everything we can to protect you, and now we need you to take another step and help lift the skill players up around you. So I think in that way, it's sort of similar maybe to the situation that Bo Nix was in last year.
So I know you've been running around going camp to camp, but I'm sure you were, made aware of what was going on with Stephon Diggs and some of the comments he made with Diana Rossini this week.
Yeah.
Is that much to do about nothing, or is there something going on between him and Mike Vrabel and the coaching staff?
It's what you signed up for, Jim, isn't it? I mean, it just is like this. Just is what it is, and look, like I think if you go back to when he was in a better situation from a winning standpoint in Buffalo, right, with a quarterback who was one of the best in the league, and they were dealing with drama pretty much nonstop there, and eventually they got to the point where it's like, okay, we're going to move on. But it was a lot, and they dealt with some of it in Houston last year. Now he's pretty good, but like there were things and moments where you were dealing with it. Look, like Steph Diggs is a great player, and I mean maybe he's closer to the back end, but I think he's still plenty capable of playing really well. And at that position, sometimes there are some things that come along with a player like that, and I think that more or less is what you signed up for when you take the risk in going out and getting him. And that's, part of the reason why he was available for a little bit in free agency and didn't have as much of a market. Now, of course, the injury is part of that too, right? But I mean, there's a reason why they went after Chris Godwin first. It's not because Chris Godwin's a better player. It's because Chris Godwin, you wouldn't be dealing with any of this, And so I like Steph personally, but this is just part of what you sign up for when you acquire him.
Bert, I just want to ask you how it's going with Drake May and Josh McDaniels. There were some interesting comments Greg Bedard had earlier talking about you don't really know if Drake May is a perfectionist yet, the way that Tom Brady was. And we know Josh can coach the quarterbacks hard. So what have you heard about that relationship and how it's going?
Yeah, I'm just interested to see what it looks like when they get to the regular season, Chris, because I mean, look, like I think that offense, I think part of the issue was it became so complex and so tangled up. And I actually look at the Matt Patricia, Joe Judge year. Like the idea was right. The execution of it was obviously not good, right? But the idea was to untangle the offense and make it simpler because the point of entry had become way too high, not just at quarterback, but at every other position too, which is part of the reason why, look at almost any receiver that they had over the years. The guys who produced were veterans. It took Julian Edelman forever. Danny Amendola came in as a vet. Wes Welker came in as a vet. Randy Moss came in as a vet. You had to go back to Deion Branch, and that was before the offense became that complex, to find somebody who, really was a contributor and a big contributor early on. So that relates to Drake May, I think, in that, it's on Josh now to make this offense a little more user-friendly. I know he worked on that on his year off and going and seeing some more stuff that was the college game. He spent the bulk of his time last year working with college programs. And so, now with a gun to his head, right, with Josh McDaniels actually having to build an offense, run an offense, all of that stuff, do we see the result of that? Because you can be well-intentioned, but then when you're actually going and building it, are you going to make it user-friendly enough? And I think the good news is that Drake's been able to digest everything that they've thrown at him so far. But again, is this going to be like Sam Darnold with Adam Gase, where that offense Gase was running? He was trying to run it for Peyton Manning, and Sam Darnold wasn't close to that. Or is this going to be a revised version of Josh McDaniels that makes it easier on the young quarterback? I think that's something that certainly we all should be watching the first month or two of the season.
Murray, see? Drake May's getting it. See how smart Drake May is, Murray?
Yeah, that's all. I have some doubts. That's all. The news this morning, Bert, that Washington wide receiver Terry McLaurin activated off PUP. Is this going to lead to a new deal for him, or are the two sides still far apart?
Yeah, they still have work to do, but it's a good sign. I think we've seen this before, right? A guy's ankle doesn't really heal until the contract situation is in a little bit of a better place, right? So maybe some progress on that front had a healing effect on his injury there. I think that this is look. We've been through these before, right? And I think with a player like that, 8, 9 times out of 10, these things get done. Dan Quinn wants to get it done. Adam Peters wants to get it done. Terry McLaurin wants to get it done. What complicates it, I think, is Terry's contributed so much to that franchise. Has been such a big part of rebuilding that franchise and changing things there, and going from the Dan Snyder era to the Josh Harris era. You look at the sweat equity that he has, and of course he thinks that he's worth the moon and the stars, right? And then on the other end, you got like a new regime that they're all for that, right? Like they think, yes, Terry, you are exactly what we want to build around, but they're very data-driven now. And so there are people in that organization that are saying, well, with a receiver over 30, you only want to go to X, Y, and Z. And so how do you bridge that gap? I think that's what made it so difficult over the last few months. But, in a lot of cases, these things just need deadlines. And obviously the big deadline's coming in a couple weeks.
Bert, when you look at the Patriots, and I've asked other people about this, but you have a really good feel for Mike Vrabel. What do you make of this Kyle Duggar situation? Do you think it has to do with Duggar's injury and lack of performance last year? Is it fit in this new defense, or does it continue really what's been a theme for Vrabel since he got there, which is cleaning out guys who were captains and leaders of a team that went 4-13 in consecutive seasons?
I think it's a fit thing. And I think, what it is, Chris, I remember looking at this last year, and you may remember me saying this, but when Gerard Mayo took the job, they still had a lot of Bill Belichick specific players here. And I think there were a lot of guys over the years that played here that were more valuable to the Patriots than anybody else because they were versatile. They were sort of these hybrids, right, that you could do a million different things with. So every coach can use a couple of those, but the roster was so loaded with them. And to me, when I looked at that last year, I saw that like hybrid safety linebacker position. It was man, they have a lot of those. Can they really find a way to use all those guys at once? And that was Jabril Peppers and Marte Mapu and Kyle Duggar, and all those guys fit into that same box. And it was do they really need all of those guys? And they're actually paying a couple of those guys at a relatively high level. Do they really need all of that? And I think what we saw last year is they didn't. That was really a specific Belichick thing, And so now I think where you are is you got to clean some of that clutter out. And unfortunately for Kyle Duggar, it looks to me at least like Peppers is ahead of him when it comes to having a guy like that in that sort of role. And so it's hard to have a lot of those on your roster. And I think, for Bill, it was okay, I've got all these chess pieces I can move around on the board. When you got a coach who's coming in that's going to do something a little bit more conventional from a scheme standpoint, he's going to say there's just a lot of redundancy when it comes to something that's a very specific role on the roster.
All right, Bert, thanks for reconnecting with us. Safe travels as you continue your camp tours this summer.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Bert.
Bert Breer, senior NFL reporter, lead content strategist of the MMQB. I mean, that was a better connection. It wasn't as bad as that first one. It still could have been better. You'd think Bert would know by now, but we appreciate him coming back on with us. All right, we will continue here as we get closer to kickoff between the Patriots and Vikings out in Minnesota at U.S. Bank Stadium for preseason game number 2. We'll be back with more next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
Your move-in day just got a little easier with Clinton Savings Bank's Safeguard Mortgage. You can modify your interest rate once within the first 5 years of closing your mortgage with us for a low $250 fee, even if you're a first-time home buyer. That way, if rates go down, you can easily modify your interest rate and your monthly payment. For complete details or to apply, visit clintonsavings.com. Member FDIC, member DIF, equal housing lender. NMLS number 422081. Call 888-744-4272 for details about credit costs and terms. All loans subject to credit approval.
Hey, it's Zoe, and I'm pumped to get our football team back to the winning ways, and our coach knows it starts with being prepared and a winning playbook. And when it comes to technology, nobody prepares your company for the future better than my friends at Oakers Technologies. Because for over 100 years, the Oakers playbook has been unstoppable, and I'm talking about full IT, infrastructure rebuilds, to your everyday AV upgrades, and that's what it means to be future ready. Be sure to tune in all season long to hear from our coach during his weekly and post-game press conferences powered by Oakers, proud partner of your New England Patriots.
building a fireplace, patio, walkway? Plymouth Quarries has 60 acres of products for you. Visit their Hingham location or PlymouthQuarries.com. Plymouth Quarries, excellence in stone since 1915.
It's colossal lobster roll season at the 99 restaurant. Choose hot buttered or traditional with celery and mayo, both built to the hilt with chunks of tender North Atlantic lobster, served with fries and coleslaw. Enjoy it with friends for a limited time. You gotta love the Nines.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Listos todos. Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize. Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with auto-pay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without auto-pay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Roofing? Mario's. Siding? Mario's. Windows? Mario's. Skylights? Just call Mario's.
Hi, this is Stephen Goulston, owner of Mario's Quality Roofing, Siding, Windows, and Skylights. Homeowners choose Mario's Roofing because we're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate. 781-344-2420. Visit us at mariosroofing.com. Mario's Roofing. We won't soak you to keep you warm and dry.
Get to the summer super sale now at McGovern Kia of Norwood. Save on Kia Sorrento and gas-saving Kia Sportage plug-in hybrids. Summer savings include leases with affordable monthly payments or choose low APR financing. And whether you lease or own your vehicle, McGovern Kia of Norwood is willing to pay you an additional $2,000 over your trade-in value. Shop now at the Route 1 Auto Mile in Norwood or at McGovernKiaofNorwood.com. That's McGovernKiaofNorwood.com.
I have artificial intelligence. I bought an Alexa. Supposed to make life easy, not if you need new windows at your house. Watch this. Alexa, how do I replace my windows?
Upgrade Windows operating software.
Right, thank you. Now, if you want easy, you have to use real intelligence and call Right Window. Right Window makes replacing your windows easy because we come to you, we show you our windows, different price options, financing, then we custom build, install in one day, and back it with a lifetime warranty. I mean, it's easy as one phone call. Wait, I bet you Alexa can do that. Alexa, call Right Window.
Call Right Window is a jingle.
Yeah, I know, but I want you to call
I will play it.
No, I don't want you to play it.
Call Right Window.
Oh, jeez. Luckily, it's easy to make the call yourself. 800-649-3600. Okay, one more try. Alexa, who has a better window installed for the right price?
British rock band The Who, formed in 1964.
Give me that thing. Sorry, the answer is easy. Right Window.
Grab your friends and make the most of each day with those who matter most and enjoy a White Claw hard seltzer this week at Lincoln Tavern and Restaurant, 425 West Broadway in South Boston. White Claw. Grab life by the claw. Please drink responsibly.
Felger and Maz, afternoons on the Sports Hub.
You obviously are overdoing it at times because you want to be out there and you're such a competitor. It's hard to hold back when I'm sure you're on a timeline, right? Where you got to hit certain marks to make sure you feel good. But overall, you feel like you're moving in.
I feel great. I mean, I'm pushing the needle always. I'm always on doing more than less. And, we'll see about week one. I don't know how I feel about it. We'll see. Coaches aren't too excited. I'm not too excited. I'm just trying to take it day by day. So we'll see, man. It looks like we just don't know where it's going to go.
Yeah, there's a chance, but you just got to get through camp, right? That's the goal as the team right now.
We'll see what happens.
We'll see.
Diana Rossini with Patriots wide receiver Stephon Diggs earlier this week. And that got people talking. Welcome back. Patriots preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper. Again, coming to you this morning from the Town Fair Tire Studio in Waltham ahead of the second preseason game for the Patriots against the Minnesota Vikings. And I don't know. Again, it's just my pessimistic nature, Chris. I don't think that's nothing. He is. He used to use the term mercurial for Kyrie Irving when he was a Boston Celtic.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's the perfect word for Stephon Diggs, too. He could change on a dime how he feels about things. So I don't think this is just him being goofy. I think that there is something up. Maybe he felt, again, he showed up late for those practices with Washington and then got held out.
Of the game, yeah.
Yeah, held out of the game. And then Mike Vrabel said coach's decision. I don't think he used that term if it's just Stephon Diggs being goofy,
Yeah, it is interesting, but I think Burt Breer sort of nailed it. I mean, this is part of the Steph Diggs experience. I think the question is part of the Steph Diggs experience him still being a number one wide receiver we know he's not necessarily in his prime, but is he capable of doing for Drake May, even though he's not in his prime, but is still a good player to very good player, we think, what he was able to do for Josh Allen, which is help him in his maturation, help elevate him as a quarterback. That's what you're hoping. You'll be a guy that can take a little bit of the pressure off of Drake May and the rest of the receiving core. That would make a huge difference for the Patriots. The other element that's interesting is that while Diggs has experience in this type of offense, having played for Brian Daboll when he was the offensive coordinator in Buffalo, he hasn't quite played in the purified, unadulterated version of it, and I think they made some allowances for him in Buffalo, i.e. we're going to find ways to get you the football. The way Josh McDaniels does the offense, and I think sometimes this was much to the chagrin of Devontae Adams in Las Vegas, is who's the number one guy? It's the open guy.
Yeah.
And these number one wide receivers, a lot of times they don't like that. It's like, it's I need my balls. I need my targets. I need my production.
Yeah,
you have to
mine.
find a way to get me the football. That's not always how Josh does it.
Sticking with this position, it feels like, I felt like he was a lock. He did a one of these camp interviews with Zolak and Bertrand on their show on the Sports Hub. It's Kendrick Bourne. The way he was talking, it's like, oh, that's right, the familiarity with Josh McDaniels' offense. I know there might be a little bit of a crunch there because guys like Efton Chisholm trying to make the team, but I heard this interview. I'm like, oh, Bourne's in. Like, it doesn't matter. He knows the system. But then he's been dealing with an injury lately, and all of a sudden it feels like he's being talked about as a guy that might not end up making the team. Do you think he's on the way out?
Yeah, I would. It's without speaking with Josh McDaniels and without knowing, because I think Josh McDaniels could tip that balance. He will have that type of sway on offense. I would say he's out. Just because you have Matt Collins, who's healthy now and has experience in the system. Kendrick Bourne has experience in the system, but so does Matt Collins. And he's playing. Now you have Javon Baker, who's going to play on special teams. Kendrick Bourne's not going to play on special teams. So if you don't need the experience in the system, if that's not your calling card, because you have somebody else that has that, and you don't play on special teams, there's somebody younger, potentially with more upside, who does that, where do you really fit on the team?
All right, coming up, we'll give you the top of the hour headlines, and then Chris Gasper and I will talk with Scott Zolak as he sets the scene in Minnesota at U.S. Bank Stadium. The Patriots get ready for the second preseason game against the Vikings. That is coming up next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network.
Safety Insurance is committed to working with independent agents that will listen, ask smart questions, and make sure you have the coverage that truly protects you. Ask an independent agent about safety insurance. We'll help you manage life storms.
DQ presents the new Reese's Caramel Craze Blizzard Treat, a perfect blend of Reese's and caramel. Soothe your sweet tooth at DQ and enjoy Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, salted caramel truffles, and chocolatey shavings. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
The Ford Summer Sales Event is here. Get the best deal on the best-selling trucks in America for 48 years. Ford F-Series. They do more than just get you to your destination. With top-notch capability, they're made for hauling your entire summer bucket list and finishing off your to-do list. Plus, luxurious comfort and tech for every passenger. In these trucks, the joy is truly the journey. Only at your New England Ford dealers. Based on 1977 to 2024 CY Industry Reported total sales.
At National Grid, we know home is where you feel your best. That's why we're dedicated to making your home comfortable and energy efficient year-round. With a home energy assessment, you can learn how your home uses energy and receive a custom report with helpful recommendations. You can also learn about energy-saving solutions such as insulation, air sealing, and more. If you're ready to save energy at home, we'll be there for you every step of the way. Visit ngrid.com/assessment or call 866-527-SAVE to learn more. National Grid is a proud sponsor of Mass Save.
What's next? College? University? There's a world of great options after high school, but they come with a cost. Most of us can't save it all. None of us should borrow it all. But we can all look to MIFA, our Massachusetts Educational Financing Authority, for low-cost, fixed-interest-rate loans with multiple repayment options and predictable monthly payments. Get the loan that's right for you and your family. Apply at MIFA.org today. That's MEFA.org.
Hi, welcome to IKEA. Hi, I'm in a whirlwind of college prep. Gotcha. We've got affordable solutions to create the perfect college living space. Great. And visit our website to see how verified college students with an IKEA family account can receive a one-time use 15% off coupon. Nice. You guys think of everything. Pretty much. Offer ends 9/30/25. Valid ID required. Discount applied proportionally across items purchased as shown on receipt. See IKEA-USA.com/ready for college for complete terms.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay,
Oh,
deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years. The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm, totally natural.
Sweet. Thank you. Thank you. High five, everybody. High five.
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five.
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
It's hour 2 of the New England Honda Dealers Patriots pregame show. Today's pregame check-in with Jim Murray and Chris Gasper is brought to you by your New England Honda dealers. Roll into game day in style with the rugged Honda Ridgeline. Contact your local New England Honda dealers to learn more or visit newengland.hondadealers.com.
At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, we're all about keeping you on the road to summer fun, to rides, to the beach, even to faraway places.
Are we there yet?
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Summer drives start here.
The Celtics play on the Sports Hub.
Let's pause. 10 seconds for station identification here on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
From the Town Fair Tire Studios, this is Boston's home for sports. WBZ-FM at HD Boston 98.5 The Sports Hub. Easily Media Group Station. Sports Hub headlines. Presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
With the 2 joint practices with Minnesota in the books, Patriots and Vikings play preseason game number 2 this afternoon at U.S. Bank Stadium. Minnesota holding out second-year quarterback J.J. McCarthy among a handful of starters. Kickoff comes your way in an hour. Bob Sosey, Phil Perry with the call here on the Patriots Radio Network. The Washington Commanders have activated wide receiver Terry McLaurin off the physically unable to perform list. The move is the next step in his progression and is unrelated to contract negotiations. That, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. Trevor Story bounced one through the drawn-in infield with the bases loaded. Nobody out in the 9th inning. Just Boston's 3rd hit of the game. Red Sox defeat the Miami Marlins 2-1 last night at Fenway Park. Series continues this afternoon with first pitch at 4:10. The other big news in baseball is that Christian Yelich hit 2 home runs, powering the Brewers' comeback last night against the Reds. They erase an 8-1 deficit. They come back 10-8. They've now won 13 straight. And the New England Revolution look to build off last weekend's win over D.C. United. They close out a 4-game homestand at Gillette Stadium against LAFC. The match begins tonight at 7:30. Headlines are brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Visit Valvoline Instant Oil Change for your 15-minute drive-through oil change. You never have to leave your car, and no appointments ever needed. Get your 15% off coupon at NewEnglandOilChange.com. I'm Jim Murray with your headlines. Next update with Matt McCarthy during the game.
This is Patriots Preview, driven by the stylish Honda Accord. Contact your local New England Honda dealers to learn more or shop online at newengland.hondadealers.com. Now, here's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper.
Well, I'm good. Physically, I am just, taking it day by day, trying to make sure that I'm not having any setbacks and that I'm just going forward with my progress. So, as you see, I was out there today during the team period. Hopefully tomorrow, I do a little bit more and just keep it steady so I'm ready for week 1.
It's Patriots corner Carlton Davis, who you've seen sparingly throughout camp this summer. Does have a injury history, but, one of the big investments this offseason for the Patriots, so they will be needing him. You won't be seeing him today in the second preseason game against the Vikings. Welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper coming to you this afternoon from the Town Fair Tire Studio in Waltham, getting ready for preseason game number 2, and joining us from inside U.S. Bank Stadium in Minneapolis ahead of today's game. It's Scott Zolak to set the scene. What's up, Zoe?
Hi, guys. Good afternoon. Kind of a funky, yonky start time to a preseason game.
Yeah.
You have to go back to the late 90s, I think, was the last time. I think I actually played one.
I was going to say 1997, according to Reese.
1997.
Yeah.
Good job.
According to Reese.
I think I threw a touchdown to a guy named Barber, who was a running back in that game. But yeah, that's back when preseason was real. I think Bledsoe almost threw the ball 30 times in that game.
No kidding.
Parcells always got pissed off because they weren't playing well enough, and he just let them run through the half. I never got to play, or else he just didn't want to play me.
So do you think Mike Vrabel will play the offensive starters or the starters on both sides, at least for the first half today?
I think if you're not, I don't think they're going to go to the first half. I think it's a lot like last week. I think it's going to be very similar to the rotation that you had a week ago. Just talking with him yesterday, he was content with the amount of reps they got. This is the new norm, guys. 2 joint practices, you get your starters a ton of reps, and you gear it back here, and none of those guys play next week. I mean, talk about the turnaround. We're on the road next Wednesday, preseason game number 3, the final one at Giants. Nobody plays in that one. So I expect, hey, if you're on a bubble and you're playing in this one, you're going to get some reps in this one today as a veteran.
What was your takeaways though from the joint practices and what you've heard about him, what you've been able to talk to guys around the team about him in terms of what the Patriots got out of that and specifically what Drake May got out of it?
I just remember with Bill that, you know, when you had joints and they were multiple joint practices, that the best thing about having those and how it helps you as a team is you go out there day one, and then you're in camp, so you're meeting all day. You get to correct your mistakes. You get the game plan a little bit. You get the feel for who we're practicing against tomorrow. And then the next day should be better and better. Say you do 3 of them. My impression is that they were pretty disappointed with day number 2. That some guys didn't show up. Maybe it's one play here or there. It wasn't cataclysmic where 5 guys blew assignments. But, you know, in offense, one guy messes it up, the whole thing goes to pot. So, bad day on Thursday, I guess.
So if guys are fighting for jobs today, it feels like one of the areas to look at is wide receiver, Efton Chisholm, Javon Baker. What have you made of Chisholm? Do you think like what people are seeing and talking about and writing about is real? Like, are you a believer?
2 weeks ago, I would say no. He had no chance to make this team. That the OTAs and that, and when you get the pads on, it's a different story. The lights are brighter. And he has just made play after play throughout camp and in the games last week. They gave him a ton of reps, I guess, with the ones here in practice. I was not here to view that. We'll see here tonight. And he's playing his way onto this football team. Definitely ahead of Polk. Baker, same thing. Baker played special teams last week, guys.
Right.
Made a tackle. And if he's doing that, a little bit of extra stuff, Javon Baker could play his way onto this team. And that goes to the debate of, are you keeping 6 or 7, you know?
What other areas to look for guys that are fighting for their jobs today?
Offensive line, right? I mean, you got guys going down. You're trying to figure out what's the best combination. Can't really trust the rookie Wilson to come out here and play center to start things off. So he's really relegated to guard. And then, if Bradbury struggles, we going with Ben Brown. What are we doing? Cole Strange isn't really getting the reps. You look at right tackle. You know, Moses. I don't think he's not going to play here tonight. So he's an older guy that they're sort of taking care of. Played a lot of football, but wouldn't expect to see Morgan Moses here tonight. So, you know, Jacobs has got to build off what he did last week. I thought he got a little better.
Zoe, do you get the sense that they're starting to have any second thoughts about going rookies on the left side with Campbell and specifically Jared Wilson? You know, he didn't get all of the first team reps. I guess he left the practice early, but they had Ben Brown in there. And according to reports, it's a little unclear whether it was just, injury related for Jared Wilson not getting those reps or Ben Brown in there. Maybe are they having some second thoughts about 2 rookies over there?
I just think they're throwing a lot at Wilson because, hey, he's an unrestricted free agent. It's like a David Andrews type guy. But he's got a massively high ceiling. Played at Georgia.
Yeah.
You know, SEC guy, tough. They like him. I know they like him a lot. I think, them moving him around sort of made him flatline a little bit. I think he took a little step back, which is disappointing. But I think they going into this and with McDaniel's offense and the complications of the center position and how you need to be in tune with everything, hard to throw a rookie out there at center. But if you can't pick it up at guard, you're probably going to go with one of the veterans there at guard.
So this situation with Steph Diggs over the last couple of days, is it what we're hearing? We talked to Burt Breer a little while ago, and he says, like others, it's just part of the Steph Diggs experience. Yeah. This is what you get from a diva wide receiver. But I don't know. I said yesterday in Felger and Maz, Terry McLaurin isn't being an on-the-field locker room problem. He's just trying to get a new deal. There's other Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's not a big pain in the ass. Like, what's going on here? Is it nothing, or is this his personality?
Honestly, I think the guy's completely busted his ass to get back. And, man, do I appreciate him for that. Because, when they signed him, I'm like, oh, you're not going to see him till, week 5, week 6. No, he's a week 1 guy. And I think he's just getting itchy. I think he's like, hey, guys, I busted my ass to get back. I'm ready to go play me. He looked good in practice. I heard again from people, talked to people with the team. He was breaking ankles out here. So he's like, I'm going to do that in the game. And you're here in Minnesota. He wants to come out here and play against this old team. That's what you do when you're a diva and you leave and you weren't happy at some place. You want to show them up. And
No, they're doing the right thing. Don't play him. Piss him off. Let him get itchy. Let him explode on week 1.
Any chance he's playing today?
No.
That makes sense. I just had to ask because there's all this stuff the Patriots are posting of him warming up and all that, and I was like, I don't think he's going to play. But just you mentioned it, he's back in Minnesota, so he's obviously not going to play.
If he plays,
there.
I'll do pregame and postgame next week for you guys.
Oh, okay, good to know. Good to know. All right, yeah, a little skin in the game.
That's going to be a fun one. They're taking calls in that one. Hey guys, let's do the 53. Yeah. Hey, watch the safety position too.
Okay.
Watch Hawkins. What they love the kid Woodson. Relative of Woodson from the former Heisman winner. Played at Michigan, Hall of Famer. So, they like him. They like his range. He's playing like a veteran, from what I'm told.
So what do you make of Duggar's situation then? You just brought it up, the safeties. I mean,
hesitating.
What do you make of his situation? Is it injury related? Is it
Nope.
he's not a fit? What is it?
When Mike Vrabel talks about schemes and coverages, he's kind of just floating there. Where Duggar, Chris, you remember Duggar when he first got here? It's heat, seek, and missile.
Yeah.
I look, I react, and boom, I go.
Yep.
I think he's hesitating right now. And he's not believing in this game. It's not coming around. Maybe it clicks next week for him. I don't know. But those two guys have played themselves ahead of him right now from what I see and what I'm told.
All right, refresh my memory because we never got to see him in regular season action last year because he got hurt. The Vikings are keeping out J.J. McCarthy, but where did you fall on him? Did you believe in him?
I loved him.
You did?
Yeah. I think he's a winner. I think he's a game manager. I just didn't know, like, what were we going to do? Was there going to be takers for that number 3 pick to where you could slide back and become a player for like a Penix or a McCarthy? And I would have taken McCarthy over Penix. I did like Penix. I like Penix a lot. I watched him at Washington. High production guy. JJ just seems like he's got that, I don't know, Baker Mayfield combination, Baker Mayfield, Brady leadership type thing. You know, he gets irritated like Mayfield does, and I just think he's tough. And I thought he had a hell of a workout, leading up to the draft. I watch all those guys. And I just thought Caleb Williams is lazy as hell. And from talking, no, what's funny, you go around, you talk to guys like Jim Miller on Sirius, who does a show with Pat Kerwin, all these guys that go around to camps. If they redrafted that class from a year ago, a lot of them feel that it would be Daniels 1, Drake 2, and then after that, maybe it's Nix, then Penix, then McCarthy, or McCarthy 3, Nix 4. But they would say that Caleb Williams would go 6 after all those guys.
Wow. Yeah. I wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole. And I felt that way once I saw him.
Said he's been like a brat at camp.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he started crying in mommy's arms when he was at USC. My God.
Slamming the ball, spiking, calling guys out.
So just
It'd be interesting to see what that coach does with him. Sorry, Jim.
Yeah. The overall feel of being back in that building. I know there was that Thanksgiving night game, but it's that place is like a house of horrors for someone like me that was there for that horrible Super Bowl where Brady goes off for 500+ yards. It's just one that still sticks in my craw.
I am currently in my same spot that I sat in, where Bob called the game to my left. Capella's sitting right between us. Dennis Newton's behind us, and we got our binoculars at the end of that first quarter, staring at that bench, wondering why is Malcolm Butler not in a football game. I think I was the first one to say it to Bob. Hey, Bob, it's like we're 10, 11 minutes into this game. I haven't seen Malcolm out there yet. And then I think it was the second quarter. Was it, Bob, was that about the second quarter we started to talk about him not being out there? That was strange. And Jim, 505 yards he threw for number 12. You hung a statue for him. We couldn't put Malcolm Butler in the damn game.
Yeah.
Well, I think NBC started to show him on the sideline more frequently, and Michelle Tafoya had a report early in the game, and he was crying, and that's when we started to pick up on it.
Thank you. Okay, thanks, Bob. Bob's right. Yep. It was the national anthem. He was crying, and after that, and there was some confusion on the sideline. Guys had their hands up, and like they were talking to him. And I'm like, holy crap.
Yeah, that's one. I was in Minnesota last summer. Even walking outside the place, I'm like, I'll never go in there again.
I didn't want to come. I'm sitting in the same spot I called the game from, and I remember right about the 40, right in front of the Patriots bench down there, was when we saw Brandon Cooks get knocked out the game.
Yeah.
And we saw Jordan. Was it Jordan?
Jordan Richards?
Jordan Richards.
Jordan Richards.
With the long white sleeves, baggy white sleeves, stuck in a slot. And I'm asking my play-by-play guy, why is he covering the slot receiver? And it was Aguilar on that drive on third down. And way to go, Jim. You're making me rehash all this.
I know, Jim. Why are you doing this to us, Jim?
I know.
Are you sure it wasn't Johnson Batamosi?
Yeah. Oh, my God, Bob. It was. It's just a combination of, holy crap, it could have been.
Well, Zoe, at least tell me you and Capello and some of the guys went to Manny's last night.
Went to Manny's.
Nice.
I had, I'm going to text you, Jim, the double-sized prime rib that I had.
Oh, I love it.
And Capello, He sucked down a ribeye, about a 28-ounce bone-in ribeye. Ooh. Then he ate half of my prime rib. But we had no sides, nothing else. But I'll send it to you. It was phenomenal. We ate at the bar.
All right. Well,
old school.
Thanks for setting the scene. You're on with the McCourty brothers today in the TV end, and we'll be talking to you this season.
Thanks,
All right, guys. Appreciate it. Talk to you next week.
Scott Zolak from inside the stadium as the Patriots are getting ready for the second preseason game against the Minnesota Vikings. You've been to Manny's?
I have not.
Oh. There's not much to like about Minneapolis, but that is one of the great steakhouses in America. If any of you ever find yourselves out there, make the reservations. The place is as top-notch as it gets. Otherwise, that city, we'll return. We'll talk to Phil Perry. We'll get some more insight on what's going on with this Steph Diggs thing, because he was the one that really kind of helped break it, I feel like. Maybe some discord going on between he and Mike Vrabel and the coaching staff. We'll talk to Phil Perry, who's going to be on the call.
You have the Mike Vrabel interview?
Right. I'm sorry. We have Mike Vrabel next. My bad. We'll hear from head coach Mike Vrabel. Then we'll talk to Phil Perry. Coming up here on the Safety Insurance 98.5 Sports and Patriots Radio Network.
Take a look. Reed's Ferry Sheds wants you to take a look at the sheds sold at the big home improvement store. They're made with particle board. And we both know when particle board meets water, it turns to fall particle board. For the same price, you could own a better built Reed's Ferry Shed. Backed by a 30-year warranty, installed by Reed's Ferry. Call Reed's Ferry this week and schedule your installation.
Call 888-85-SHEDS.
Need a shed? If it says Reed's Ferry, you got a good one.
This is Cole Strange. Credit Union's Kids at Heart is again funding research on treatments for many pediatric brain diseases. With each first down, they'll make a generous donation. So let's root for a successful season. Learn more at cukidsatheart.org.
The First Downs to Fight Pediatric Brain Disease campaign is generously supported by Quincy Credit Union and Service Credit Union. You gotta try the new burgers at the Nines, like the new Bourbon Onion Burger. Their half-pound 100% American Angus beef is sure to please. You gotta love the Nines.
And now, breaking news. You leaving me, your state-of-the-art 65-inch 4K smart television, for going out with friends and not staying in to watch TV. Sources confirm that is a terrible decision. Picture-in-picture mode. Do your friends have that? Can they simultaneously stream live sports and extreme baking shows? How about I make everything sepia? Whatever you want, I'll do it. Just don't put me on standby.
Don't listen to your TV. Head out with your friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
At Boston Logan, they're building the airport of the future for you today. From upgraded terminals with better Wi-Fi, refreshed restrooms, and more dining options, to improved parking, smoother roadways, and easier ways to get here. Thanks for your patience as Logan works to make every part of your travel experience better. Learn more at massport.com/improvements.
Attention skilled tradespeople and sales pros. Are you ready to join a team where your hard work is valued and your career can thrive? Gem Plumbing and Heating has 2 new branch offices in Massachusetts and is hiring. We're looking for HVAC, plumbing, electrical, drain, and sales professionals who are ready to take their careers to the next level. Enjoy competitive pay, benefits, and a supportive team environment. Plus, we're offering attractive sign-on bonuses. Don't wait. To join our growing team, apply at AskGem.com today.
The 158th Marshfield Fair is more than just rides and carnival games. It's the best spot in town for live music this summer. Catch local favorites all throughout the fair, on stage and in the Music Tent Tavern. It all culminates with the annual North River Blues Festival on Saturday and Sunday, August 23rd and 24th. It's the 158th Marshfield Fair, August 15th to the 24th. For a schedule of events, visit marshfieldfair.org. The Marshfield Fair, Route 3A in Marshfield.
There is nothing like the feeling of coming home to yourself after a struggle with cancer. For nearly 80 years, Dana-Farber has given people their life back. Because nothing is as effective against cancer as discovery after discovery after discovery. Dana-Farber is Boston's cancer specialist. We can help you come home again. Learn more at danafarber.org.
0, 0, and 0. The winning number is 0 now at McGovern Ford in Framingham, Lowell, and Saugus. 0% APR financing up to 48 months, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days on select 2024 and 2025 Ford models like the new 2025 Ford F-150 XLT or the 2025 Ford Explorer Active. Lease or own your vehicle? McGovern Ford is willing to pay you an additional $3,000 over your trade value. Get your zeros now at McGovern Ford in Framingham, Lowell, and Saugus. Shop now at McGovernFord.com. Take delivery by 9/2/25. Tax, title, license, and dealer fees extra on approved credit. See dealer for details. Not all buyers will qualify.
Save $1,500 this month on the ultimate paint job. I'm Matt.
I'm Pat. We own Rhino Shield of New England, America's leading permanent paint brand.
Rhino Shield ceramic coating is far more durable than a traditional paint job.
The reason Rhino is more durable is our combination of preparation and product.
Unlike a conventional paint job, we remove all weak and failing paint and make repairs.
After we do extreme preparation, we apply a superior product.
Weather tested by BASF Labs and proven over 2 decades on thousands of homes across America.
Rhino Shield is so durable, we back our results with the longest painting warranty in New England.
This time, don't just paint the house, get the ultimate paint job.
And take advantage of our summer special. Schedule your job before August 30th and save $1,500.
Call 888-90-RHINO.
Hurry, $1,500 off ends August 30th.
Call 888-90-RHINO today.
888-90-RHINO. Rhino Shield. Don't paint, don't vinyl, go Rhino.
Learn to lead with impact at Babson College, ranked the #1 graduate school in entrepreneurship for 32 years by U.S. News & World Report. Join their virtual admissions workshop on August 27th and receive an application fee waiver up to $100. Register at babson.edu/grad workshop.
The Pats play on the Sports Hub.
All right. Really started to kick in. That sounded like old-timey radio to start there. Welcome back. Patriots preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper. We are here in the Town Fair Tire Studio in Waltham. Bob Sozzi, who, of course, is the voice of the New England Patriots, on the call. He is out in Minneapolis ahead of the second preseason game between the Patriots and the Vikings at U.S. Bank Stadium. And Bob is with head coach Mike Vrabel.
Indeed, joined by Mike Vrabel, whose Patriots wrapped up a good week of work at a great facility out here in the Twin Cities. And, Mike, now you get ready to play preseason game number 2 against the Minnesota Vikings. But looking back on Wednesday and Thursday, what do you know today that you did not know about your team going into those back-to-back joint practices?
Well, I don't think that we just can't hit a lull. I felt like there were times where we hit a lull. And so just remaining consistent and not letting one play affect the other, good and bad. Offensively, it seemed like when we weren't able to produce a positive play, it was just one player. It wasn't the entire breakdown of the unit. And we just have to eliminate that one mistake or one player. And when we were able to do things with some coordination and be all in tune, we gained yards. We scored. We had completions. We had positive plays in the running game. Defensively, it's every day. You can't have a good day and then not come back and try to do some of those same things. So just overall team defense and helping each other and playing together is critical.
Going back to the first point with the offense in particular, overcoming bad plays within a drive, do you see resiliency from guys if an individual makes a mistake within a series that it isn't compounded by another mistake in that series?
I think so. I think that that's what we're trying to do. Maybe it's not a great play on 2nd and 10, but we're able to hit one on 3rd down and come back, and nothing I can do to show you better than a 2-minute drive that starts off pretty bad at the end of the game and with a sack, and we got to burn a timeout, and we don't have any left, and then we throw an in cut down there and get it clocked, and we have 8 seconds, which would think that we got two shots at the end zone, and we hit Kayshawn, who went up and made a play. So I would say that shows a little bit of resiliency.
And with regards to the back-to-back practices as opposed to one the previous week, when you're self-scouting, is there value to that where you see how they adjust to what you did on day 1 and counter it on day 2, and now you get a chance maybe to see how your team responds to that?
Yeah, again, I don't think they changed or did a whole lot. They were going to bring a lot of pressure defensively, offensively. We got to see new situation in the red zone. So it was structured a little differently, so we didn't get a whole, repeat of the first and second day. So we added situations, we added the red zone, so that was a little difference.
What about personnel? Back-to-back practices, more reps for guys, of course, in those competitive situations. Does it change the way you utilize your personnel for this game as opposed to Washington?
Yeah, maybe. I think 2 good days of work, but I think everybody that's healthy most everybody will play. I don't know how long they'll play, but would like to still see everybody get out there and get ready to play.
We talked a lot last week about the offense and the offensive line in particular. Let's switch to the defense here in the final couple of minutes. What have you seen from that defensive front? It's a different style for guys who are returning than they've played in the past in New England, and some of you guys are bringing what you had in Tennessee to that front seven.
Well, I mean, we want to be an attacking defense, but we still want to play with our hands. We want to play with, pad level and all those things. We can't just go ahead and just play reckless. There's still coordination that has to go on, and there's a fundamentals and technique that has to be played within that. So, I think continues to be a work in progress, and I think that as long as we can continue to get buy-in and work those fundamentals and start to see how they can help us, that's the most important thing.
We haven't seen Christian Gonzalez, but we have seen Carlton Davis in some team periods of the last couple of days. What do you see from him and his progress in being out there for you in week one?
Well, he's aggressive. He's an aggressive player, aggressive corner. He wants to challenge. He showed that he would tackle in his reps that he got yesterday and over the course of the few days. And so I think that's all encouraging. And, continue to knock the rust off a little bit from where he was in beginning of training camp and just getting those walkthrough reps. So taking advantage of the reps and getting himself ready to play for the season.
And Christian's absence has allowed Alex Austin to get a lot of run with that first. Here's a guy that's been kind of intriguing with the Bills, with Houston, a little bit of experience with the Patriots. What have you seen from him?
He challenges. He's been able to finish and get his hand on some footballs. He's played inside. He's played outside. Got good length, and I think he continues to improve. And sometimes he's seeing things for the first time, maybe, but he's coachable. And again, he's been out there, so he's been able to improve and help himself.
And has Robert Spillane and maybe Dr. Givens as well? Those guys they've been the kind of players you expected them to be in your linebacking group, having had experience with them previously.
Yeah, and I think Christian Ellis has done well. I think Christian had his best day the other day, just from a running around standpoint and being productive and flashing and triggering and showing up around the football. So, we got a long way to go. Doesn't seem like it, but we do. 23 days or whatever it is. That's a lot of time to still get some work done.
Finally, it's an early kickoff here for preseason game. This is unusual to have a noon local time kickoff during the preseason, but it's kind of regular when you look at the regular season schedule. Mostly 1 o'clock games for your team playing in the Eastern time zone. Is there a value to that, preparing on a game day to go to work with an early kickoff?
Well, we practice early in camp, and so it's hard in training camp. There's no real schedule. It changes. You got to be pretty flexible and be willing to adjust and adapt. So, we'll adjust and adapt, and we'll get up early, and we'll go play when they want us to play.
All the best. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys, back to you.
Thanks, Bob. Again, that's Bob Sosi, the voice of the Patriots, with head coach Mike Vrabel. And now we return. We'll talk to Phil Perry of NBC Sports Boston, who, of course, is with Bob during the preseason for the call of the game. He joined us next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
This is Ty Law, Pro Football Hall of Famer. Celebrate with friends, family, and co-workers at Apex Entertainment in Marlboro. Be amazed by 30 luxury bowling lanes, chef-inspired menu with 2 full bars serving signature cocktails, making it a perfect destination for events. Come to Marlboro and visit, or check us out at apexentertainment.com.
Installing a mailbox, planting a tree, or planning other yard work? Don't dig yourself into trouble. Click digsafe.com or call 811 first to prevent damage to buried utility lines. It's smart, it's free, it's the law. Click digsafe.com or call 811.
Webster Bank was founded in 1935. Banking's changed since then, and so have we. We've grown into one of the largest banks with comprehensive financial solutions that meet the needs of modern life. But in 90 years, one thing hasn't changed. We're committed to doing what's right for our clients, our colleagues, and the communities we serve. Today, tomorrow, and for the next 90 years. A legacy of purpose with a future of possibilities. Learn more at websterbank.com. Webster Bank N.A. member FDIC equal housing lender.
Artificial intelligence, AI, has made my life so much easier. So has IA. Yep, my independent agent. She's a wizard when it comes to delivering great coverage at a great price. She bundled our home and auto with safety insurance. And with Safety's app that monitors driving habits, we saved even more. AI is great. For insurance, so is real intelligence. Ask an independent agent about safety insurance. They'll help you manage life storms.
Summer adventure awaits in a rugged new Honda. It's time to chase the sun wherever it takes you. With impressive Honda capability and exciting performance.
Check out the Passport, Pilot, Ridgeline, or CRV during the Honda Summer event.
See dealer for financing details.
Summer's winding down, but football season is heating up. Before you dive into your fantasy draft or lock in your Sunday setup, do one quick thing. Go to findmassmoney.gov and search your name. Here in Massachusetts, 1 in 10 people have unclaimed property from things like uncashed paychecks, refunds from overpaid bills, or forgotten savings accounts. I found my money at findmassmoney.gov, and so could you. Findmassmoney.gov is free, easy to use, and only takes 30 seconds to search your name. So don't leave money on the table this season. Visit findmassmoney.gov today.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service. Really? Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited interline apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
For the best deal on tires, head to Town Fair Tire. We beat every competitor every day on every tire. Tire dealers, we beat them. Clubs, we beat them. Online prices, we beat them. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire. Hey, did you know the Peterson School has been a leader in teaching the trades for nearly 80 years and is now enrolling for their summer semester in Woburn, Westwood, Worcester, Haverhill, and Turner Falls? Don't wait. Visit petersonschool.com to learn more. The Peterson School, we teach the trades.
The Revolution play on the Sports Hub.
Did you really believe that, Phil? I mean, you're a smart guy. I don't know where you went to school. It wasn't Ohio State, but, like, do you really believe that? Did you really believe that, Phil, or are you just trying to bait me into something? Okay. I wasn't sure you'd be ready for me, but is there any doubt in your mind? I don't know the context in which you said it, but you'd have to help me. I mean, he's been out here almost every day. I'm excited to where he's at, and we'll see when week 1 comes. But he's going to practice today. Hopefully he helps us in the red zone. But we can't predict the future about week 1. I just know he's going to be out there today. And he works hard, and he cares, which are 2 important things.
Yeah, get him, Coach. The back and forth this week regarding Stephon Diggs with head coach Mike Vrabel and NBC Sports Boston's Phil Perry, who is adding the color during the preseason alongside Bob Sosi here on 98.5 The Sports Hub, the Patriots Radio Network. Welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. And Phil Perry joins us from inside U.S. Bank Stadium ahead of the second preseason game between the Patriots and the Minnesota Vikings. And so what is this then after that little back and forth between you and head coach Mike Vrabel, Phil Perry? Is there nothing going on with Stephon Diggs, but is there something brewing between the wide receiver and the coaching staff?
Well, first, I just want to say I hope I'm fully energized for this visit with you guys. I only now just climbed out of the locker into which Mike Vrabel had stuffed me earlier this week. Bear with me here.
You held your own as a Georgetown guy.
Listen, in a weird way, guys, and people may not believe me on this, but in a weird way, that's sort of Mike Vrabel's humor. I mean, he's a ball buster, and he and I, believe it or not, have gotten along pretty well over the course of the first few months of his tenure here as head coach. And we talked a little bit after the press conference, and that was not as malicious as maybe it came off at the microphone. I'll just say that. With Stephon Diggs, my understanding is he's been good behind the scenes. They're happy with him. There had been a few sort of breadcrumbs as to, how he'd been doing, and we all were sort of scratching our heads at, for instance, the comments by receivers coach Todd Downing, where he kind of highlighted that, he just needs to make sure he's in the right place at the right time, and he needs to make sure that he doesn't get down if he doesn't make a bunch of catches. And, him saying that leads us to believe, I think rightfully so, okay, well, does that mean he is getting disappointed when he's not getting catches in practice? Does that mean he's not aligning where he's supposed to be? And I do think there have been moments where I've noticed that, where he looks a little unsure at the line of scrimmage, even during these joint practices in Minnesota. But what I've been told is behind the scenes, he's been good. He has been what they expected. Now, I don't think, guys, they're expecting him to be the old Stephon Diggs. I think that might be where, the public viewpoint of what Stephon Diggs could be for this offense and the team viewpoint differ. I think they see him as a good player and somebody who's really going to help them. But like 1,000-yard receiver, true number one, I haven't sensed that from people in the building.
Here's the question on that, though, Phil. Does Stephon Diggs still think he's the old Stephon Diggs? And look, he would have every right to look around in this receiver room and say, well, I think I can still be the old Stephon Diggs on this team, and I can help you.
It's a fair question, Chris, and I am curious how it'll go if we're a month or so into the season and he's only getting a couple of catches a game. Now, I don't know how it's going to play out, and we've still got a ways to go before we get to that point. But one thing that I have noticed is that in the full team periods in 11-on-11, he's just not as noticeable. He had one target on Thursday, one catch. Drake May dropped back to pass over 20 times and threw to Diggs just once. The day before, there were 27 dropbacks in 11-on-11 periods, and he threw to Diggs twice. And so, that's not including run plays. And so, he just has not had a massive target share in these practices, and it doesn't mean it won't change when the games come around. But Pop Douglas sees more passes. Hunter Henry, when he's out there, even Mac Hollins, since he's been back from PUP, has seen more looks, in my opinion, in those full team settings. And I just wonder, for a guy who's, coming off an ACL injury, things that I've heard from guys, and Chris, I'm sure you've heard things that are similar. Guys coming off of that ACL, it's all well and good to be able to run routes on air or to be able to, block somebody wearing a pad. But when you get out there and there's 21 other bodies on the field, there is a process that you have to go through just to get comfortable out there. And so I wonder if that's what we're seeing play out in these full team periods, 11-on-11, and Diggs just hasn't been all that noticeable.
Sticking at the position, it does feel like with this game, because we were talking to Zoe, and he's already said, no one's going to play next week. So it does feel like this is a real fight for guys like Efton Chisholm and Javon Baker to make the team today.
Yeah, I would say so. And to me, Chisholm has been impressive, and I know he's impressed the coaching staff too. He still, for the most part, is repping with Josh Dobbs in that number 2 offensive unit, but when he's out there and they give him an opportunity to make a catch, he does have guys a little, and I hesitate to say this just because I have so much respect for Danny Amendola's game, but the hands and the size is obvious, and the position obviously is sort of a true slot, but I thought Danny Amendola had some of the best hands at the receiver position that I've seen, and the ability to leave his feet and go up in the air and make a contested catch for a smaller guy was really, really impressive. And you see shades of that with Efton Chisholm. He caught 2, I thought, beautiful, contested in the red zone, so tight window touchdown grabs yesterday, or 2 days ago, from Dobbs in that second unit. And you do see him get reps with the ones. And to me, if there's a battle between he and Baker right now, if you were going strictly off of their offensive practice performance, you would go with Chisholm. Now, Baker, to me, gives you probably a little bit more special teams value. Let's see if Chisholm gets a few more opportunities to return punts. That really wasn't a strong suit of his in college, but he did have an 11-yard punt return last week, and I actually thought he made some good decisions as a punt returner, letting a couple of punts bounce into the end zone. But you're going to have to, if you're the 6th receiver on any team, you're going to have to contribute in the kicking game. So I wonder if that's going to be a difficult decision for them to make. If Baker is on the top punt team and the top kickoff team, is that more valuable than a guy who might be the 6th best wideout on the roster, but might not contribute all that much in the kicking game, and because he's the 6th wideout, might not get many offensive reps? It'll be really interesting to see what they do there.
I saw the tweet you just put out about Ben Brown repping in warm-ups with the first offensive line. What's going on there at left guard? Jared Wilson, is it a little bit of a mini rookie wall there? Is he banged up? Are the Patriots having second thoughts about having 2 rookies together on the same side?
It's a combination of things, Chris. I don't think it's that last thing. I don't think they are looking at this right now and saying Ben Brown is the long-term answer at left guard over Jared Wilson. No, they still like him. They like him a lot. He is going to be the long-term plan somewhere on the interior for them, but he is dealing with something physically. He had to leave practice early the other day, but they decided before that occurred, before he departed practice on Thursday, and it was very early in the practice, they decided that things had just been moving a little too quickly for Wilson. So, there's a combination of let's allow it to slow down a little bit for him. Let's let him deal with whatever he's dealing physically and get that right, although he is dressed right now, guys, and it looks like he might play, though not with the starters. And I think part of it, too, is they want to get Ben Brown top guard reps because he's primarily a center. And if he's going to be on this team and not starting, he has to be able to play not only center but both guard spots. So a little bit of a confluence of issues there for the Patriots and their offensive line. But one of them is, guy's young, and he's had a rough go of it the last week and a half or so, and they wanted to slow down for him a little bit.
Another guy who left practice, these joint practices this week, was corner Carlton Davis, who walked off the field around 5 minutes into warm-ups on, I think it was Wednesday, right?
It was, yes.
Yeah, so, look, it's worth mentioning. This is a guy who's got a reputation for being injury-prone, missed 30 games over 7 years, averages like 4 missed games over the last 3 seasons. And I liked him when he was with Tampa and Detroit, but I don't know, so far, how about in terms of the coaches? Do you get the feeling like there's some building frustration there, that he's not out there?
I don't, Jim. Mike Vrabel, as gruff as he can come off at times, I think doesn't get enough credit for being the type of players coach that he is, a former player himself. And so he sees guys like Carlton Davis, Morgan Moses, who is not going to play here today, Marcus Bryant, the 7th-round rookie, is going to start at right tackle in front of Drake May. Those types of guys, he is willing to allow them to manage things and to build a plan for them that will help them be at their best when the games actually matter. And so I don't sense any frustration there. It is worth noting, though, he did walk off the field, oddly to me, basically to skip the stretching portion of practice. He did come back on Wednesday, and then he participated in practice on Thursday. And so my expectation is that you'll see him out here today with the top defensive group, and they'll give him a chance to maybe run around with, I'm not sure if Jordan Addison's going to be a go for the Vikings, but whoever they have out there at receiver, it's pretty thin for them with no Justin Jefferson. But he should be out here, and it looks like things are sort of trending in the right direction for him. I don't think you'll see Jabril Peppers. You obviously won't see Christian Gonzalez, so it'll be a little bit of a mixing and matching situation for the Patriots secondary today.
Phil, overall, what would you say in terms of the Patriots and where they're at this week against Minnesota? This was a little bit of a measuring stick week against a team that won 14 games last year and was in the playoffs. What did you see from the Patriots and their progression?
Yeah, big picture, Chris, I think they're encouraged by the offense, believe it or not, because even though I and others reported that it was a difficult day for them on the offensive line on that second day of practice, I think they look at it from a larger vantage point and say to themselves, the quarterback played well, and he didn't turn it over through 2 practices. He had almost 50 dropbacks in 11-on-11 periods between the 2 days. And I counted really only 1 turnover-worthy throw, and there were only 2 throws total that defensive backs got their hands on. And so, to me, to make good decisions the way that Drake May did, scrambling at times, and that's not what you want to see in practice situations, but, not forcing things and not putting it into harm's way, throwing the ball away when he needed to. There were moments where he was on the move and still made some really impressive, in my opinion, tight window throws. So, big picture, you look at it, you say, yeah, Will Campbell had a hard time with Jonathan Grenard. There's no doubt about it. He's going to need help, and they know that. And I think their opinion would be, listen, there's 4 or 5 guys in the entire league at that position at left tackle that don't need help against some of the high-end pass rushers that they'll see over the course of a season. I guess the follow-up question to that would be, is Jonathan Grenard really high-end? I think he's pretty good. He's not Myles Garrett or Max Crosby. But I think their opinion is, hey, he's going to give us what we need at left tackle, and the quarterback, to me, exceeded expectations, quite frankly, guys. I thought it could be really, really ugly for him in particular, just because of all the exotic looks that the Vikings throw at opposing quarterbacks, especially young quarterbacks. And to me, he handled it well. And so that, to me, has to be encouraging. Funny enough, the defense, which I think we all think is going to carry this team to whatever wins they end up being able to record this year, was the more disappointing unit. And to me, that's how the coaching staff is looking at it too. Some really uncharacteristic breakdowns, especially on day 2. Not much in the way of pass rush, especially on day 2. So I think they feel as though, the offense actually came away from these practices looking a little bit better than their defense did here in Minnesota.
All right, Phil, just quickly, you do a lot of traveling for the gig, covering the Patriots all these years. Give me a grade for Minneapolis as a whole. How do you feel about the city?
I love Minneapolis this time of year. The last time I was here, I wasn't here for the Thanksgiving game a few years ago. So the last time I was here was for the Super Bowl, and it was about -20. It felt like every time you stepped outside the Mall of America, which wasn't often, by the way. I felt like I lived in that freaking place for about 8 days. So this time of year, July or August, everything is very green. The weather was pretty good the first couple days we were here. Got a chance to catch a Twins game. A few other people on the beat. That was a blast. So I'm gonna give Minneapolis. Believe it or not, I'm giving Minneapolis a B+.
Wow, that is a high grade from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed your time there. Thanks for taking the time with us, and have a good call.
Wait, Jim, what's your grade for Minneapolis? I feel like maybe I'm a little too optimistic here on the city.
Oh, I'm
the Twin Cities.
I'm a D-. I do not like that place. I think it is one of the great S-holes in these United States. But they have one of the great steakhouses in Manny's. I talked to Zoe about that. But not a fan. Outside of Chicago, I'm not the biggest Midwest guy, I'll be honest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, you do get some passive-aggressive kindness here, which is it kind of comes off as kindness at first, but then you realize they're really not actually being all that kind. So
Minnesota
that was a little
nice,
bit of a turn-off.
they call it. Minnesota nice.
Yeah, but good food and good weather. So I'll go with a little higher grade, I guess, Jim.
All right, well, enjoy the call of the game with Bob Sosi, and thanks for taking the time with us, Phil.
Appreciate it, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, Phil Perry of NBC Sports Boston, who will be joining us this season. We return. We'll wrap things up. We'll say our goodbyes and give you last thoughts before we get into kickoff between the Patriots and Vikings out in Minneapolis. That's coming up next here on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network. Drains by James is Eastern Massachusetts' leader in drain cleaning and pipelining. And by now, you know they give a poop about your pipes. Drains by James wants you to also know what else they give a poop about. Fast, clean, trustworthy service of your clogged pipes, drains, sinks, toilets, showers, you name it. Drains by James also give a poop about you, the customer. They're not electricians. They're not HVAC guys. They do drains. So go with them when you've got a clog. You might not need them today, but when you do.
Drains by James. They give a poop about your pipes.
Now hiring at the Museum of Science. Join the museum facilities team as an HVAC mechanic or supervisor. Enjoy full-time work, great pay, and top benefits at an iconic Boston institution. Apply today at mos.org/careers or email careers@mos.org.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Hey, it's Maz for Window Nation. It's the end of summer here in Boston, basically, and your AC's working overtime. Time to have Window Nation replace your home's windows in 1 day or less. Right now, get 50% off all style windows, plus 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. That makes Window Nation more affordable on average than other companies. So hurry, Boston. The sale ends soon, and you don't want to miss out. Schedule your estimate right now at 866-90-NATION or at windownation.com.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems, like snoring, aches and pains, hot sleep, or even an old saggy mattress that can keep you up at night. And our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now get a king bed for a queen price, plus a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
It's Felger here, and the summer's heating up, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Made with real brewed tea and real vodka, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. So it's easy to sip and enjoy no matter what your plans are this weekend. It's not a seltzer. It's a Surfside. Sold at bars, restaurants, and package stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Live only happens once. For concert tickets, tour information, and all things live music, visit livenation.com.
Coleman.
It's electric.
When you need an electrician, call Coleman Electric. From Boston to Bow, New Hampshire, south to Sandwich, west to Worcester, Coleman Electric has an office around your corner and up your block. Remember, it's not Coleman, it's Coleman. Kuhlman.
It's electric. This is Boston's home for sports.
Welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. Wrapping things up here. This season, the weather report will be brought to you by Blue Sky Restoration Contractors. If your home or business is damaged by weather or any other property disaster, Blue Sky will take care of everything from beginning to end with locations across New England. Visit gobluesky.com, BLU sky.com, restoring your property and your life for a brighter tomorrow. In fact, they're going to be working on the condo complex that my wife and I live in because we had a tree come down in our backyard about 2 months ago now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're doing it for the association. So we love
Excellent.
Blue Sky Restoration Contractors. All right, some final thoughts from you, Chris, as we wrap things up here. What is the main thing you're looking for today for the Pats and the Vikings in this second preseason game?
Yeah, just the ability of the offense to function, not turn the football over like last week.
Yeah, I'd like to see Drake May and the offense play as much as they possibly can in the first half. From everything that we talked to today, from Zoe to Bob Sosi to Phil Perry, feels like it's going to be kind of a repeat of last week, though. I don't think I'm going to get that full first half from these starters.
It was almost 14 snaps for Drake May last week. We'll see how many he gets today.
All right, the New England Patriots pregame show has been driven by the stylish Honda Accord. Contact your local New England Honda dealers to learn more or shop online at newenglandhondadealers.com. As we wrap things up, some special thanks to send out today. Executive producer Jeremy Conley, technical producer Kevin Majori, intern Luke Arnpriester. Thank you guys. And coming up next, of course, it is the Patriots and the Vikings from Minnesota for preseason game number 2. For Chris Gasper, this is Jim Murray. Kickoff again between the Patriots and Vikings is up next. Enjoy the game, everybody.
This has been Patriots Preview, driven by the fun-to-drive Honda HR-V. Contact your local New England Honda dealers to learn more or shop online at newengland.hondadealers.com.
Yeah, man, get some rhythm, dude. Get some rhythm.
The Patriots are brought to you by Safety Insurance, Catches Law, Shaw's and Star Market, Oakrest Technologies, your New England Honda dealers, Credit Unions Kids at Heart, Town Fair Tire, Clinton Savings Bank, and by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Hey, listen to Cadence now. Listen in. Listen in.
Also brought to you by your New England Ford dealers, Eastern Propane and Oil, Comcast Business, Drains by James, Live Nation, UMass Lowell, your Boston area Chevrolet dealers, Devlin Energy, FindMassMoney.gov, and by Bigelow Tea.
Don't be no repeat offender, bro. We professional. Do what you're supposed to do when you're supposed to do it. Perfect practice make perfect, bro.
And by Reed's Ferry Storage Sheds, Fearless Boilers, Wendy's, the Peterson School, Dig Safe, Dairy Queen, Blue Sky Restoration Contractors, Eagle Leasing, Webster Bank, Heading Home, and by Apex Entertainment Center.
What a beautiful day, man.
The kickoff is next on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network.
Summer's here, and it's time to bring the heat in a new Honda. Head out on an unforgettable adventure. Or take a sporty sedan for a spin. All while driving with confidence. Check out the Civic, Accord, or HR-V during the Honda Summer Event.
See dealer for financing details.
Safety Insurance is committed to working with independent agents that will listen, ask smart questions, and make sure you have the coverage that truly protects you. Ask an independent agent about safety insurance. We'll help you manage life's storms.
I'm Doug Shaw, Project Director at Blue Sky Restoration. When your home or business is damaged by water, fire, mold, or storms, you need to get back to normal in no time. So call Blue Sky first. We take care of everything from beginning to end. Visit gobluesky.com, restoring your property and your life for a brighter tomorrow.
Don't miss out on the fresh fruits of summer.
Pint blueberries are now on sale at Shaw's and Star Market today through Thursday. Pick up blueberries by the pint for just $1.97 each when you use the digital coupon. Limit 2. When you shop with the Shaw's app, you get amazing deals and earn points on every purchase. Plus, find new lower prices aisle after aisle on your grocery essentials. Short on time? Order free curbside pickup or get delivery. Shaw's and Star Market, perfecting the art of fresh.
A heart condition can feel overwhelming. The questions, the uncertainty. Mass General Brigham is here with reassurance and expertise because you're in the hands of leading heart and vascular specialists. With cutting-edge research and innovative treatments, we bring breakthrough care to every patient. When you walk through our doors, you can rest easy knowing an entire team is behind you every step of the way. Mass General Brigham. Expert heart care, backed by research. Learn more at massgeneralbrigham.org/heart.
DQ presents the new Reese's Caramel Craze Blizzard Treat, a perfect blend of Reese's and caramel. Soothe your sweet tooth at DQ and enjoy Reese's peanut butter cups, salted caramel truffles, and chocolatey shavings. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
Earn your bachelor's online with UMass Lowell and grow your career options and earning power. You can easily transfer credits and accelerate your success. Begin September 3rd with UMass Lowell.
The Ford Summer Sales Event is here. Get the best deal on the best-selling trucks in America for 48 years. Ford F-Series. They do more than just get you to your destination. With top-notch capability, they're made for hauling your entire summer bucket list and finishing off your to-do list. Plus, luxurious comfort and tech for every passenger. In these trucks, the joy is truly the journey. Only at your New England Ford dealers. Based on 1977 to 2024 CY industry reported total sales.
The game is on the Sports Hub.
Henderson takes it straight ahead. Travion across the 20, 25 with a seam and a cut right past the 40. Slips a hit to the 50. Only the kicker down, run to the 30, to the 20, to the 10. Goodbye! Touchdown, Patriots! After rookie Travion Henderson ignited a blazing start to the Patriots preseason last Friday versus Washington, they've grinded through this week's joint practices in Minnesota, working toward their first regular season under head coach Mike Vrabel.
This will be a great opportunity to go against a talented team, well-coached team. We'll see how much they do defensively. They have a lot, so it's always a great challenge there.
For the Patriots offense in particular, it was, as tackle Morgan Moses explained, an opportunity to go against arguably the NFL's most unpredictable and aggressive defense.
It was great competition. I feel like it's been a good work day these past 2 days, and I feel like there's a lot of stuff on tape that we've learned from, and that it's going to do nothing but help us move forward.
And the same for linebacker Harold Landry and the Patriots defense during an up and down 2 days.
They're an exotic defense, man. They have everything that you can dial up, and Brian Flores has been doing it for a long time. So to be able to go out there and just hone in on the things that we need to work on and be able to get good quality work against somebody else, that's what you want out of these 2 days.
Today they re-engage. Coming up from Minneapolis, it's preseason game number 2 for the Patriots and Minnesota Vikings.
This is Patriots football.
Set to go. Snap ball down. Kick up. Kick is on the way, and it is good. It's good. It's good. And the Patriots are Super Bowl champions.
The Patriots are brought to you by Safety Insurance, Catches Law, Shaw's and Star Market, Oakers Technologies, your New England Honda dealers, Credit Union's Kids at Heart, Town Fair Tire, Clinton Savings Bank, and by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Wilson, quick throw. Intercepted by Malcolm Butler with 20 seconds to go. It's Super Bowl 49.
Also brought to you by your New England Ford dealers, Eastern Propane and Oil, Comcast Business, Drains by James, Live Nation, UMass Lowell, your Boston area Chevrolet dealers, Devlin Energy, FindMassMoney.com, and by Bigelow Tea.
Driving forward, diving to the goal line. A touchdown and a title for the Patriots.
I can't believe it.
They have completed the greatest comeback in Super Bowl history.
And by Reed's Ferry Storage Sheds, Fearless Boilers, Wendy's, the Peterson School, Dig Safe, Dairy Queen, Blue Sky Restoration Contractors, Eagle Leasing, Webster Bank, Heading Home, Wellesley Testosterone, the Dome at the Wyndham Wood School, and by Apex Entertainment Center.
And the Patriots are world champions again. Back-to-back world championships. 3 out of 4. Yes, it's a dynasty.
And the Patriots have won their 6th Super Bowl title. Yes, it's still a dynasty.
Now, here's Bob Sosi and Phil Perry.
And hello again, everyone. A very pleasant good afternoon and welcome to U.S. Bank Stadium in downtown Minneapolis for preseason game number 2 between the New England Patriots and the Minnesota Vikings. Bob Sosi, pleased to be joined once again by Phil Perry, sitting in for Scott Zolak. And Phil, can you explain to me how there are snow flurries falling inside of U.S. Bank Stadium while it's near 80 degrees and humid outside?
This is the magic of the NFL's preseason, Bob, clearly. Something that we can all experience here at U.S. Bank Stadium. Great feel before the game. It is loud. They've got all of the Viking paraphernalia out on the field right now. I don't know how many Viking starters we'll actually see today for the football game, but another good opportunity for some of the Patriots' top players to get some work.
Yeah, we won't see J.J. McCarthy, for example, second-year quarterback for Minnesota, drafted 7 spots behind Drake May last year. But we will see the Patriots quarterback we expect, and he saw a flurry of pressure from Brian Flores' Minnesota defense, bad pun intended, during the joint practices. What did you take away from the 2 days?
Well, when it comes to Drake May in particular, he had, I thought, a very impressive 2 days of practice, Bob, because as you mentioned, Brian Flores is as complicated as it gets when it comes to the types of defensive calls he's going to turn to with his Vikings unit, and May handled it well. Almost 50 dropbacks, Bob, not including run plays, almost 50 total dropbacks between the 2 practices in 11-on-11 periods of practice, and I counted just 1 turnover-worthy throw. He didn't turn it over a single time in 2 days, and that, to me, if you're Mike Vrabel and this Patriots coaching staff, has to be very, very encouraging.
We're going to see a reconfigured offensive line today, it appears. Marcus Bryant, once again, will get a lot of reps as the right tackle, the rookie out of Missouri. And Ben Brown gets an opportunity to play on the interior. His rise on the depth chart as a center guard swingman has been, I think, one of the maybe under-the-radar stories of this training camp.
Under the radar, but for those of us like you and me that have been out there every day, certainly noticeable. Right, this is a guy who played a lot of center for the Patriots last year, and that's really his primary position. But now that they've had the opportunity to get him some reps with that top offensive unit at guard, the Patriots feel as though that will better prepare him for the regular season, because if he makes the roster and he's not starting, he's going to have to be one of these super subs on the interior where you can play both guard spots and center. I think this is also an opportunity for them to get things to slow down just a little bit for their third-round rookie, Jared Wilson. It's been a
to summer fun, to rides, to the beach, even to faraway places.
Are we there yet?
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Summer drives start here.
Summer's winding down, but football season is heating up. Before you dive into your fantasy draft or lock in your Sunday setup, do one quick thing. Go to findmassmoney.gov and search your name. Here in Massachusetts, 1 in 10 people have unclaimed property from things like uncashed paychecks, refunds from overpaid bills, or forgotten savings accounts. I found my money at findmassmoney.gov, and so could you. Findmassmoney.gov is free, easy to use, and only takes 30 seconds to search your name. So don't leave money on the table this season. Visit findmassmoney.gov today.
Hey folks, it's Brian from Norfolk Power. Don't get caught with your pants down this season and schedule your Kubota
experience, then this is the show for you.
Third and long, alert, draw, screen!
With LeVar Arrington.
As a defensive guy,
TJ Hushmanzada.
I'm just bringing the viewers into how grown men in the locker room, like, I done played with some dudes that you disrespect them anyway. It didn't matter who it was. They was putting hands on you.
And Plaxico Burress.
They are the same person. The same exact quarterback.
It's a show with 3 of the best to ever do it on and off the field. And now, live from the Fox Sports Radio studios, here's Pro Bowler TJ Hushmanzada and Super Bowl champion Plaxico Burress.
Welcome back in Up on Game. I'm TJ Hushmanzada. That's Mr. Plaxico Burress. As we get into this second hour, man, it's good to see, but these young players, man, what we about to get into, in a position to be questioned. And this topic, this topic we about to discuss, it is, and we've gone over this. We've talked about this last week, not this exact topic, but where we're going to go, and you see what I'm talking. The Browns, Quinshon Judkins, he won't face charges, so obviously he's the only unsigned draft pick, second-round draft pick, running back drafted out of Ohio State. He's yet to be signed. Isaiah Bond, he got cleared, and he's looking to sign with the Cleveland Browns. To bring people up to date on the situation. Quinshon Judkins was charged, I believe, with domestic violence, assaulting his female friend. Obviously, he's not going to face charges because, if I'm correct, the charges, and when she filed them, were way after the incident. They don't know if she quote unquote harmed herself or kind of doctored the pictures to make it look more than what it was. And then Isaiah Bond, I believe, was charged with rape, and obviously that was dropped. And Isaiah Bond was at Alabama, transferred to Texas, one of the fastest receivers. That he plays fast. He ran 4.4 at the combine, which is extremely fast, but he plays fast. I believe he was like 10.4 100 meters in high school. That's rolling. He didn't get drafted because of the incident came out before the draft, so obviously that cost him thousands of dollars for sure, possibly millions. There's a lot to unpack with that. We can go so many different. What are your thoughts on just both of those guys? Obviously the same team, but the problem that we as athletes are having, and it happens. It doesn't happen often, but when it does happen, it's like, what are you doing?
I mean, listen, we just had this whole conversation last week with this whole Sha'Carri Richardson, incident in the airport. And, it's, I guess, life, man, things happen. You don't know what, Roger Goodell and the league is going to do. Maybe the team might impose a team mandated, suspension or fine or whatever the case may be. But the fact that, all of these things went away and he was undrafted, he lost a lot of bread. I mean, he lost millions of dollars because of this whole thing. And now that, the charges are dropped or dismissed or whatever the case may be, like, you can't undo it. That's the unfortunate thing about him, moving forward. But listen, young man can play football. Hopefully, he can put this behind him and, get to where he wants to in his career. But I think, the Browns or whoever, they're still waiting to see if the NFL is going to discipline him, moving forward. I think there will be some consequences.
This is the thing is, we don't, and I say we, you and I, everybody listening, nobody really knows what takes place in these situations, with the exception of the people that are present. And if you are a man and you are putting your hands on a woman, you're a coward. You need to. You shouldn't even be able to play in the league. You're done. And if you are,
your home should be comfortable, efficient, and worry-free year-round. Here at High Efficiency, we specialize in making your home energy efficient and comfortable. Call High Efficiency Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning today. Your home, only better.
oh, you're not going to be with me anymore, so I'm going to say you did this to me. Or you're not talking to me anymore, so I'm going to say you forced me to do this. I just feel like when these cases and charges are dropped, that means the prosecution, they don't feel like they have any type of evidence or they can convict them. They don't feel like the victims were completely honest. That's what I get from that. And so to me, if you're talking Isaiah Bond, it's this came out before the draft. He would have been drafted. This prevented him from being drafted, which ultimately cost him millions of dollars. And if he didn't do nothing to that young lady, that's wrong. That's wrong. That's start putting some policies in place to where, oh, the next guy, like, oh, I ain't going down there. I'm not even putting myself in that situation. But also the accusers, if you're lying, why aren't you facing consequences? You cost me millions. You possibly ruined my career. Why aren't you facing some type of consequences for your actions? That's the thing. And that's Isaiah Bond. Because I don't know a lot about either case because I wasn't there. Just what you read, what you hear, what's been reported. And Quinshon Judkins, like, you can't put yourself in these positions, man, when you're a good athlete, you're a public figure, whether you're an athlete or not, you're a public figure. You can't put yourself in a position. Everybody loses their temper. Don't put your hands on a woman. We've said this. I've said this plenty of times. We said this last week. You can't do it. If your temper is getting the best of you, you better take a deep breath, walk away, turn your back, go the other direction. You have to. Because you're going to run into somebody. Cases on TV that I read a ton, and it was an incident down in the South where a guy was putting his hands on a woman. She called her brother, and her brother handled the situation. Somebody lost their life over it. That could have been avoided. And so it's just, when you start to get to those things, man, you got brothers, you got uncles, you got fathers, you got family members that they not playing about that. When it comes to touching the women in their family, they not playing about that. Don't do it. But on the flip side of it, don't be bitter because you realize the relationship is coming to an end and you're going to make false accusations. And if you are going to make false accusations and now you're costing guys millions of dollars, you need to face the consequences of making these false accusations. And I think that's something that nobody ever talks about because we don't know the truth. The only people that really know what happened are the people that are involved in that situation. And again, I say that as a father of 3 daughters. Like, my kids know, don't you ever touch a man, because we're physically so much stronger. Don't touch him. And if you do touch him, I hope he don't touch you back. It's just, I don't know. I wish them dudes the best of luck.
No XY.
By the way, Tommy, good job. Tommy, the producer. Sox percentage chance to win. Oh, Rickroll. No, Alex Cora's chance to get a baseballs and boring tattoo.
Yep.
Which would mean the Red Sox won the World Series. 4.76%.
Yep.
According to Tom, what are you doing? According to Google.
I'm just citing my sources.
I got the Fangraphs one.
Yeah, what's the Fangraph one?
Fangraphs is 2.7.
I gave you better odds, Bradford.
Inexplicably, the Yankees are at 8.3.
Really?
Yeah.
That's dropped.
Yeah.
I mean, I know they had the rough road trip.
I think it was up around like 5 at one point.
Well, I know that when I cited it was 3.8 or something like that.
I think it peaked
at 5. Yeah. So, hey, Tommy, you and your generation with your Google AI, wrong again.
I gave you better odds. I'm helping you.
Why are you helping me?
Because 4.7 is lower than 2.
Listen, when the rubber meets the road at the end of October, that's all I care about. I'm not gonna be saying, hey, what are the odds? If the Red Sox are up 3-0 in the World Series, best of 7 against whoever, I'm gonna say I know the odds of him getting a tattoo. I'm setting up the appointment for him to get the tattoo. Right? By the way, Pat, have you agreed to get the tattoo?
I believe I did. I believe I did in spring. I think we all did in spring training.
No.
Not Gordo. Me and Sammy in spring training. Yep.
And by the way, you were present yesterday when Roman Anthony absolutely positively said he would get a tattoo.
That's one way to put it, yeah.
No,
Yeah.
Sort of.
Sort of.
My takeaway from that Roman Anthony conversation, and we've had some good Roman Anthony conversations.
We've had some great.
There's a big Roman Anthony play Tessie news coming up pretty soon.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's under wraps right now.
All right, under wraps. Yeah, we'll get that in a little bit. But check your feeds at Play Tessie at BB Isn't Boring. But Roman Anthony said that he has 6 tattoos.
Yes.
That shocked me. Because you don't see one of them.
No. He was like, yeah, you said you don't have any tattoos, right? He goes, what? Yeah.
No, you have 6. So I'm like, well, you're going to get a baseball, some boring one.
Yes. And then he was like, well, yeah. Well, maybe. And then you try to pitch him, well, Cora already said
I said, I'm going on the radio. Cora's got him. Cora, I'm going on the radio. I'm going to say
Declare
it. Declare, let it be said, let it be done.
Yep, there it is.
All right.
Anthony.
All right. Well, speaking of Roman Anthony, I don't know if you know this. He's good. Did feel a little bit bad because I asked him to do the viral video, which is up on the EEI account, on my account, where he and Pregame proclaim that, yes, salsa is better than ketchup. It's science. That's verbatim. I transcribed them, both of them. They said salsa is better than ketchup. It's science. And then he went and struck out the first 2 times. But like everything, perfect example of what we're talking about, Pat. Right? Roman Anthony strikes out the first 2 times. No one's sitting there like, oh, my goodness, this guy stinks. What are you doing? What are you doing? No, you know something's good's going to happen. And sure enough, what happens? He punctuates the evening by crossing home plate, and the Red Sox win. Right?
Yeah, and it's so crazy to me how fast he became like that safe part of the lineup. Like, it's insane to me. Meaning, like, every other rookie, for the most part, like, when you come up there, like, Sandy, like, I have the utmost confidence in Roman against any pitcher in the league. And even when he's not getting hits, like you pointed out, he's contributing. He walked twice. He scored the tying and winning run. Like, he's doing things outside of just hitting. He's a professional hitter. He's getting on base. His OBP is over 400 right now as a 21-year-old.
Yeah, it's a great way to put it. Good job by you.
Thank you.
Which is, how do you feel when he's up at an important time?
So safe.
So safe. I mean, even if it's going to be a walk.
Yeah.
Whatever. But, that dynamic of Anthony and Bregman and Durant. And I know people say, oh, well, Durant isn't prototypical. Go look at his numbers, man, since he moved to the 3 spot.
Yeah.
They're good.
They're great, yeah.
Right? So they figured this out. This is one of the things I talked about. We go back to Alex Cora earlier in the year about, remember, everyone's like, oh, he's having his worst year. Some people like saying, oh, you got to move on from Cora, so forth and so on. And I always said this. Usually when a manager who has proven himself to some degree isn't good at that time, a lot of times it really is just figuring out what you have, finding the pieces. Where do the pieces fit? And I think that's exactly what Cora has been able to do. All the way up until this lineup adjustment, all the way up until finding, pieces in rotation, all the way up to how much do you lean on Justin Wilson, or how much you're going to have to lean on Steven Matz, or how little do you lean on Jordan Hicks, whatever it is. But you figured out what works, and that's when you take off. You don't think Pat Murphy has a great idea about how everything fits with the Milwaukee Brewers? Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And I think the other thing, too, is, and it kind of got glanced over just because of everything else I have at the deadline, they kept all the outfielders, and Alex Cora has found the perfect way to get guys in, out. And then, unfortunately, obviously, Marcelo got hurt, so Sedon's playing a little bit of second. But he has found how he can get every single guy on this team in the game in the right spot, where they fit in, how to get all 4 outfielders at bats and key points. He's figured out the bullpen usage. He's kind of backed off of Weissert a little bit. He's been better. Whitlock's been great. He's deploying. One thing that he's done this year that I truly love.
What do you love?
He's not using Aroldis Chapman strictly in the 9th. He's using them for heart of the lineup in the late innings. And then at that point, then you go, your Weissert, your Whitlock. He's now found the groove of how this team fits together and where to put.
Okay, so that leads us to WEI put up a poll. Ken Laird, P1, also the brand manager, Ken Laird, put up this poll yesterday. And it was, I should go look it up. I shouldn't just rattle it off. I'm not doing it justice. I did put up a poll, another poll, by the way, off of which is better, salsa or ketchup.
It's close.
It's a great poll because it's like it's 51-49, right?
For salsa.
Look at you. You're so excited. Can you say that again?
For salsa.
All right. So here's the poll that they put. The New England Chevrolet dealers question of the night. This is from the Red Sox Sox booth account. Which of these players would have the biggest impact if they join/rejoin the team down the stretch? Marcelo Meyer, Justin Slayton, Christian Campbell, Peyton Tolley. Who do you think won?
I was pretty dead set on. I was going to say Slayton until you said Tolley. I think it's Slayton.
Polls closed. Meyer, 39%. Slayton, 31%. Tolley, 16%. Christian Campbell, 14%.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, to me, it's Slayton, just because that leverage arm.
Okay.
That's kind of what.
Okay. But I asked Alex Cora, and it was like, I don't think he wanted to really talk about it, but, I felt like it was good to talk about at the press conference, which was, how does he view calling up guys with no major league experience at the most important time of the year? We have plenty of examples of that. We have David Price going back, and like I said to Cora when I was asking the question, my apologies for bringing up bad memories because he was part of that game Price came into. ALCS 2008, strikes out J.D. Drew with the bases loaded. We have that. He had 5 regular season appearances. And Cora's like, what do you mean? It hasn't changed. Detroit did it last year, and they did. Jackson Jobe, right?
Oh, yeah.
Jackson Jobe get called up. R.I.P. to his ligament. Yeah. So, but this happens. There's other examples. An example also of a guy here, Garrett Crochet. It was a weird year, but 2020, drafted, called up, boom, right? To help the White Sox fraudulent 2020 run. But I'm saying this because Peyton Tolley's sitting there, and I think David Sandlin had a rough outing yesterday. But Peyton Tolley is the guy. Peyton Tolley, everything, the image, the stuff, the persona, can smell the carrot, all of that. Like, it is there. But still, like, you are taking a chance. I mean, we've had this in these parts before, Pat, about guys who were called up, who we said they're going to help. One that jumps to mind for me is Yohan Moncada. Yeah. Remember this?
Yeah.
Yohan Moncada was going to be, he was like 60 for 60 in stolen bases in the minors. And it's like, okay, Travis Shaw, we're going to upgrade at third base. He's not getting it done. So we're going to call up Yohan Moncada from Double-A. And at very least, he's going to be this designated pinch runner, which they don't really do too much anymore, but designated pinch runner in the postseason. And so he gets called up, and he is awful at third. He gets picked off all over the place. It falls, and then he ends the year. They fall out of it, did they fall out of it? No, they didn't fall out of it, but at the end of the year, he strikes out his last 9 plate appearances. It just was not happening, all of it. So there's no guarantee that it'll happen, but there is that temptation to look at David Price, to look at some of these other people, say, oh, man, that might be a difference maker, right?
Yeah, and I think the big thing, too, with that is it can be such a catapult for it. Like, Price came in, had that insane postseason run, and then just took off career-wise. Like, if you can get Peyton Tolley up here and he can deliver, it's a launching pad. He's just going to completely take off.
Yes or no, Peyton Tolley is up here and making the postseason roster?
No, because I think it's going to be Sandlin.
Oh, you do?
I do.
All right.
I do.
Okay. All right.
I wish, but I think it's going to be Sandlin.
All right. Well, we got a lot to get to. As we said, Lucas Giolito's going to be calling in. Not going to be walking down, but he's going to be calling in. Unless, if we can somehow power through all these fans. The fans are lining up here at the Ford Fenway Clubhouse Studios. Everyone's lining up, getting ready for the game, getting ready for the Jarren Duran lookalike contest. I still have yet to see more than one Jarren Duran lookalike, other than yourself, Pat.
Thank you. I appreciate it. That one guy, I'm telling you right now, that
he's
one guy we
win.
saw is going to win.
Yeah,
crazy.
He's got the hair. He's got the whole thing. Yeah. So we get a lot to get to, but right now, Tommy, from your diaphragm, give us a good trending.
The exclusive home for Patriots Monday and Friday.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
It was another magical Friday night at Fenway Park. The Sox are tied with the Marlins going into the bottom of the ninth, and with the bases loaded, Trevor Story singled to right to walk it off for the Sox. 2-1 was your final score. Here's what Story had to say after the game.
Just in those bigger situations, less is more. And because you feel all the energy, you feel the excitement of everything, and it's easy to get big in that situation. So for me, just trying to shoot something like that and hit the ball hard, put the barrel on it.
The Sox play Game 2 of their 3-game series against the Marlins this afternoon, and as always, you can listen to the game right here on WEEI, the Shaw's and Star Market, Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's, go shopping, get rewarded. Coverage starts at 3:10 on the Mass Mutual pregame show with our good friend Joe Weil. First pitch at 4:10 with Brian Bayo on the mound. Will and Sean have the call for tonight's game. Then the Patriots are currently playing their second preseason game against the Minnesota Vikings. The game kicked off at 1 o'clock and is still 0-0 with 6 left to go in the first quarter. I'm Tom Christofiuli, and that's what's trending here on WEEI, WEEI.com.
The Red Sox station. WEEI.
New England Sports Original.
Getting on the network America relies on is easy when you come into your local Verizon store. Come check out their latest deals on phones, accessories, and so much more. From shopping to support and everything in between, it's your one-stop shop to get it all. And when you switch to Verizon, you choose what goes into your unlimited plan and save on what you need. There's never been a better time to switch to the network America relies on. Visit your local Verizon store to speak with a rep and save big today.
So, I made the new Eggo protein waffles the other day for my kids, and they couldn't believe how good they tasted, or that they were packed with protein. They have the same great Eggo taste we all know and love, plus 20% of your daily protein. They seriously taste amazing. Whether it's part of your breakfast before school or a quick bite before practice, new Eggo protein waffles and pancakes are an easy way to keep everyone happy. Head to your local grocery store to fuel your morning with Eggo protein waffles and pancakes, available at retailers nationwide. Choosing a bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drink that's all flavor and just 100 calories? Easy. Choosing between creamy vanilla, double chocolate, and sea salt caramel flavors? A little harder. Try the delicious new Starbucks Frappuccino light drinks. Look for them wherever you buy groceries. Start with Starbucks coffee.
You've got burgers on the grill, ribs dripping in sauce, corn with a little char. Yeah, it's go time. Now crack open an ice-cold Pepsi. That first sip, boom! Flavor level unlocked. Every bite hits harder, every spice sings louder, every smoky note bolder. So fire up the grill and grab a Pepsi, because food doesn't just need a beverage. Food deserves Pepsi.
Energy from Starbucks.
When you want that good afternoon energy, pick up new hydrating Starbucks Iced Energy with plant-based caffeine for a feel-good boost. Available in 3 refreshing fruity flavors: tropical peach, blueberry lemonade, and watermelon twist, to give you the delicious taste you've been looking for. Energize your afternoon with new Starbucks Iced Energy. Find it in stores or online today.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale, up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Hi, Tom Selleck here. In 1980, when Magnum started, that was the first time I really ever had any discretionary income. And that's when I first started buying gold. Back then, even when Reagan took office, we were still under a cloud of inflation. Well, inflation is back. So for me, it's not a question of why gold. It's a question of who can you trust. A friend of mine recommended Goldco, and I gave him a try. And I gotta say, I wasn't sorry. They even sent me a gold and silver kit that was filled with valuable information, And I got the gold and silver I asked for. Look, you can go to TomLikesGoldCo.com to see if gold and silver are right for you. That's TomLikesGoldCo.com.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the Dew.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
Now, more of Bradfo and Baseball Isn't Boring on WEEI.
And streaming everywhere on the Odyssey app.
All right, let's go. Let's get right to it. This is the Baseball Isn't Boring show. I'm Rob Bradford along with Pat from Play Tessie. Hottest podcast around. One of the hottest.
You got it.
I tried listening to the Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift one.
Oh,
I lasted like 3 minutes. Couldn't do it. But hey, we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about the great game of baseball. Yep, we're here at the Ford Fenway Clubhouse Studios. It is fantastic. People are lining up. It's a great time to be alive. It's a great time to be at Fenway Park. And the Ford Clubhouse Fenway Studios brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and the Ford Summer Sales Event. Hurry in to get great deals now, including on F-Series, official truck of the Red Sox. Vibes are high. You know what's another striking thing, Pat? We talked about people turning away from, hey, you can give me that bobblehead, but that's not why I'm here, sort of dynamic.
Yeah.
People here right now, yeah, they're here for like the Duran thing, Duran lookalike contest, and want to get in. But keep in mind, and I tweeted this, like this is a fact, preseason football is boring. Let's just get our head around that. People, when people give me stats about Drake May on July 31st, throwing an interception against someone with no pads on, I don't care. But evidently it's a thing. I get it. Football usually rules. But this is another example of this. If this was a regular season football day, like Patriots at 1 o'clock, it might be different. But last year, even with the preseason, even with the crappiest of Patriots teams, I don't even think you get this many people out here, right?
No. And I'm like looking down outside the studio, and I can't even see the end of the line.
Yeah.
And it's what, 2.5 hours before first pitch?
Yeah. A lot of people. You're going to take it off.
None of them look like Jaron Durant.
I know, but your traps will take, put the bag on your head, flex your traps, consider it done. All right, let's get to the call. 617-779-7937. Jeff in Watertown, always a highlight of my week, talking to you, Jeff. Thank you, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing good, Bradford. How you doing, Pat?
Not too bad.
Bradford, I'm with you that I love this team. It's different. I'm glad to be, engaged the way I am. I think Scott McFarland should underwrite Fridays. There should be McFarland Fridays from now on. Because, they're I actually think about Friday now as like, oh, I got to catch the Friday game because it's going to be exciting. It just has that kind of brand to it. But I still have the Jeremy Jacobs feeling about this team, and especially our conversation the other day about the salary cap and everything. And I do worry that if John Henry is going to be the one leading the conversation around getting a salary cap, that he's not going to sign Bregman to a, 4-year, $180 million contract or whatever it might be to keep him, that he's going to want to toe the line And so I still feel like we're swimming with one hand tied behind our back. And I loved Dustin May's performance the other night. I mean, I was down on him, but that was a fun game, and he was, that was fun. So I'm really I'm excited. It's fun again, but yet there's still that shadow that hangs over it.
Yeah,
I look at Seattle and what they did.
Yeah, well, I get it, Jeff. I get it. There are potential holes in the boat here. There's no question about that. There are potential problems. And the Bregman thing, a lot of people just want to avert their eyes to it. Want to avert their eyes to a lot of different things. And I think that with Bregman, I'll just say this real quick about this, Jeff and Pat, is that I just think the Red Sox are going into this saying, we don't think he's going to opt out. I think that's their approach to it. We don't think he's going to opt out. And I think, Jeff, you bring up a good point. Well, if we don't think he's going to opt out and he's going to, and there's this lockout coming and there's this, a salary cap thing that they're trying to implement, then why are we going to get all convoluted and try to sign him to a big deal? I don't know. This isn't like signing Roman Anthony or Christian Campbell or Brian Bale or Ceddanne Rafaela to a deal. I mean, this is an enormous deal. So, yeah, I understand where you're coming from. But once again, I just think that we're here in mid-August, Jeff. And the other part about this equation for the Boston Red Sox, as currently constituted, is not only are they really good at home, not only have they figured out that, yes, they are good at these things, but also the American League stinks. And we said it last year, but I kind of think it stinks worse than last year. Jeff?
I do too, but I do think Seattle, I feel like we're Seattle's kid brother. I really feel like they did everything they needed to do to put themselves in the best position to win the pennant. And that's what we used to do as Red Sox fans. And, so it's in a vacuum. I really enjoy the team, and it's fun, and it's different than the last few years. But then when I step back and look around okay, Milwaukee's insane. I understand that's insane. But you look at, again, Seattle is the team to me that just did everything that you were supposed to do to position yourself to win a pennant.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question. Yeah, I mean, I think I say this stinks, but Seattle is a team right now because of what they did, because of what they were already. Yeah, I mean, I think absolutely. And let's be honest, too. The biggest thing with the Red Sox, Jeff and Pat, is that we say, what's the most important thing? What is the most important part of the equation? Well, it is finding pitchers who are going to be able to pitch on the biggest stage in the postseason. They said that. The Red Sox said that. This is what they were trying to get at the trade deadline. That's why Giolito's so important. That's why Bayo's so important. And ultimately, you have to get the best versions of them because, Jeff, you raise a good point. You're going to have to go up against a team that has really, really good starting pitching, along with all of a sudden a decent offense. And
not to mention that you're going to have to go to Seattle. So you're going to have to fly across the country probably to play those games. I mean, the whole, So again, in a vacuum, I'm excited, but when I step back, I still feel like we've got one hand tied behind our back. So. All right, so it's fair. It's fair. It's all right. Yep. It's all right. All right, McFarland Friday. Pitch that to Scott. Oh, yes, I like it. Excellent. I mean, as we said, Scott McFarland. Thanks for the call, Jeff. As we said, Scott McFarland put him on the list of people who have agreed to get the baseballs and boring tattoo. Oh yeah, Red Sox. Oh, you know that? No. Oh yeah, he called in last week. Oh. Yeah, he is also getting the baseballs and boring tattoo if the Red Sox win the World Series. We're gonna or in his case, when the Red Sox win the World Series. We're gonna have so many matching tattoos. I mean, so many. We're gonna have to charter a plane to L.A. for Mr. Cartoon. That's another thing Roman Anthony said. He said if Mr. Cartoon does it, then he'll definitely get it. Yeah, that was the selling point. Yeah, that was a selling point. Well, we have connections. Steve in Fall River. Hey, Steve, how are you?
I'm all right. Jeff in Watertown has to look in the mirror and say, if he had his way, he wouldn't be having fun right now. His way to run this team, it wouldn't be fun. You talked about the 3-0 in the World Series. What were you going to get? You were going to get the odds on how they're going to win, Rob?
Well, if they're up 3-0 in the World Series, I'm gonna start making arrangements.
I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. And if you have a show the next day, you'll have this baseball is informing show, and Jeff from Watertown calls up, and they're 3-0. he's going to start with something. Wow, I don't know what they're going to do with this. They're up 3-0, but I'm worried about blah, blah, blah. And that's the way it's been. It's been that way when they weren't doing good. He still got problems. So you need to channel your Alex Cora, and when they get in first place, he's out of the first. Why? He's out of the lead-up spot on your show, Rob.
No, never. You know what? Yeah. Because it's. I will say this, Steve. I will say this. Jeff is an optimist usually, but he's also a realist. And the points. And hold on, Steve. The points. If people bring up good points, and people bring up points of, hey, you know what? This is how I feel. You have a good point?
It's all subjective. You don't know what they're going to do with Bregman. You said, they might deal with the cap and the word stoppage. He's got $120 million coming to him. He may not get out of his contract. He's got a big contract. They overpaid for him, and they gave him the opt-out. They've done already what they had to do. Do you think, Rob, after they're looking at the contracts they dumped in California, the other three they dumped over there in California, Rafi Devers, the guy in San Diego, and now this bust they got over there in L.A., they're not thinking that we don't want any more of that?
I mean, Steve.
You know what I'm talking about. Mookie Betts till 2029, the 230 hitter now for 5 more years.
All right. This is where we part ways.
Wait a minute. Those 3 contracts out there are toxic waste going forward.
Let me ask you this.
Want that, Rob?
Mookie Betts. Still get one last chance. Mookie Betts at $365 million going through. Was it to 2029? Is that right? You wouldn't take that. You would not take that contract. You would not take Mookie Betts right now.
The next 5 years are going to be a disaster for him.
That's not true. Have you seen what he's hitting? Have you seen what he's hitting lately?
Rob, I see what he's done. It's not good. Let's leave Mookie Betts out of it. He's not here anymore.
Why?
Let me talk about Garrett Crochet very quickly.
Okay, all right, real quick.
They have a top 3. We know what it is. The biggest problem they have in this top 3 is the number 1 guy. He's the guy that's the big wild card. They're cemented in what they're going to get out of the number 2 guy, and they're cemented in my opinion, of what they're going to get out of Bayo. The guy that's the wild card is Crochet. He's been trending down since before the All-Star break. I think they need to do what they used to do with Pedro, give him 2 weeks off somewhere and let him reset. All these other things they've been doing have not been working. I want to say one other thing. Please, one other thing. Trevor Story is the most valuable player on this team. Rob, last night I heard you talk about this game. You talked about Roman Anthony, you talked about Bregman, and you talked about Jared Duran. You did not say that they only had 3 hits. Trevor Story had 2, and he had the game-winning hit. And he's holding this entire defense together. And he's more important in the clubhouse than Alex Bregman. No matter what this show wants to say, all these guys on the broadcast want to overemphasize what Bregman
Steve,
does.
can I ask you one question, Steve, before I let you go? It's already been a long time. Is that I don't disagree with anything you said about Trevor Story except one thing. How in the world do you... No, hold on, Steve. I'm going to give you one last chance. I agree with everything you said except for one thing. How in the world do you know, Steve, how important that Trevor Story is in the clubhouse compared to Alex Bregman? How do you know that?
Why? I heard a question to Jared Duran last week when I came home in the last homestand, and they asked about how important Trevor Story was. I think he won the game that night, so winning the game a lot. And the way that I heard Jared Duran, he had to take a pause for a second. He was very emotional. The guy's very important. I've been listening to this broadcast, and I have to hear, and I'm not taking anything away from Bregman. Oh, he's an in-game coach. He's telling them what to do with the batting. When he was hurt, he was this, he was that. I get all that. I'm not diminishing it. But you did it just now. You're telling me about Bregman did this, Roman Anthony did that, Duran did that. The guy had 2 out of the 3 hits.
Because I was talking about the 3 guys at the top of the order and how they changed the lineup. Okay. All right, Steve. Thanks, man. Call back next week. I look forward to it. It's going to be great. It's going to be outstanding, Pat, right? Excellent job.
Yeah. And I looked up Garrett Crochet's stats the last 5 games.
Yeah.
He's 4-1 with a 2.81.
Yeah, I think people get this twisted. And we can talk about Crochet. But you know what? We got to take a break because we got Giolito calling in. You know what? Just part of the program, part of the family, part of the Baseball Isn't Boring family. Guy named Giolito. He's going to be calling in. We're here at the Ford Fenway Clubhouse Studios. People filtering from the Jaron Duran lookalike contest. We'll do the play-by-play for that somehow, some way. But more importantly, we're going to talk about the great game of baseball all the way up to the pregame show. That's Pat from Play Tessie. I'm Rob Bradford. Tom behind the glass. What a time to be alive. We'll be back after this.
The Greg Hill Show.
Mike, good morning. Courtney in for Greg, who is on the great island of Nantucket, missing your first appearance on this period.
Definitely. I thought he was going to Myrtle Beach and, go down there and play some putt-putt, get some all-you-can-eat seafood. I think we should make this the best show of the year since Greg is gone, and we'll have fun. And then when he comes back, we can go back to whatever.
Did you miss something? Listen to the podcast on the Odyssey app or at WEEI.com. The Greg Hill Show, morning 6 to 10 on New England Sports Original. WEEI. WEEI.
Getting on the network America relies on is easy when you come into your local Verizon store. Come check out their latest deals on phones, accessories, and so much more. From shopping to support and everything in between, it's your one-stop shop to get it all. And when you switch to Verizon, you choose what goes into your unlimited plan and save on what you need. There's never been a better time to switch to the network America relies on. Visit your local Verizon store to speak with a rep and save big today.
So I made the new Eggo protein waffles the other day for my kids, and they couldn't believe how good they tasted, or that they were packed with protein. They have the same great Eggo taste we all know and love, plus 20% of your daily protein. They seriously taste amazing. Whether it's part of your breakfast before school or a quick bite before practice, new Eggo protein waffles and pancakes are an easy way to keep everyone happy. Head to your local grocery store to fuel your morning with Eggo protein waffles and pancakes, available at retailers nationwide.
Ice, energy from Starbucks.
When you want that good afternoon energy, pick up new hydrating Starbucks Iced Energy with plant-based caffeine for a feel-good boost. Available in 3 refreshing fruity flavors: tropical peach, blueberry lemonade, and watermelon twist, to give you the delicious taste you've been looking for. Energize your afternoon with new Starbucks Iced Energy. Find it in stores or online today.
Morning decisions. A creamy mocha frappuccino drink? A sweet vanilla? Maybe a smooth caramel? Or that white chocolate mocha? Whichever you choose, delicious coffee awaits. Start your day with bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drinks. Pick up a bottle near you wherever you buy your groceries.
You've got burgers on the grill, ribs dripping in sauce, corn with a little char. Yeah, it's go time. Now crack open an ice-cold Pepsi. That first sip, boom! Flavor level unlocked. Every bite hits harder, every spice sings louder, every smoky note bolder. So fire up the grill and grab a Pepsi, because food doesn't just need a beverage. Food deserves Pepsi.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super-sized laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
A tire change in 0-degree weather. Asphalt so hot your boots melt. As a truck driver, the work you're doing is relentless, but you should still enjoy the ride. The International S13 integrated powertrain with the T14 transmission offers faster shifting and a smoother ride. Learn more about the unmatched performance of the International S13 integrated powertrain with the T14 transmission at international.com.
When you're ready to replace windows in your home with Marvin Windows and Doors, the team at Riverhead Building Supply can help.
We know that the installation process can seem scary, but we'll put your mind at ease.
Browse our complete replacement window and door collection to learn how Marvin Windows and Doors offer durability, style, and strength.
We'll help you select your new Marvin Windows and Doors.
Visit a Riverhead Building Supply location or rbscorp.com.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, And head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of bold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the do.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
I don't mean to interrupt your meal, but I love Geico's fast and friendly claim service.
Well, that's how Geico gets 97% customer satisfaction.
Yeah, I'll let you get back to your food.
So are you just going to watch me eat?
Get more than just savings. Get more with Geico.
Now, more of Bradfo and Baseball Isn't Boring on...
What's going on?
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
you
want to paint me in this light.
Do you want to be called the Magic Man? I mean,
I'm cool with it. It's fine. A little bit of a Houdini act last night. I was giving up a lot of doubles.
Ooh.
We got out of it, though.
Well, I mean, I think that, and again, I appreciate you joining. Pat from Play Tessie is here as well. You know them very well.
Yep.
But I think it was more along the lines of, and I like the Houdini thing, but I think you obviously said it's a magical place. If you had to power rank the magical places that you have been in, give me your top 3 magical places.
Sistine Chapel, Fenway Park, no particular order.
Okay.
And Anfield.
And where?
Anfield.
Oh, okay. All right. That's a pretty good list.
Those are my 3.
All right. And I mean, recency bias, I don't want to ask you to rank them because obviously you're fresh off the experience last night. You've pitched in some big moments and some big atmospheres and some big ballparks. What is different about that magical place that you described last night? Like, what is different about that vibe, that environment at Fenway Park? And I know that I'm basically giving the Red Sox this opportunity to have like a promotion, but still, I think it's notable. You've been around, you've seen places. What makes it different?
There's something about our weekends at Fenway, man. It's hard to put a finger on. I said last night in my post game, it just feels magical. But I think it's just like the energy, especially the energy that the fans bring. We're selling out a lot these days, and how into the game the fans are. Because I know that this place is kind of like a tourist destination. But now that we're playing good baseball and later into the season, you just feel that energy. The fans are super into the game and kind of aware of what's going on, and they're on their feet for the big moments. And I think for us, like, it just gives us that home field advantage, like to a whole nother level.
Lucas, Pat here. Over the past 30 games at home, you guys are 21-9, and you kind of alluded to it, but there's something about these weekend home games, and might I add, the green uniforms seem to be magic themselves. How much does the crowd...
all the walk-offs.
Oh, yeah, like it's like a running joke now. Oh, Friday, green jerseys, walk-off incoming, and it happened again last night.
Well, let me pause that question for you, because I said this, Lucas, before, where last year, and I know that you were sort of on the periphery of it, but last year, when you had a promotion like you did last night with the unwell people from that podcast, Alex Cooper, or you had Noah Khan or whatever, everyone was like, all right, I'm coming for that. Now it actually feels like they're coming for baseball games,
Yeah, and then the like promotional stuff is just a bonus, right? Like, I think last night, like you said, with the Unwell podcast and all those people here, we definitely had
a greater showing of women fans last night. That's the big draw, which is great. But at the same time, like, people are coming out here to watch really solid Red Sox baseball right now. And, I feel that we've been delivering that, especially at home. So, that's great job, fans. Keep it up. It's been absolutely wonderful.
All right, sorry, I interrupted Pat's question. Go ahead, Pat.
Oh, no, I was just going to say the momentum, especially at these home games and especially on the weekends, and the vibe is just so different compared to years prior. How does it feel compared to even looking back to like April and May of this year to what the atmosphere has been the last month or so? Did the guys notice that? Is that something that's palpable in the clubhouse?
Absolutely. Yeah, we notice it. We talk about it. But, it's just on us to keep playing good baseball and keep delivering what the fans are coming here for, And so we're just going to keep on staying on that grind.
By the way, right, speaking of staying on the grind, I don't actually know why I mentioned that, but right outside here, this is Jaron Duran lookalike contest. So I know that everyone's talking about that. If I had said, Lucas, come on down and partake in the Jaron Duran lookalike contest, what aspect of Jaron Duran would you prioritize?
I would make sure that I quickly go and get an entire leg sleeve, get a back piece, fill up both of my arms with tattoos.
Well, you're almost there, which reminds me, I can't remember because the list is getting so long. Did you agree to the baseballs and boring tattoo if you win the World Series? I can't remember.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Oh, yeah.
Another one.
All right. I think you already agree.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, the manager's in. Everybody's in. It's all the cool kids. So let's talk about you. And you talked about sort of your evolution this year. And as we hit it's rubber meet the road time, the last month and a half, this is obviously a lot is being put on you because you're a top of the rotation guy. You're a guy that's proven they can do it. You're a guy that if they get into a postseason series, like here's Lucas Giolito versus whoever, like how do you first of all, that must jack you up. And number two, how do you feel about yourself right now heading into this stretch drive?
I feel good. I feel good with where I'm at, mechanically, mentally, physically, all that. It's fun to go out there and take the ball right now, especially with how solid our defense has been. Like, I just have so much trust that if I execute pitches, they put the ball in play. Like, we have the right guys there that are just making great plays. Our catcher core is just fantastic. Kind of all aspects of the game I just really like where we're at. So it makes it fun to go out there, take the ball, give us a good chance to win. But I'd say that about our whole starting rotation right now. I mean, you guys saw the adjustments Dustin May made and the amazing outing he had in Houston. So I think that we're just in a good spot right now. Just keep it going.
So you brought up Dustin May, and I had a quick question. So there was a game, I want to say it was middle of last week. So the plane celebration has become the new thing. Were you a part of the group that had to explain that celebration to him? What was that like to get him to be able to do the plane celebration?
Yeah. His first day in the dugout, I was standing next to him, and I was explaining to him all the celebrations. So, like, the old one we were doing, and then, like, the new one with the plane and turbulence. Like, I definitely got him up to speed for sure.
Well executed. Although Ref Snyder only does the sleeping one. He's the only one that does the sleeping one. Is that right?
You probably know more than I do, to be honest. I'm not really sure. I just know that we put our hands out like we're on a plane. That's what we've been doing since the turbulence flight.
Was that the worst flight you've ever been on?
It was, yeah.
Oh, all right.
Yeah,
okay.
It was like the closest I've ever been to being sick on an airplane, for sure.
Really? All right.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're glad you made it, because if you didn't make it, then we couldn't have this conversation. So we appreciate you. And also,
there we go.
Yeah. So we're all the big winners. By the way, I know that every time you come on the podcast, we like to talk about entertainment stuff. So I'm going to ask you.
Yep.
All right, right? Yeah, I know that this is a straight ball right down the middle for you. When something comes out on Netflix, I usually gravitate to it right away. You're kind of the same way, I think. I just powered through what was the show about the weight loss? The Biggest Loser. Remember that show, The Biggest Loser?
Yeah, I never watched that.
Okay,
I'm not super into reality TV. Every once in a while, I'll get kind of like hooked in on a reality show, but it's generally not like what I'm seeking out.
But this was a documentary on how fraudulent it was, which makes me happy. So what are you?
It's a documentary about the reality show.
Yeah.
I'll check that out. That seems interesting.
Yeah,
I'll definitely check that out.
Spoiler alert: caffeine pills were involved. What are you locked in on now?
I just finished watching Andor on Disney Plus. It's one of like the spin-off Star Wars series that they've done a bunch of them, and I'm a big Star Wars fan. I always have been. I gotta say, it is just an incredible 2 seasons of television.
Ooh, really?
It is on another level. Yes. So, when Disney acquired Star Wars, I rolled my eyes massively, and then they put out 3 really crappy movies. But they did put out the spin-off movie called Rogue One, which I don't know if you saw Rogue One or not. It's very good. It's the best film of like Disney Star Wars by far. Nothing comes close. And then they've done some series. They did The Mandalorian. I wasn't really a big fan of that. They've done some other ones that are all pretty garbage. But I was like, you know what? I liked Rogue One. Andor is about the main character of Rogue One. But like the years leading up to the events of the movie of Rogue One, which are the events that take place right before A New Hope. So I was like, you know what? Let me watch Rogue One. And it kind of has a slow start. I wasn't super into it the first couple episodes, but then I got hooked. It's the best writing, I think, in all of Star Wars. And that's including the original 3 movies.
Wow.
That's including the prequels.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it is the best writing. The set design, the CGI is all fantastic. The characters, the character arcs. It is really, if it wasn't like a Star Wars show and it was its own thing, it'd be like, oh yeah, this is like one of my favorites. This thing should be winning Emmys. I know it came out a couple of years ago. I'm a little late to the party on it, but I definitely recommend it. I've been recommending it to everybody.
No, man, I just started rewatching Ozark, so it's never too late. Never too late.
Yeah.
So, Lucas, down in spring training, I think we were talking about Severance and then movies that were coming out. Have you seen Weapons yet?
Mm-hmm. So my brother saw Weapons. So my brother saw it. He's heavily recommending that I go and see that. I probably will. I'm not a big horror guy. I don't like jump scares. But if the movies are really good, then I will, I'll look past I don't like that feeling of like something popping out and it getting really loud, but I will look past that and go and see the movie because I hear it's really great.
All right. Well, let it be said, let it be done. Last thing, if I get you a top hat, will you wear it? Because now that you are proclaimed as the Magic Man, we have to do a photo shoot.
Nope.
No.
Nope. That request is denied.
All right. Let me write this down. Tattoo, yes. Top hat, no. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Well, man, I hope you enjoy your day, and I really appreciate you jumping on, and we'll see you in a little bit. Thanks, Lucas.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
All right. The great Lucas Giolito, the go-to guy for Baseballs and Boring and Play Tessie. He's been on Play Tessie before.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We could talk about anything. We could talk about a million different.
It was funny because I just thought of it as he was hanging up. I meant to ask him about, I don't know if you saw it, Matt Strom's Pokemon quote.
I was gonna, but I would absolutely have butchered it. I would have absolutely butchered it. Yeah, so real quick, before we go to break, explain this.
So Matt Strom, who's giant card collector, huge, collects the home runs, or the cards of guys who hit home runs off him, all this stuff.
And Tyler Bronski, by the way, who was here, who used to be at Nessa, and he's the one who got this video.
So he asked about making money in the cards business, and Matt Strom advised to buy Pokemon cards instead of sports cards because, and I quote, Pikachu is not going to tear his ACL, and Charizard is not going to get a DUI. I think if we asked Lucas, though, the whole segment would have doubled.
I know. Well, yes. That is Baseball Isn't Boring podcast version. That's coming up at some point this week.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe tomorrow. Who knows? Because we got a lot to get to. We were limited by time a little bit, limited by subject. There was a lot to get to. So, in synopsis, doesn't mind the nicknames. Congratulations, Tom. Doesn't mind the nickname Magic Man. All right, Tom?
Yep.
Okay. And we'll get a tattoo. We'll not wear a top hat.
Maybe a Magic Man tattoo to go with it.
No. Anyway, all right. You're almost there. You're almost pitching a perfect game. But we got another hour to go, so there's more time to have your excellence, Tom, to have your excellence, Pat, and to have our excellence here at the Baseball Isn't Boring show. This is Baseball Isn't Boring on the radio. Much better than preseason football. It's science. People lining up. We'll go check out the Jaron Duran lookalike contest. We'll get an update from that. And obviously, we're storming on into the pregame show. A lot of stuff going on here at Fenway Park. What a absolute great time to be alive. And a reminder, the Ford Clubhouse Fenway Studio is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and the Ford Summer Sales Event. Hurry in to get your great deals now, including on F-Series, official truck of the Red Sox. Be back right after this.
WEEI, New England Sports Original.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of bold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
Summer adventure awaits in a rugged new Honda. Check out the Passport, Pilot, Ridgeline, or CR-V during the Honda Summer Event. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.99% APR on a 2026 Passport, a 4.49% APR on a 2025 Pilot, a 0.99% APR on a 2025 Ridgeline, or a 4.99% APR on a 2026 CR-V.
Contact your local Honda dealer for a great deal today.
See dealer for financing details.
I don't mean to interrupt your meal, but I saw you from across a cafe, and you're the Geico Gecko, right?
In the flesh.
Oh, my goodness. This is huge to finally meet you. I love Geico's fast and friendly claim service.
Well, that's how Geico gets 97% customer satisfaction.
Anyway, that's all. Enjoy the rest of your food.
No worries. So are you just going to watch me eat?
Oh, sorry. Just a little starstruck. I'll be on my way.
If you're going to stick around, just pull up a chair.
You're the best.
Get more than just savings. Get more with Geico.
At PwC, we bring the business why and the tech how, so you can outperform every challenge, so you can do everything you do better than ever, so you can drive your company to the leading edge. Let's get started at pwc.com/us/leading edge.
With Kevin's Natural Foods, you're just 5 minutes from feeling like clean, protein-packed meals that taste as good as they make you feel. Get that clean eating feeling with Kevin's Natural Foods in the refrigerated aisle.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
Listen to music, news, sports, and podcasts as you want, when you want, and how you want on the Odyssey app, America's fastest growing audio app. Download it to experience audio using the best features that you expect on all your apps and connect with your favorite trusted personalities, brands, and communities. The Odyssey app is sponsored by Sportsbook Rhode Island. With the Sportsbook Rhode Island app, you can bet on all your favorite sports. So head to the app now, and new SGPs, odds boosts, and special offers. Must be 18 years or older. Please play responsibly.
Get your tickets to see the New England Revolution against LAFC on Saturday, August 16th at 7:30 p.m. at Gillette Stadium. Don't miss out on the last family 4-pack deal of the season. Get 4 tickets saving up to 33% off box office prices, plus 4 concessions vouchers valued at $70. RevolutionSoccer.net/tickets to see the New England Revolution against LAFC. That's RevolutionSoccer.net/tickets.
Since 1986, the Pool Source has been the area's trusted source for in-ground and above-ground pools, swim spas, hot tubs, and saunas. If you're ready to create endless days of backyard pleasure for you and your family, find out why thousands of satisfied customers have trusted the Pool Source to make their dreams come true. To schedule an in-home consultation, a free test soak, or to get specific pricing on pools, hot tubs, swim spas, and saunas, visit poolsource.com.
Broadcasting from the WEEI studios. Powered by Verizon. 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. An Odyssey sports station.
Make a habit of it.
Bradfo and baseball isn't boring. WEEI.
Goodness gracious. This is the place to be. We're here just feet away from the Jaron Duran lookalike contest. There's one guy who's going to win.
The one guy.
I think there actually is only 3 contestants, but there's one guy who's had it locked up. There could be like 11 contestants. It wouldn't make a difference.
I think if they opened it up to all of Boston, I think that guy would win. And of course, it was like the one guy standing directly in front of the window when we first came in. Like that was the first guy we saw. Well, let's also be honest that he's probably like this is what he's been amping up for his entire life. Oh, yeah.
Like this moment.
Praying for this day.
Like getting the hair right. And I thought it was an excellent question. And we're going to post the Lucas Giolito conversation, which in case people understand about Lucas, the great thing, and maybe he doesn't, I don't know, and I'm going to be full transparency here, Pat. I don't know if it translates quite as much on the radio when you're doing sort of like you have time constraints and a segmented thing. He is absolutely one of the best. If you want to sit down for like all of a sudden be 50 minutes and just talk about whatever, he's the best. Like he's the best on the team, not even close.
Yeah, especially if it's something that piques his interest. He'll go on, like he kind of did it with Andor, but like he'll go on like these deep dive tangents and he'll just get on a roll and it's just a constant back and forth. Next thing you know, like 20 minutes has gone by.
Yeah, so we appreciate Lucas coming on and I also thought it was a very, very good question. I'll ask the same question of you. If you were going to this Jaron Duran contest, lookalike contest, and you said, I have to prioritize this. This is the thing that I'm going to prioritize when it comes to hitting the sweet spot and people noticing that I may have this in common with Jaron Duran. Pat, what would it be? Would you just do like upright rows or what? Like, what would you do?
Oh, that's a good one.
I mean, for instance, this guy out here, he really got the hair down,
The
like
hair
the
was
shaved
perfect.
sides, right?
Yeah.
So what would you do?
Oh my! I think I'd be hopeless. I think I'd have to go with like the eye black and
No, you get the
fashion.
cutoff shirt that says blankum.
You could, yeah.
Yeah, I think you have to do that.
I think that's what I would do. I think you're right. Yeah.
and do like 15 million push-ups. I tried that. I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to do all that. Take over. I'm going down the Jaron Duran contest now. Well, I've only left the show once, and that was to throw up during the Wasabi Challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I will not leave my helm once again. All right. So 617-779-7937. We're talking about the Red Sox. We're talking about their lot in life. We're talking about what Fenway's been like. And we do have to talk, Pat, about the reality of the Red Sox, right? So this is what makes, especially this Red Sox season, like I wrote this morning, which is the season, there's so many things that you think are certainties and there just aren't certainties. And there's no better example of that than the Red Sox. And I do think that we've landed here with this Red Sox team as Fenway Park being a certainty. Like they come, people buy the ticket, they come, something usually is going to happen. When you go 24-5 since June 10th, you got the benefit of the doubt in that. But there are so many things that aren't certain. There are so many things that we don't know. And yeah, you're riding the wave, but let's take a step back, Pat. Ready? Tommy, you ready to take a step back?
Yes, sir.
All right, take a step back. Take a literal step back. All right, now take a step forward. Now take a step to the side.
Take it back now, y'all.
Now take it back. Okay? All right, you good, Tom? Where are you in the studio?
I'm all the way to the left of the room now.
Okay. Can you reach the controls?
Yes.
If I asked you to give a Peyton Tolley soundbite, would you be able to do it?
If you give me 1 second, yes.
I'm not asking you to do it yet. Just be ready to do it. I want to make sure you're in position. I want to put you in the best position. So we're in the best position right now, more so than maybe at any point in the year to say, okay, this is what you have in the Boston Red Sox. This is what you have in the American League. This is the reality. It might only say, what was the odds? 2.8 to win the World Series, whatever. 2.7. That's fair. You got to look it up. What is to win the American League? But there has to be an enormous difference. Because to win the World Series, you got to get through San Diego. You got to get through LA. You got to get through Milwaukee. You got to get through Philadelphia. Potentially, you got to get through the Cubs. You got to get through all these teams that are better than anything you're going to face in the American League, right? That's fair. But where are you right now? And just for this team, how do you feel about actually surviving this pennant race? Because I do think that maybe people, and Pat, you tell me if I'm full of hooey, if I'm wrong, whatever it is, but I think maybe people are getting wrapped up in the vibes, are getting wrapped up in, oh my goodness, we've landed in the Patriots' second preseason game, and they're still talking about the Red Sox. They're getting wrapped up in this, where there is still a lot of work to do. There's 39 games left, I believe, and you are 5 back of Toronto in first. You are only a game and a half up on the Yankees. But here's the sneaky thing about why you should feel really good about their situation, about at least playing some games in October. You know how far these other teams in the wild card are falling back?
Yeah.
A lot. Right?
The Rangers are under 500.
Well, the Rangers are what, 4 or 5 back now?
4 or 5 back. I think they're 56. They're a game under 500 on the season, and then I think they're 4 or 5 back from the last wild card, so the Yankees.
Yeah. So right now, Red Sox would really have to fall apart in order to not. I think that's a fair statement to make, right? Correct?
Yeah, it would take some form of like 2012, like just complete or 2011 complete collapse to fall out, because the Guardians are playing good baseball, but they're trying to hunt down the Yankees, who the Sox, I believe, have 2.5, 3 games.
Game and a half.
Game and a half?
Yeah.
Game and a half.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I mean, the Guardians are the one team, the wild card in this situation, which is insane, which is credible. Anytime that a GM or a front office sells at the deadline and then they can get in, like Detroit did last year, they're like, look at us. We're so much smarter than everybody else. But, yeah, hey, fair enough. And that's another thing. Like, we haven't even talked about the trade deadline, the fallout from the trade deadline. We've done a couple shows since then, Pat.
Yeah.
You've been part of 1 or 2, maybe. Yeah. One, I don't know, half. But it really is the trade deadline, the fallout from the trade deadline. If you're going to go down the list, and we still give the Red Sox a C-. You have to, right? Because you just do.
Yep.
You can't just say, oh, Dustin May had a good outing and
Steven
Matz has been pretty good. Fine, that's fine. Like, ultimately, we might change the grade, but when we give him a C-, it's because this is what you wanted to do and this is what you weren't able to do. That's it. Now we're seeing what happens after the deadline. And now we're seeing what is real and what is not in terms of hitting the sweet spot in player acquisition. The 2 New York teams, holy mackerel. Like, we gave both great grades. Oh my goodness, the Yankees. Look at all. You got Bednar, you get all this relief help. Good for you. And the Mets might be the preeminent example of, hey, congratulations, Mets, on having a good trade deadline. Too bad that you're really, really bad and all those players are not helping you. Ryan Helsley fell apart last night, and he's been terrible. This is a closer for the Cardinals, which I'm sure that a lot of Red Sox fans like, that's the guy you got to get. I mean, all of this. But my point is that I think it's a fair time as we sit here on August 16th to say, this is what you have in the Red Sox. This is where you are with the Red Sox. You have 39 games to go. This is what you're going to be competing against. This is how you can fix things or can't fix things, all of that. I think it's a great time to do it. But before we do it, Tommy, he has to trend. Tommy, you in position to trend?
Yes, sir.
All right, here you go.
You can start smelling the carrot now.
Smelling the carrot. Thank you, Peyton Tolley, the best position producer in the business. Here's Tommy.
Your home of the Sox. Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
It was another magical Friday night at Fenway last night. The Sox were tied with the Marlins going into the bottom of the ninth, and with the bases loaded, Trevor Story singled to right to walk it off for the Sox. 2-1 was your final score. Here's what Trevor Story had to say.
Just in those bigger situations, less is more. And because you feel all the energy, you feel the excitement of everything, and it's easy to get big in that situation. So for me, just trying to shoot something like that and hit the ball hard, put the barrel on it.
Gito was the starter last night. He went 6 1/3, striking out 5 along the way. The Sox play Game 2 of their 3-game series this afternoon against the Marlins. And as always, you can listen to the game right here on WEEI, the Shaw's and Star Market, Red Sox Radio Network, Shaw's. Go shopping, get rewarded. Coverage starts at 3:10 on the Mass Mutual pregame show with Joe Weil. First pitch at 4:10 with Brian Bayo on the mound. Will and Sean are on the call for tonight's game. And the Patriots play their preseason game against Minnesota right now. It's currently 14-0. Drake May went 4 for 7 with 46 yards before he was pulled from the game. I'm Tom Crisafulli, and that's what's trending here on WEEI and WEEI.com.
The exclusive home for Patriots Monday and Friday.
WEEI. WEEI. New England
Sports Original.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar. The better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
Give me a river, give me a dew, give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
This sports update is brought to you by Grainger, for the ones who get it done. Find what you need at Grainger.com.
Baseball took the field on a track in Tennessee this weekend to play in front of a record-breaking crowd of over 91,000 fans. Despite the fact that storms postponed the game, Atlanta was victorious on Sunday with the final game score of 4-2 over Cincinnati. From pit crew themes to racing-inspired fan contests, it was baseball with a motorsports twist.
With supplies and solutions for every industry, Grainger has the right product for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
You've got taco night on the table. Seasoned meat, warm tortillas, all the fixings. Now reach for a cold, fizzy Pepsi. Suddenly, dinner goes from pretty good to, whoa! That crisp cold snap that elevates every bite. Bold flavor, meet bold taste. Because this isn't just dinner. Food deserves Pepsi.
For those who want more out of every moment this summer, Mazda has more 2025 IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand as of May 2025. What more could you ask for? Discover how Mazda has more to move you today. Visit IIHS.org to learn more.
Every Mazda SUV offers you an elevated driving experience and refined performance. Discover it at Tasca Mazda Cranston.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water?
I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Get early access to Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year. 25% off the i8 bed, our most popular. Plus free home delivery. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Get your tickets to see the New England Revolution against LAFC on Saturday, August 16th at 7:30 p.m. at Gillette Stadium. Don't miss out on the last family 4-pack deal of the season. Get 4 tickets, saving up to 33% off box office prices, plus 4 concessions vouchers valued at $70. RevolutionSoccer.net/tickets to see the New England Revolution against LAFC. That's RevolutionSoccer.net/tickets.
Listen to music, news, sports, and podcasts as you want, when you want, and how you want on the Odyssey app, America's fastest-growing audio app. Download it to experience audio using the best features that you expect on all your apps and connect with your favorite trusted personalities, brands, and communities. The Odyssey app is sponsored by Sportsbook Rhode Island. With the Sportsbook Rhode Island app, you can bet on all your favorite sports. So head to the app now, and new SGPs, odds boosts, and special offers. Must be 18 years or older. Please play responsibly.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare. At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
Don't be left out. Baseball isn't boring on WEEI.
Boston's sports original.
By the way, this is Rob Bradford. That is Pat from Play Tessie. Pat Brown of Play Tessie. I never use your last names. I don't want people flooding you with.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
I think it's good for your brand if I just use your first name.
It is.
And Tommy behind the glass. But we are at the Ford Fenway Clubhouse Studios. People lining up. I think the Jaron Duran lookalike contest is over. Too late to enter. I was just doing some upright rows. I felt like I was just about there, but next year. All right, we had Lucas Giolito on. We post that on. He was excellent. I did find it odd, speaking of Tommy dubbing him the Magic Man, which great pull by him, where I just thought it was going to be because he called the place magical. Tommy, did you know that he was going to say, well, I was like Houdini last night?
No, and I really appreciated that because when I put the phone on hold, I felt like the biggest idiot on the planet, Brad, for when I told you that, and then he helped me out, doubles down. He's a great guy.
Yeah. He definitely took your side where he could have piled on along with me and Pat. So, but he is not. I was taken aback a little bit before we get back to the phone line. Very special caller calling in. I was taken aback a little bit. He probably had committed to the baseball isn't boring tattoo before. I can't remember. But now that I know, I'm putting him on the list. But how quick he was to say no to the top hat.
Yeah.
There seems like maybe it's sort of like how people have like this irrational fear of clowns. Maybe he has this irrational fear of top hats.
Magicians.
Who knows? I mean, if you're gonna be the Magic Man, you gotta have a top hat. You gotta have the cane where the flowers come out, right?
Yeah.
You gotta have a bunny rabbit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's the whole bit.
How we got to do a photo shoot. You got to get the top hat. really no other hat you can wear if you're a magician.
Yeah, no, it's got to be the top hat. It's gonna be one of the cheesy photo shoots, like looking over his shoulder in the dugout.
Oh
Just
yeah, like the old
gimmicky.
Magic Johnson, like SI, cover.
Yeah.
Go. We can duplicate that.
Yes.
Lucas Giolito, the Magic Man. See, Tommy, look what you did.
It's making my day, Bradford. Thank you.
Oh man, we pay in T-shirts, smiles, and good ideas. All right, let's go to the phone lines. If you want to join the conversation, 617-779-7937. Gordo, a regular co-host here. I know that you've been. Where were you down the Cape? You're doing family stuff. What's happening?
Yeah, I'm down the Cape. I'm in Eastham right now. I'm literally sitting on the beach right now.
All right. Well, you called in from your honeymoon. Now you're calling in from the beach. Your wife is the most patient woman in the history of the planet. She will not let you get a tattoo. We documented that last week. But so Gordo, do you like first and foremost? Do you like Giolito's new nickname? So Lucas Giolito called in. Did you hear this interview?
I didn't hear the conversation, but I did see the AI image, which was somehow very good. Like it looks exactly like him.
Yeah, well, that's Pat. No one knows AI but better than Pat. He's like a
good
machine.
job, Pat. I have a question for you guys.
No, hold on. Let me ask
Toronto,
you this. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. In Toronto, Tyler Heineman's having a pretty solid year with the Blue Jays this year. Do we have a magic competition set up between Lucas Giolito and Tyler Heineman?
Yeah, we were calling Heineman the Magic Man because obviously he knows magic, and he put on a display for the entire team, which Netflix bizarrely cut out of their documentary, amongst other things. But
ridiculous.
I totally forget we already had a Magic Man, but he's moved on to Toronto. You need a Red Sox representative. Giolito has accepted the nickname Magic Man. Are you on board with the Magic Man moniker for Lucas Giolito?
I'm absolutely on board. Every good team, regardless of sport, needs a little bit of magic for things to go right. And the fact that the Red Sox have that guy in their organization, like you can really sell yourself on a deep playoff run with him in the fold.
Okay, and another thing that Lucas Giolito, and I'm not just having you on, Gordo, to basically recount exactly what Lucas Giolito said over his interview, because you can go listen to it when you put it up on the feed. But I said, power rank your top 3 magical places. And he said, what did he say? The Sistine Chapel?
Sistine Chapel.
Fenway Park.
And
what was it, Tommy?
Anfield?
Anfield. Yeah. Look at you're not on board. So those were his top 3 magical places. And you were at the game last night, Gordo, with your bride. How would you rate of all the magical places that you've been to? How would you rate Fenway Park last night?
I would say second to Twin Peaks on a fine mid-March day. So it probably goes Twin Peaks number 1, Fenway Park number 2 on a Friday night with the green jerseys. So you know you're getting a walk off. And number 3, 7-Eleven early 6 a.m. with your buddy old pal behind the counter.
Oh, yeah, with the crack addict. Yeah, that was good times. All good spring training stories. Magic. Yeah, I said it was magic. But so I am curious because you're boots in the ground first. Pat was doing his thing last night. He was preparing for the show elsewhere. I was in the press box, watching Chris Cotillo eat 10 slices of pizza.
There we go.
And you were in the crowd. So we've been saying this, we've been talking about this now for the entire show, how it's different. How one thing that struck me, Gordo, was it was another promotion for the Unwell podcast, that network, Alex Cooper and all of that. But compared to last year, it wasn't like they're not as popular, but it just feels like people are paying attention to the baseball game more. You being in the heart of it, in the belly of the beast, would you subscribe to that theory?
I would, and we were talking the whole game. It's like the 6th inning. They haven't done anything, and you can feel the crowd just dying to get excited about something. It's like, I'm telling you, if this team scores just 1 run to tie this thing up, the crowd is going to carry them home. And I mean, sure as hell happened. I mean, they get the 1 run off the big Bregman double. Roman's taken off on the pitch. Beautiful play all around. And from that point forward, you just knew The Red Sox bullpen pretty well rested, and obviously when they bring in Josh Simpson, who may have now topped my list on the power ranking of all-time Simpsons, came in the game and really let the crowd take over.
I mean, he did matriculate from Columbia, which you don't get a lot of major leaguers matriculate.
Oh, is that right?
Columbia. Oh yeah. Listen, I know all about Josh Simpson.
I would say, I'm trying to think of the top Simpsons. Yeah. Hello, Dad.
The judge says hi.
The judge says hello, Radfo. Who are your top 3 Simpsons?
No,
Obviously,
we're not doing
Josh
top
Simpson
3.
has to go number one.
Let's keep this on the rails. All right, Pat, what do you got for Gordo? Anything?
Pat, give me your top 3 Simpsons.
No.
I'm not giving you any.
All right. So look, Gordo. This is a very serious conversation. We've had a perfect show so far. Our producer has coined a phrase which he's going to make all kinds of money off, the Magic Man. We were just getting into the Red Sox lot in life, which is you follow this stuff, so correct me if I'm wrong. You're 5 back of Toronto. You're a game and a half up on the Yankees. That means I think you're 2 up on Cleveland. Is that right?
I think it's 3.
Okay.
I think the Yankees are a game and a half on Cleveland. I think Cleveland lost last night.
Okay. So all of this, everyone's excited. You're excited. Everyone's excited about all these green uniform walk-offs. Everyone's excited about the Jarren Duran lookalike contest. The vibes are high. But as we sit here, what is the thing that concerns Gordo the most?
Man, I mean,
nice.
I can't say I'm super concerned. If it's going to be anything, if anything's going to kill this team, it's going to be we talked about it last week, one of your big 3 starting pitchers taking a step back. And obviously Lucas Giolito last night made you feel a lot better about the state of that unit, but you're going to see it with Bayo today and Crochet. I mean, the Red Sox lost those 3 games with those 3 guys the last turnaround. I think winning those 3 games here in a really winnable situation with Miami will make you feel a lot better about it. But yeah, I mean, imagine this team if Dustin May doesn't put out the start that he did last week, and if Giolito slows, like it's a different unit when you don't have those 3 dudes lined up back to back to back. So those 3 guys staying on track is going to be the key here.
Okay, let me ask you this very simple question, because it was brought up earlier. I think Jeff in Watertown brought it up, which is, I think Jeff was rightfully so trying to say, hey, listen, this is the parts of the equation which we should be worried about. Red Sox go up against Seattle. I mean, I don't think there's any question. Seattle's, not only because they're playing well, but just because of their starting pitching and everything else. Could they beat Seattle?
Well, I'll tell you, Rob, the thing that I think we look at the division race, and I get 5 back. It's a little bit daunting. Getting that first wild card spot is going to be so important to this team that's so unbelievable at Fenway Park and is, 5 games under 500 on the road? So they absolutely could beat Seattle, and I would pick them to beat Seattle at home. I'd pick them to beat anyone in the American League at home.
I think
once you get to the playoffs, it's about getting home field advantage.
And you're absolutely right, more so than ever. And I think that one little nugget I think people are turning a blind eye to is why we say, they're 24-5 since June 10th at Fenway Park. They also, I believe, have only won 1 road series against a team over 500 all year. Like, that's striking. Like that, they can come away. They can come away from, hey, we went to Philadelphia, we hung in there. Hey, we went to San Diego, we hung in there. Hey, we went to Houston and hung in there. But to your point, if you're playing the first 2 games on the road in the playoffs, guess what? Science would suggest that's not a great thing for this team.
Or if it's the wild card series, you're playing the whole series on the road unless you're the top wild card team. So that's a tough spot. Again, I believe in the team, but with how they've played at home, getting a home, if you're going to be in that wild card series, making sure that you at least have it at Fenway Park, to me, is super important.
All right. Well, I have one last question. Does Judge Gordo does he like salsa or ketchup?
Oh, I know what he's going to say. He's going to say ketchup, but let's out.
Oh, is he really?
Dad, hey, you prefer salsa or ketchup? Seems like it's a tough answer. He says he uses ketchup on a lot more things, which is true. I see him eat his eggs with ketchup.
All right, fair enough. The poll is very close right now. the Roman Anthony.
What's the poll?
Alex
we got a poll going. This is good.
The Roman Anthony Alex Bregman sponsored conversation about salsa being better than ketchup. We put up a poll, and right now, let's see, the poll is at which is better, salsa or ketchup? With about 2,000 votes already in, 51% go to a salsa. So what do you got,
one
Pat?
more time?
51% at salsa. What do you got, Pat?
Wow.
Gordo, I'm flipping it on you because Rob has asked me, if you were here today and you were entering the Jaron Duran lookalike contest, what would be the feature or the attribute that you would try to emulate in the contest of Jaron Duran?
You have to do one thing.
Oh. Well, he's got physical features that I could only dream of having. So I think if I were entering that competition, I would just have to get spray-on tattoos for my arms and hope that I won that way. Because we have the same hair color, and that's pretty much about it. Like, I don't think we share anything else. He's far more athletic than me, far stronger than me, far better looking than me. So, yeah, I'll get the fake tats, and maybe I could win that way.
I believe in you. You could get a real tattoo, but that's up to you. All right, Gordo. Say hi to your entire family.
Hold on, Bob, the judge has a message for you.
Okay, what's Judge Gordo?
Okay, what is it?
Put on Gordo more.
He says put on Gordo more.
I mean, put you on more. Like, how am I supposed to put you on more? You're on every show, literally every show.
He says, how's he supposed to put me on more? I'm on every show, and he's right.
Tell him to take a vacation.
He says, no, I'm not telling him that.
Okay. All right. Anyway, Gordo, who is a family member of this program, Baseball Isn't Boring, and his family. Speaking of family members, we all love Judge Gordo and the entire Gordo family. So thank you, Gordo, for checking in. You did it from your honeymoon. You're doing it from the beach. Your commitment is unmatched and certainly appreciated. Thank you, my friend.
Love you guys. Go Sox.
All right. Okay. You didn't have to say go Sox.
Jeez, go Sox.
Go
The self-deprecating.
What is it? What's journalism? Come on, journalism. All right. Okay. Well, we got one more segment to go, I believe, before we hit the pregame show. It's a long segment, but it's going to be a great one. We are going to get to the Red Sox lot in life. We are going to get to what's what when it comes to this team as they head into this game. Brian Bayo, who's pitching for the Marlins, somebody you've heard of or somebody you haven't heard of?
The guy pitching today?
Yeah.
It's Cal Quantrill.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
All right, easy. I'm just asking.
Yeah.
We've obviously heard of that.
Oh, we're too familiar.
Yeah. We'll reflect on the Cal Quantrill history with the Boston Red Sox. Who knows? It's a reason to tune in to the broadcast today. I believe Will Fleming's on with Sean McDonough once again. All right, like we said, one more segment heading into the pregame show with the great Joe Weil. Be back right after this.
The exclusive home for Patriots Monday and Friday. WEEI.
New England Sports Original. A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
You've got taco night on the table. Seasoned meat.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar. The better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection. It's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
So, I was just parking my car, and then I saw you, the gecko. Huge fan.
I'm always honored to meet fans out in the wild.
The honor is mine. I just love being able to file a claim in under 2 minutes with the Geico app.
Well, the Geico app is top-notch.
I know you get asked this all the time, but could you sign it?
Sign what? The app? Yeah, sure.
Oh, that means so much. Oh, it rubbed off the screen when I touched it. Could you sign it again?
Anything to help, I suppose.
You're the best.
Get more than just savings. Get more with Geico.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
Your tickets to see the New England Revolution against LAFC on Saturday, August 16th at 7:30 p.m. at Gillette Stadium. Don't miss out on the last family four-pack deal of the season. Get 4 tickets, saving up to 33% off box office prices, plus 4 concessions vouchers valued at $70. RevolutionSoccer.net/tickets to see the New England Revolution against LAFC. That's RevolutionSoccer.net/tickets.
Listen to music, news, sports, and podcasts as you want, when you want, and how you want on the Odyssey app, America's fastest growing audio app. Download it to experience audio using the best features that you can expect on all your apps and connect with your favorite trusted personalities, brands, and communities. The Odyssey app is sponsored by Sportsbook Rhode Island. With the Sportsbook Rhode Island app, new customers can use code BONUS50 at sign-up to receive a bonus bet voucher equal to 50% of their initial deposit, up to $50. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super size laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
Baseball isn't boring with Bradfo on WEEI.
Oh boy, Tommy. Let's finish strong, all right? Don't rest on your laurels just because you nicknamed a Major League player today. And that would be, of course, been our guest, Lucas Giolito, who called in. Now, Lucas, quote, the Magic Man Giolito, a nickname that he has accepted. Although he's not wearing a top hat. But congratulations, and that will forever be that's on your Wikipedia page, Tom. Congratulations.
It might be my legacy.
I mean, it might be. It might be. The disappointment that your dad had in you last week when he realized that he has a son that's older than Roman Anthony, but not making $130 million, has been overtaken by the pride that he now has because he's nicknamed a Major League Baseball player.
He's been texting me ever since that interview, so I think he's doing okay. The Giolito one.
Oh, there you go. All right. Okay. Again, it's been a tough week because it did not probably feel great that he had failed so poorly, so badly, that he did not raise his son to make $130 million by the time he was 21. But good for you for rebounding. Bring faith back to your family.
I try my best for the Crisafulli family when I put on the last name.
All right. Well, I will never say your last name.
It's okay. I know it's tough.
I mean, it may or may not because I can or can't pronounce it. Who knows? We'll never know. I just feel like it's better for your brand if I just say Tom. All right. Well, it's also good for the brand that we're here at Fenway Park, the Ford Clubhouse Fenway Studio. And the Ford Clubhouse Fenway Studio is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers in the Ford Summer Sales Event. Hurry in to get your great deals now, including on F-Series official truck of the Red Sox. This is the official place to be, not in front of a TV watching 4-string football players play a meaningless football game. It is here listening to the show, wherever you may be, or at Fenway Park listening to the show. People are pressing their face against the glass saying, oh my goodness, There's the Baseballs and Boring Show. There's Pat from Play Tessie. The brand has never been hotter. All of it. So, and the team is playing well. And, as you remind me, the return of Cal Quantrill versus the Red Sox. What a crazy day that was last year.
That was an absurd day because it was a game. It was the Red Sox Rockies. Cal Quantrill's having a fine year, but that was about when things were falling apart.
Well, so if you go back and look at it, it wasn't quite when it was when you start getting uncomfortable because they come out of the break and you have the Dodgers. And remember, Slayton and Chris Martin weren't available for the Dodgers series. They lose two of those games they lost were because of the bullpen, because they didn't have eighth inning guys. Zach Kelly had taken a turn for the worse then. And then you go to Colorado and nobody knew, but Ken Lee wasn't going to be available. It's like, by the way, I'm not going to Colorado. Okay, there's another guy down. And then ultimately you get to that last game in Colorado, and that was the day itself was nuts. It starts with the word that Alex Cora has agreed to a contract extension. That was that day.
Yes.
And then you play the game, you get blown out like 23-6 or whatever it was. In the middle of it, you have this bench clearing thing with Reese McGuire and Cal Quantrill, and Cal Quantrill gets caught like on tape saying whatever he said. You go to the parking lot, whatever it is, with a defamatory thing against Reese McGuire. And so you have that bench clearing thing, but then after the game, then the players start seeing that video. They get upset. They want to go fight the Rockies. They're all walking down to the Rockies clubhouse until they see the media, and then they turn around, and then they go to the bus, and they want to fight Quantrill. So you have all that in one day. But I think to your point, Pat, what we should look back at, and I've done this exercise, I did it the other day about, okay, well, why should we believe in this team more than last year's team? Because, at this time, it hadn't quite fallen completely off the rails. But if you go back to, I think it was September 4th of last year, that's when they ultimately, it was right now where they went like 6-13 or something like that. They landed at September 4th at 500, and then they were never more than 2 games up or 2 games under 500 the rest of the way. They did just mediocre across the board, and they had fallen too far behind everybody. So it was right about now where, and I'm trying to remember the series. Was it the Houston series? But it fell off the rails a little bit. But you're right. I mean, that Cal Quantrill game, that Rockies game was sort of maybe you kind of need bullpen. But remember, they thought they got these guys who might be useful at the deadline, in Lucas Sims and Luis Garcia, right?
Yeah.
Like we grade. That's the crazy thing about the trade deadline, Pat, is that we grade out. If we graded out, I don't know what grade you gave him at the trade deadline last year. I think I gave him a B- because okay, I get it. James Paxton, you take a flyer on. It's sort of like the same. Like you try to. It costs too much to get starting pitchers. So if you get one for cheap, then fine. Danny Jansen, all right, I get it. You can hit lefty pitching. You can serve as a upgraded backup catcher. All right, you get these 2 relievers, fine. Maybe it was the next coming of Hansel Robles and Austin Davis. Like, who knows? Like, I gave him a B-, and then obviously it ended up being an F. And I gave them a C- this year, and who knows? Maybe it ends up being a B. I don't know.
I mean, I guess majority hinges on how Dustin May looks the next month and a half. But I agree. I think I was right around that last year because Luis Garcia, I believe, was on a heater. Like, he was like one of the hottest relievers in baseball, and they got him. Sims had the under the hood stuff that people kind of oohed and awed over, and then Danny Jansen to me was just whatever. Paxton was more frustration because I thought they were going to go bigger, but to your point, like you in the moment you can grade it.
Yeah.
The real grade doesn't come out.
It is crazy, though. I did the exercise a few days ago about sort of early impressions of this trade deadline. And Merrill Kelly, actually, he had a good outing last time against Arizona. He had one good one, one bad one, and now another good one. I'll still take Merrill Kelly. I'll take Merrill Kelly.
Yeah.
Like, that's a guy that you're going to pitch in the postseason. But you look at some of these other starters, it's funny because, like, even a guy like Ryan Bergert, who went from San Diego to Kansas City, he's been good. Like, he was this under-the-radar guy who went for a backup catcher, and he's been as good as anybody as a starting pitcher. So the point is that, and then you have the Mets, that has fallen apart. Name some other teams that did stuff at the deadline.
The Mariners. Eugenio Suarez is hitting 135 for the Mariners with a 424 OPS. Like, that's a guy that they were expecting to come in and just thump, and he's done the complete opposite. WAR-wise, he's been a negative player, which they didn't give up a huge haul, but for someone who's like the marquee hitter, that's a huge letdown. That's a huge letdown.
And even like you look at a team like the Rays, and the Rays were like, everyone in baseball where look at how smart they are. They're so smart. They're buying, they're selling, they're buying, they're selling. Look at, and the whole like Griffin Jackson. If you want to get someone to go and get in Julian McWilliams, who we just was on the Baseballs and Boring podcast, CBS Sports, obviously formerly of the Globe, like talk to him about Griffin Jackson, what he heard, people telling him Griffin Jackson was the best reliever out there. Like, what? Well, this guy named Duran. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah. Like, but everyone like loves Griffin Jacks. And then they got Griffin Jacks from the Rays did. And then, okay. And then, oh, look, you traded Zach Littell, but you got back Adrian Hauser. You got better. Like, they're so smart. And then it's gone the other way. It's gone the other way. And I don't, like, yeah, it's fine.
It's fine.
But ultimately, as we sit here, if we were going to do a regrade of the trade deadline, the Red Sox would probably be like middle of the pack, right?
Yeah. Because I think, so the Brewers, I mean, the Brewers don't need to do anything, but they didn't.
No, but that was the incredible thing about the Brewers.
They didn't need to.
They didn't, like, and we have the quote from Brendan Gomes of the Dodgers, and they really didn't do a whole lot. And he had the quote in the offseason on the podcast saying, like, the goal is why we do all this in the offseason is so that we can get to the trade deadline where we don't have to do this stuff. And so many times that's impossible to do. Even for the Dodgers, it kind of was impossible to do. They did very little.
Yeah.
But I think they just slow play it so much where hey, Michael Kopech, hey, Blake Trinan, hey, all you guys, just get ready for September, get ready for October. We'll with Blake Snell, just get ready for that. Sasaki on a rehab assignment, just get ready. The whole cliche of our trade line is, getting guys healthy. Well, with the Dodgers, that's actually a thing.
Yeah.
Right? So, but you have that, but the Milwaukee Brewers didn't have to do anything. And did they? What did they do? They did.
Though they got Andrew Vaughn a little bit early, and he's
that doesn't count.
No, but then you have other teams like the Mets who went out and kind of had a huge deadline. They gave up a shocking amount for Taylor Rogers, but Helsley's been horrific. They're blowing leads. They're sliding down the standings. So like the big thing there is like there's no guarantees. You on paper you could have an A+ deadline. If it doesn't perform and lead to results, it's an F.
And I think that ultimately, for the Red Sox point of view, is what stars who were dealt ultimately were going to be the ones that you missed out on or didn't miss out on, right? Merrill Kelly is at the top of the list. I mean, that's a first guess.
Easy.
First guess. And he could have another bad outing. You still feel like he has so much benefit of the doubt, especially has pitched in the postseason. Fine. Okay. But after that, like, who else didn't you get? And you look at the guys who Joe Ryan has been really good. I don't know if you know that. Joe Ryan's good.
I think I've heard that, yeah.
Joe Ryan's good, and I don't know if you knew this. The Red Sox wanted Joe Ryan.
Yeah.
But the guy who pitched last night, Cindy Alcantara, who the Red Sox also wanted, also tried to get, up until last night, he was terrible.
Yeah.
He was, and to be perfectly honest with you, he looked awesome last night. But that's the thing. Do you want to allocate what it was needed to allocate the Joe Ryan package for that guy? I get it, like how good he can be.
Yeah.
But that's a risk that I'm sorry, like I'm just not worth taking.
Not worth it.
No.
Especially too, because like if let's say you did meet that price and you did make that trade, the bullets are gone. Like, is that the guy that you want to empty the clip for in Sandy? Or do you wait till this offseason and you see what the Joe Ryan package looks like, what a Mackenzie Gore package looks like? Like, you have to be wise because you're not just throwing away scraps for this guy. This is the package.
And this is another thing about the Red Sox farm system that we should get our head around is that, a lot has been written and said about the Joe Ryan and what they offered. And I get it, right? So you unloaded the clip for him. You unloaded the Peyton Tolley, Garcia or Arias and whoever, Sandlin and a bunch of the crochet package, right?
Yep.
But the problem is that I think that one thing, and we're going to find this out in the offseason, is that one thing that we don't know is, like, do they have the crochet package anymore? Like do teams, will Minnesota look at this? Like, we could say, oh, well, they offer the best of the best when it comes to Red Sox. Well, is the best of the best with what the Red Sox have still what it used to be? Is it Brandon Montgomery? Is it Kyle Teal? I mean, I could make the argument that it's not.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty easy argument to make. I would agree with you. I think the big thing is people see where they're ranked in these lists. Like, they see Password's a top 100 guy. Arias is top 30 in almost every list. Tolley, to me, is head and shoulders above every other prospect right now. Tolley is skyrocketing value.
Yeah, I don't know if you can smell the carrot.
He can sell the carrot.
Yeah.
But, and like, that's the thing.
Which, by the way, is a superpower, because I'm not convinced that carrots smell. Well, we had the official farmer of the Baseballs and Boring podcast show call up last week.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, a farmer called up. I don't know if he knew anything about baseball, but he went into deep detail about whether or not carrots smell.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's something to keep an eye on, and something we'll keep advancing the conversation of. Right, Tom?
Yeah, I think his name was Dave. Dave or
Farmer
Nick?
Dave.
Yeah,
Farmer,
sounds right.
Whatever. We're gonna call him Farmer Dave. Farmer Dave, if you can call in any time and tell us if the carrots are smelling.
There you go.
You can start smelling the carrot now.
You can start smelling carrots.
Start smelling the carrot.
Right?
There's your next science experiment. We did the salsa ketchup. Now you got to find out if carrots smell.
I should put, but it seems like there's a more definitive answer to that than, I mean, the salsa versus ketchup is more subjective.
Very subjective.
It is like, in case people missed it, we put up a poll, and you can go to my Twitter account if you like, at Bradfo, had both Alex Bregman and Roman Anthony look into my camera and say, quote, salsa is better than ketchup. It's science. And I think that we haven't explained this as much because you guys, this has been quite a week for you guys, right?
Yeah.
For the Play Tessie podcast, a lot of buzz. You're the driving the news. You're driving the conversation. In case people missed it, you guys did a podcast. Play Tessie guys did a podcast in spring with Roman Anthony. He proclaims that he doesn't like ketchup. Correct? I'm not.
Yeah. I think the word was it should be exterminated from the earth.
Perfect. Yep. Okay. So it sort of drifted off, but then San Diego Padres message board at Petco Park says, Roman Anthony doesn't like ketchup or something like that, right? And then they come back at another thing he said in the podcast, which was his favorite movie was A Town.
Favorite movie.
So clearly the message board operator is a huge fan of the Play Tessie podcast, but this gets all kinds of buzz, all leading all the way up to yesterday where Roman Anthony says definitively into my phone, says that salsa, along with Alex Bregman, who just happens to be part of a salsa company, in full disclosure, but that salsa is better than ketchup. So we put up a poll, and it has 2,000 votes so far, and it is remarkably close that salsa 51%, ketchup 49%, 2,000 votes. So
almost right down.
Anyway, I don't know how we got here, but we were talking about Peyton Tolley. Yes or no? I'll say it again. You said, when I said, is Peyton Tolley going to be coming up? Is Peyton Tolley going to be the next David Price? Is Peyton Tolley going to impact this bullpen? You said you do not think so, that you are going with, if there's a guy like that, it's going to be David Sandlin.
Yeah, I do. And I think it just boils down to years in the system. Like, Peyton was this is his first year of pro ball. Sandlin's he's been around the block. He's been at all the levels. He's been great at all the levels since coming over here. And I think his stuff out of a pen plays really well. I just think it's too early on Tolley. That being said.
Why? What's wrong with you?
That being said.
Oh, okay.
If it is Peyton Tolley, I will be through the roof. I am so high on Peyton Tolley, I can smell the carrot.
Oh, you can smell the carrot?
I can smell the carrot.
Really? You can start smelling the carrot now.
I mean, not the carrots. The carrot.
The carrot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whether that be, next year or the playoffs this year, he's close.
No, we're not talking about next.
I know. I'm just saying. When he comes up, I'm excited.
When you were like 2 years old watching David Price strike out J.D. Drew.
I was 9.
You were 9. Do you remember this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So David Price had appeared in 5 games. 5 games. And then he comes in, and next thing you know, he's their most valuable reliever. There's other guys. Kyle Finnegan. No, the Kansas City Royals. Same thing. You have as Alex Cora said, Jackson Jobe last year.
Yep.
Detroit, they tried to catch lightning in the bottle. But there was a reason why I asked Alex Cora that, because some managers, some organizations don't want to do it. They don't want to put it. They're like, oh, hey, we got to draw back on Durbin Feldman. He's not ready, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay? But I, selfishly, because I like the fact that he has good lines, he's a good talker, he's a big guy, he gives the image, I'm all about Peyton Tolley. Like, I'm all about this. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. All right. Well, I want to thank everybody who has participated with this awesome program. We got a great Joe Weil coming up. Oh, my goodness. I have a special guest for the 2-minute drill. Who do I have? Ali Sanchez? All right, there you go. I know you were waiting for it.
Yeah.
All right, Tommy, good job, man. Your Brennan's never been hotter.
I appreciate it, Bradfeld.
All right. And I just wanted to also thank Lucas Giolito, the Magic Man, for coming on, calling in. We got to post that up on the Baseballs and Boring feed. Check out Baseballs and Boring every single day. We have a podcast at BB Isn't Boring. Check out the Play Tessie podcast at Play Tessie. Pat, Gordo, Sammy, Joe Braven, they're all doing an awesome job. Listen, Pat, it's a great time to be alive, isn't it?
Great time to be alive.
All right, great time to be alive. All right, everybody, come to Fenway Park. Keep the vibes high. We are going to catch you next week.
WEEI, New England Sports Original.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew Baja Blast with a wave of tropical lime flavor, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
You've got burgers on the grill, ribs dripping in sauce, corn with a little char. Yeah, it's go time. Now crack open an ice-cold Pepsi. That first sip, boom! Flavor level unlocked. Every bite hits harder, every spice sings louder, every smoky note bolder. So fire up the grill and grab a Pepsi, because food doesn't just need a beverage. Food deserves Pepsi.
Too fast, Trevor, too fast!
Here at the Zebra, research shows people would rather teach their kids to drive than search for auto and home insurance.
I know what I'm doing, Mom.
Or attend a corporate team building workshop.
Go team, feel that synergy.
Or be regaled by Uncle Frank's conspiracy theories.
They're listening to us right now.
That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com. We do the searching, you do the saving.
Shh, they're here.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the final days of Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale. Up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Ends Monday. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
So, I was just parking my car, and then I saw you. The gecko. Huge fan.
I'm always honored to meet fans out in the wild.
The honor is mine. I just love being able to file a claim in under 2 minutes with the Geico app.
Well, the Geico app is top-notch.
I know you get asked this all the time, but could you sign it?
Sign what? The app? Yeah, sure.
Oh, that means so much. Oh, it rubbed off the screen when I touched it. Could you sign it again?
Anything to help, I suppose.
You're the best.
Get more than just savings. Get more with Geico.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
Get your tickets to see the New England Revolution against LAFC on Saturday, August 16th at 7:30 p.m. at Gillette Stadium. Don't miss out on the last family flag deal of the season. Get 4 tickets saving up to 33% off box office prices, plus 4 concessions vouchers valued at $70. RevolutionSoccer.net/tickets to see the New England Revolution against LAFC. That's RevolutionSoccer.net/tickets.
Listen to music, news, sports, and podcasts as you want, when you want, and how you want on the Odyssey app, America's fastest growing audio app. Download it to experience audio using the best features that you expect on all your apps and connect with your favorite trusted personalities, brands, and communities. The Odyssey app is sponsored by Sportsbook Rhode Island. With the Sportsbook Rhode Island app, you can bet on all your favorite sports. So head to the app now, and new SGPs, odds boosts, and special offers. Must be 18 years or older. Please play responsibly.
Something big has been spotted in Rhode Island. The $5 Jaws instant ticket from the Rhode Island Lottery. You could win up to $50,000 instantly, or enter the Jaws second chance for cash prizes and Jaws merchandise. Enter at rilot.com or on the lottery's mobile app. Must be 18 or older to play. Please play responsibly. Jaws is copyrighted by Universal City Studios, LLC.
At PwC, we bring the business why and the tech how. You can outperform every challenge, so you can do everything you do better than ever, so you can drive your company to the leading edge. Let's get started at pwc.com/us/leading edge.
WEEI. New England Sports Original.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast is brought to you. This Odyssey Sports broadcast is brought to you by Geico. Switch and save.
This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Mass Mutual Insurance, Planning, Investments. Now, here's Joe Weil.
Well, the walk-off greens worked again last night, and now the Sox turn to their yellow alternates as they look to take the series now against the Miami Marlins here at Fenway Park. From the Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio at America's most beloved ballpark, I'm Joe Weil, and this is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Game 2 of a 3-game set against the Marlins is on tap for 4:10 today. We have Will Fleming and Sean McDonough on the call. And that 4:10 first pitch is brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Call all sevens at 617-777-7777. The crowds have been awesome recently, and the Red Sox continue to play fantastic baseball here at home. They're now 15-2 over their last 17 home games. Then if you go back even further than that, the Sox are now 23-5 in Boston since June 10th, and that's tied for the best 28-game stretch at home for the team since 2008. And now Boston overall 40-22 coming into action today. That's the 4th best home record in Major League Baseball. It's only behind Milwaukee, Toronto, and San Diego at this point. And with that, let's get into the fun of last night. And that was a fun game. It didn't start off fun because the bats weren't getting going against Sandy Alcantara, and then the Marlins struck first on a Kyle Stowers RBI double in the top of the 3rd inning. Otherwise, Lucas Giolito, he was awesome. He went 6 in the 3rd innings pitched. He walked 1 while striking out 5, and he only gave up 1 run. And then the Sox finally got to Alcantara. It started off with a 10-pitch Cedon Rafaela at-bat that made him work. He ended up going down on strikes, but he then issued a 2-out walk to Roman Anthony on 8 pitches, and that brought up Alex Bregman, who delivered again late in the clutch.
What he threw when he was at his best. The runner goes, line drive down the right field line, fair ball, heading down toward the pole. Anthony's being waved around, and he's going to score on an opposite field double by Alex Bregman.
So a clutch double from Alex Bregman ties up the game in the bottom of the 6th inning, and once again, continues to perform in that 2 spot right behind Roman Anthony. So 1-1 game at that point. Justin Wilson, Garrett Whitlock, and Aroldis Chapman, they combined for 2 2/3 scoreless innings, setting the stage for another walk-off win in the bottom of the 9th inning. Josh Simpson, he came in, he walked Roman Anthony and Alex Bregman, then hit Jarren Duran, and Calvin Fauché then relieved Simpson to face Trevor Story. And here is how yesterday's game came to an end.
1-0 to Trevor.
pitch is grounded on the right side throw. Red Sox win it again. Walk-off hit for Trevor Story. There's magic in those green unis. They steal one tonight, 2-1, as Story is mobbed in right field.
And that was the play of last night's game, brought to you by Nissan. Don't let summer slip away. Hurry in to get the Nissan end of summer sales event to get your new ride. Visit your local store or nissanusa.com today. So the Red Sox end up winning it 2-1 on Trevor Story's 6th career walk-off hit. Anthony scored the game-winning run, and after the game, he talked with Will and Sean about what it's like playing in Boston right now as a 21-year-old rookie.
It's unbelievable. We have such a great team. It's so fun coming to the field every single day. We got such a great staff, just a great community of people. The fans are amazing. I mean, you look at, tonight we're sold out again and sold out all weekend. So it's a special place to be right now. It's a special place to play and a special place to live, honestly. I'm having a blast.
And that same sentiment, it was echoed by Red Sox starter Lucas Giolito. Here's what he had to say about the atmosphere last night and at home overall this year.
Obviously, Fenway is the most historic ballpark, and it feels very magical here. That's how I would describe it, putting on the Red Sox uniform and playing here. So I think it's just this energy that we feed off of as pitchers, having the home crowd standing up and behind us every single pitch. I think that's probably why we're doing well here.
And they hope to continue that here today in Game 2 of a 3-game set against the Miami Marlins. And it's time now for today's starting lineups, which are brought to you by Herb Chambers. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them. Let's give you the 9 for the Red Sox today. It's Roman Anthony in left field leading things off once again. Alex Bregman in the 2 spot. He's at third base. Jarren Duran batting third once again. And in center field, Trevor Story, the hero from yesterday, cleans things up. He is the shortstop. Masataka Yoshida in the starting lineup as the DH batting 5th. Romy Gonzalez bats 6th. He's at first. 7-8-9 looks like this for Boston this afternoon. Wilyer Abreu, he's out in right. Cedon Rafael is at 2nd. And then Connor Wong is doing the catching. Let's get you the 9 for the Marlins. It's Xavier Edwards leading things off. He's at second base. Jacob Marcy is in right field. Augustine Ramirez, the DH. Otto Lopez is the shortstop. Liam Hicks is catching today. Heriberto Hernandez, he's in left field. Troy Johnston, he's at first. Derek Hill, he's in center. And Graham Pauley rounds out the 9 as the third baseman. Gave you the full 9 for the Red Sox today. This man is not in the starting lineup, but he is the star of the McFarland Energy 2-Minute Grill with Rob Bradford, presented by McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil, including BioHeat, as well as expert HVAC services at McFarlandEnergy.com. And the man you talked to today, Ali Sanchez, one of the catchers now on this Red Sox roster. Connor Wong, he's been getting more playing time recently. He's actually making his 7th start in his last 12 games. So the Red Sox, with Carlos Narvaez getting nicked up a bit here, wanted some catching depth, and now they have Ali Sanchez on the roster. He had a chance to catch up with Bradfo today.
All right, there's nobody I'd rather have on the 2-Minute Grill than Ali Sanchez. Thank you, man. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, so tell me a little bit about how chaotic it has been for you over the last week, how crazy it's been for you the last week.
Yeah, it's been a little crazy, like you say, just changing organization, but I'm blessed that I'm here with this.
What is it, when they got here, when you got with the Red Sox, obviously they saw something in you. What did they say to you? What do you feel like that you can bring to this team?
Being honest, I'm just gonna do my best. Whatever I can do to help the team to win, I will do it. Obviously, I'm a catcher, but I'm able to do whatever. I'm able to play first if they need me. I'm able to lay. I'm able to do, if they need to pitch, I will do that.
Have you ever pitched before?
I did actually like 3 weeks ago against Orioles.
Oh, I didn't know that, really?
I threw an inning.
What do you top out at?
I strike out Jackson with a 35 miles per hour.
Jackson Holiday?
No.
Merrill?
No, Jackson the catcher.
Oh, okay, okay, I got you. Okay, yeah. Hey, with 30.
Yeah, 35 miles per hour.
Really?
No, but I wouldn't have to.
You have a first baseman's mitt?
No, but I can.
You can borrow one. Yeah. Tell me about, for you, what has been the most impactful moment of your career that led you to here? I know that's a big question, but what has been an impactful moment for you?
My debut.
Obviously, that was special. But like I say, getting here to this organization, then is fighting for a playoff, that's huge too.
Yeah. And the biggest thing, I love this question, it's a cliche question, but a year ago, what are you better at right now than you were a year ago?
Damn, that's a good question. I've been learning a lot, so I'm being a little bit mature, so that's what I should be saying.
Is there one thing that you feel like that you've learned? Because like we're all evolving, right?
Yeah, just how to learn with the up and downs a little bit.
Okay. Oh, to go up and down. Yeah. Well, listen, the fact of the matter is you're up right now.
Yeah, so that's a bliss.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, so that's Ali Sanchez with Rob Bradford. We'll see if he gets any run time at catcher today, but it's Connor Wong that's getting the start here with Brian Bayo on the mound. With that, let's get you today's pitching matchup, which is brought to you by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. Brian Bayo on the hill for the Sox, 8-6, 3.25 ERA in 21 appearances in 20 starts. He is coming off a loss against the Padres, but does have 10 quality starts over his last 12 appearances, so hoping to bounce back today. And then it's Cal Quantrill on the other side for the Marlins, 4-9 and a 5.09 ERA in 23 starts, and this is the first time he is facing the Red Sox since the famous incident in Colorado last year where he yelled at Reese McGuire about his background and what Reese McGuire might be known for to some. So we'll see how the Sox respond against that today, even though Reese McGuire obviously is no longer on the roster. But for Cal Quantrill, he's had a good walk rate this year, but outside of that, again, a 5.09 ERA, and right-handed batters have a 597 slugging percentage against him with a 35 batting average against as well. So we'll see what the right-handed bats can do against him from the Red Sox perspective. And you can watch the Red Sox pregame show on Twitch. Just follow WEEI, brought to you by Subaru of New England. There's a lot to love about a brand new Subaru. Find yours at SubaruofNewEngland.com. And coming up in about 15 minutes, we will hear Will Fleming's pregame chat with Red Sox manager Alex Cora. That's brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and the Ford Summer Sales Event. Hurry in to get great deals now, including on F-Series official truck of the Red Sox. But coming up next, we got Will joining us from the Joe Castiglione radio booth as we get you set for Red Sox versus Marlins on a beautiful day in Boston. I'm Joe Wild. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
Before you begin your road trip, ask yourself, do you really need 5 full suitcases? With the new 2026 Kia Sportage X-Pro's class-leading cargo space, you'll have room for what you need. Find out more at your local Kia dealer today. Keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely and obey all traffic laws. Comparisons based on second row legroom and cargo space behind second row seats in the subcompact SUV class according to Kia segmentation as of June 2025.
Fiscally responsible, financial genius, monetary magicians. These are things people say about drivers who switch their car insurance to Progressive and save hundreds because Progressive offers discounts for paying in full, owning a home, and more. Plus, you can count on their great customer service to help you when you need it. So your dollar goes a long way. Visit Progressive.com to see if you could save on car insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Potential savings will vary. Not available in all states or situations.
Lowe's knows tough jobs call for tougher tools. The new DeWalt Elite Series power tool accessories are built to last for the pro who doesn't stop. With precision fitment, durability, and impact resistance, finishing jobs faster has never been easier. Shop the new DeWalt Elite Series at an everyday low price exclusively at Lowe's. We help, you save.
Choosing a bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drink that's all flavor and just 100 calories? Easy. Choosing between creamy vanilla, double chocolate, and sea salt caramel flavors? A little harder. Try the delicious new Starbucks Frappuccino light drinks. Look for them wherever you buy groceries. Start with Starbucks coffee.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
And this is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. It is the Red Sox versus the Marlins. Sox, of course, coming off the walk-off win yesterday and hoping to take the series now in Game 2 of a 3-game set at Fenway Park. Joe Weil with you in the Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio. And now Will Fleming joins us from the Joe Castiglione radio booth. And Will, before we get into any of the baseball stuff specifically, I was looking at the notes, and I thought this was such an awesome note that the Sox have sold out their last 12 home games and that it's the longest sellout streak since 2018. What does that say to you?
Well, I think it talks to what Sean and I sort of said at the end of the broadcast last night, and that is not only is this team winning, but I think it's a likable, relatable group. And the fans have been sort of now conditioned to find a lot of players on this team that are easy to root for, that are energetic. They play a fun brand of baseball. And especially here at Fenway, I think word's kind of getting around town that if you pay the good money to come out here, you are going to be entertained. And this group fights to the end. And they just all kind of deserve a lot of credit for what they've built here. And that, I mean, it starts with the players, obviously. If the Red Sox are 10 games below 500, well, nobody's going to pack this place 12 in a row. But I think it really is a credit to the production team here because it's a fun atmosphere in here. And I think, Joe, we go to all these different places and some of the great ballparks in America. Like we were just in San Diego, and Petco's lovely, and it's jamming, and people are having a great time. But it's different, and here's how. I mean, Fenway, when the music is rocking and people are dancing, everybody gets just as into that here as anywhere else. But it's the before the game and the between innings stuff that is so different here than other places. And, Alex Cora talks about this all the time, and the Red Sox are leaning more into, a younger generation, more energy and all that stuff, without sacrificing what makes Fenway so special. And like we're sitting here right now, and they got these videos up on the board with, big league players going and the rules and all this stuff, but you can't really hear it. So people can come into the ballpark and have a conversation with each other and sit next to their sons and talk about what they're going to watch today. Whereas at so many of these other places, it's like the same pre-produced video packages, and then you got two on-field people barking at a microphone at top speed and top volume telling you about the nacho sale in section 132. And I just love that they don't do any of that stuff here. They let the baseball be the baseball. And then when the game starts, I think the production crew here, starting with John Carter, they just got a great feel for when to push and then when to just let the crowd go. And I think that's been the other thing, Joe, that's been so fun about this run here at home, as they're 15-2 over their last 17, is that it's starting to feel, even as it's younger and more of a party-like scene, it is more and more now like it was 10, 15 years ago, even in 18, when there's a big moment coming, or if there's kind of a no-hitter going for 4 to 5 innings, a big at-bat, whatever, great at-bat going, the fans get into it. I mean, it's a knowledgeable fan base, too, and I really appreciate that. So there's a lot going on here, and it's been fun to be in the building for all of it.
And we hope that continues, obviously, today here in Game 2 of a 3-game set against the Marlins. And two guys that had big hits yesterday, Alex Bregman and then Trevor Story. And Alex Cora has talked about a ton, the experience that those two have and what they're telling the younger guys, walking them through, hopefully a season that extends into October. How essential have those two guys been, Will, to tell everybody and show them, too, what it takes to win, but also to be able to handle this time of year as they're inching closer to a playoff spot?
Well, yeah, I think it's super important. And you have to remember that Alex Bregman has known nothing other than winning. So that's part of it. Everybody talks about it. Jaron Duran calls Trevor Story his father and also his best friend on the team. And those two are so tight. Bregman, we all know that, the relationship he has with so many corners of this organization. I think that's really important, Joe. And I think they've shown a resilience and, frankly, a focus coming into big games that maybe was lacking before. But the other part of it is they're two of their best hitters. You can only lead if you produce. And Story now, going back to the beginning of June, has been about their most productive offensive hitter in terms of runs batted in and all those sorts of things. So you have to hit to lead. And both those guys have absolutely done that. And it's been a delight to watch it.
We all sound like a broken record talking about just Roman Anthony and how incredible he's been, but I think we do it because, again, what he's been able to do as a 21-year-old has been pretty remarkable. Every time it gets tweeted in terms of the company that he's in, it's always incredible to see the names alongside him. And, for me, Will, the way he's performed in the leadoff spot, the splits for him, 302 average, 456 on base percentage, and a 509 slugging percentage, and then you couple that with the walks that he had yesterday that were so crucial, and the 2 runs that he scored. I mean, how ridiculous has this been for you, just in terms of how well he's not only been able to experience all of this that's Major League Baseball, but the way he has adjusted to setting the tone at the top of this lineup?
Well, it's as impressive a debut as I've ever seen. I wasn't here at the very beginning of Mookie Betts, and I know that he burst onto the scene in a similar way, and he was such a dynamic offensive player that there were not, total similarities. But Roman's got his own superpower with the control of the strike zone. I'm in awe of what he does, Joe. And, Alex Cora made a really good point. You'll hear it in a minute. That I asked him, did he feel jumpy as the DH in the beginning of the game? He said no. He's 21. He was 0 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts the night before, and then he punched out a couple of times. It's part of it. And I think more impressive than anything is that he's able to flush those bad memories and then still lock in the biggest spots. And that's the missing piece that all the numbers do not reflect, Joe. And that is, he gets on base at an almost 500 clip for, 5 weeks now. And yes, he's dynamic in the leadoff spot, and he's awesome in front of Bregman and Duran. To me, though, the next level stuff, the thing that makes me even more confident, in addition to just the numbers and production, is that he's best in the biggest moments. Like, we're now 2, 3, 4 weeks into, if it's a huge spot, you want him up. And he's delivered over and over again. I mean, he had a game-tying hit in San Diego, the big blast to make it a 1-run game in Houston, a big insurance homer the next night in Houston. He just, the walk last night that sparks both rallies. So I just think when the game is on the line, you watch him in the batter's box, and he acts like it's February 27th against Northeastern. He doesn't care at all. And I just think that part is so sustainable, and the reason that it's pretty hard to doubt that this guy's going to be really the next superstar in the game.
Yeah, and he's already shown what a player he is here at the Major League level. Batting leadoff again, and we'll appreciate the time as always. Have an awesome call with Sean, and hopefully we get to see some more theatrics like we saw last night here at Fenway.
Well, I'm looking forward to it, and let's not forget the drama with Cal Quantrill. Yes. I mean, I hope something comes of it. I really do. I mean, this is a tightly knit group, Joe, this Red Sox clubhouse, and even though Reese McGuire's no longer here, what Cal did last year in Colorado sticks in memory bank and in the craw of this Red Sox team. So I hope it gets not violent. That's the wrong word. I hope it gets intense. I want people screaming at each other, and I hope Duran hits a homer off him and is yelling at him around the base paths because he took such exception to what was said to his teammate last year. So I think it could be really fun in that way too. Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, another great thing to watch today. That is great Will Fleming. He's got the call with Sean McDonough. Yeah, we hit on that in segment 1. This Cal Quantrill dynamic today after what happened last year in Colorado. And we'll see what the Sox do against him because he's not been good. 4-9, 5.09 ERA across 23 starts. And you can watch the Red Sox pregame show on Twitch. Just follow WEEI. There's a lot to love about a brand new Subaru. Find yours at SubaruofNewEngland.com. And as Will alluded to, we have his pregame chat with Red Sox manager Alex Cora coming up next. That's presented by your New England Ford dealers. I'm Joe Weil. Again, Red Sox versus Marlins. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
Before you begin your road trip, ask yourself, do you really need 5 full suitcases? With the new 2026 Kia Sportage X-Pro's class-leading cargo space, you'll have room for what you need. Find out more at your local Kia dealer today. Keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely and obey all traffic laws. Comparisons based on second row legroom and cargo space behind second row seats in the subcompact SUV class according to Kia segmentation as of June 2025.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurance not available in all states.
Lowe's knows tough jobs call for tougher tools. The new DeWalt Elite Series power tool accessories are built to last for the pro who doesn't stop. With precision fitment, durability, and impact resistance, finishing jobs faster has never been easier. Shop the new DeWalt Elite Series at an everyday low price, exclusively at Lowe's. We help, you save.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew Baja Blast with a wave of tropical lime flavor, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Choosing a bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drink that's all flavor and just 100 calories? Easy. Choosing between creamy vanilla, double chocolate, and sea salt caramel flavors? A little harder. Try the delicious new Starbucks Frappuccino light drinks. Look for them wherever you buy groceries. Start with Starbucks coffee.
So, I was just parking my car, and then I saw you. The gecko. Huge fan.
I'm always honored to meet fans out in the wild.
The honor is mine. I just love being able to file a claim in under 2 minutes with the Geico app.
Well, the Geico app is top-notch.
I know he gets this all the time, but could you sign it?
Sign what? The app? Yeah, sure.
Oh, that means so much. Oh, it rubbed off the screen when I touched it. Could you sign it again?
Anything to help, I suppose.
You're the best.
Get more than just savings. Get more with Geico.
Ice, energy, energy from Starbucks.
When you want that good afternoon energy, pick up new hydrating Starbucks Iced Energy with plant-based caffeine for a feel-good boost. Available in 3 refreshing fruity flavors: tropical peach, blueberry lemonade, and watermelon twist to give you the delicious taste you've been looking for. Energize your afternoon with new Starbucks Iced Energy. Find it in stores or online today.
You've got taco night on the table. Seasoned meat, warm tortillas, all the fixings. Now reach for a cold, fizzy Pepsi. Suddenly, dinner goes from pretty good to, whoa, that crisp cola snap that elevates every bite. Bold flavor, meet bold taste. Because this isn't just dinner. Food deserves Pepsi.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Food for your family or finishing your degree? Electric bills or earning a certification? Staying afloat or staying in school? With Rhode Island Reconnect, you don't have to choose. Life happens. We can help with free gas cards, bus passes, help paying for technology, groceries, and more. Let's break down barriers. Connect with the Navigator today and reconnect with the path forward through getting a degree, job training, or learning a trade. It's never too early or too late to follow your dreams. Get started at rireconnect.org.
This is Alex Cora. You are listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
And this is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. As the Red Sox wear the yellow jerseys today, their alternate yellows are 42-17 all-time in these, including 27-13 since the start of 2023, 7-3 in them this year. So we'll see if the Sox can take the series here against the Marlins. First pitch coming up at 4:10. I am Joe Wild. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. And before every game, we interview Red Sox manager Alex Cora. And Alex Cora on WEEI is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and the Ford Summer Sales Event. Hurry in to get great deals now, including on F-Series, official truck of the Red Sox. And here's Alex Cora with our very own Will Fleming.
Game 2 with the Marlins, here with the manager in yellow, Alex Cora, and AC. Green's the color for this team, man, and it's not the jerseys, we get that, but there's something going on Friday nights here, and just bigger picture, you got something special brewing, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, we're in a good spot. We're playing good baseball. I thought on the road trip we played well. Even the Chicago-Philly road trip we play well. We just didn't win games. We played some good competition. But if we keep playing good defense and we pitch, we're going to be okay.
I'm sure you have a deep dive on this and know what the numbers tell you, but just anecdotally for me, I cannot believe how many of your rallies start with walks, from Roman in particular, but just overall. I mean, I'm sure that you know how clearly, if you just get a walk in a tough spot, how it can spark things.
Yeah, I mean, we try to walk and we try to avoid walks too, and we've been on the other side of that. So just got to keep getting better, keep putting good at-bats, If it's in the zone, we swing hard and hit it hard, and if not, we take our walks, And obviously, Roman is elite at that, controlling the strike zone and not chasing pitches. And yesterday just started with that.
You notice everything. They had a shot of Roman like in the top of the first, pacing up and down. He had his gear on, bat ready to go. Did you think he was a little bit different? Maybe, I don't want to say on edge, but just more geared up, sitting in the dugout, thinking about his at bats early on.
Not really. I think I was joking with him. He's facing his childhood team, the Marlins. Yeah, he said that he used to go to see Yelich and Stanton. I was like, wow, the old-time Marlins, But no, it's just part of the process. And, he went over 4 the other day with 3 strikeouts, and then he struck out the first 2 at-bats, and he's 21, he is almost perfect, but he's not perfect.
Alcantara was awesome, huh? You said it going into the game. I mean, that looked like the dude who won this Cy Young. He was not nearly as erratic. That was really good stuff, wasn't it?
Oof. There was something about him yesterday that caught my attention from the get-go. The command was great. The off-speed stuff was amazing. And, it's not that we struggle. He was that good against us yesterday.
I know you can't talk about these kinds of things, but doesn't it teach you something when a guy like him comes into an environment like that and sort of proves that he can handle the intensity of a Friday night at Fenway?
He's won the Cy Young, so no doubt, guys like that, they love to come here and they know where we at, and we're gonna keep getting that throughout the season. Today's Quantrill, who we have a history with him, so he's very intense, and we expect the same thing.
Your team is so close, Alex. You bring up that incident with Quantrill last year in Colorado. Is that even discussed? You like to leave things to the players. I know they're aware of it. Is that something on your mind going into the game today?
I thought about it yesterday, but we haven't talked about it. Reese is gone, too, so he's doing his thing in Chicago. But still, we have faced him a few times, and he's an intense guy on the mound. We just got to be ready.
How about the nose that Trevor seems to have for RBIs in these big spots? And again, against Alcantara, beautiful opposite field approach. He's shown that here this last week or so. That was perfect, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's been doing a great job for us, and I'm not surprised anymore. I think this is the player that we envisioned a few years ago. He's healthy. He's playing with confidence. He made some adjustments throughout the season, and he's producing.
A hilarious video that the club put out between Trevor and Jaron, father and son. They were both so great in it. It's amazing, Alex, when you think about how close the two of them are. I think it's a credit to Trevor kind of taking Jaron under his wing, and then it's kind of a two-way street. Isn't it amazing the way this game can take two people who are so different and make them so close?
That's what makes it fun, and that's what good companies do, right? They try to create culture, and hopefully people get along, and if they get along, good things happen, and right now good things are happening for the Red Sox.
When you played, was there a guy like that for you? Like with the Dodgers, who was your best buddy on that team?
Cesar Stewart, but we were similar, but I had a great relationship with Eric Karras, Mark Grizzolanek, veteran guys that they were a little bit different than me, but I had fun around them.
And I imagine early on in your career, you were a sponge like you are now. Were you always asking for info and advice on, not only how to be a big leaguer, but how to see the game?
I tried. Obviously having my brother in the big leagues, that was very helpful, and understanding how the clubhouse, how you have to handle conduct yourself in the clubhouse. I think that was the most important thing, and obviously the more questions you ask, more answers and more information you get, and I wasn't the most talented player, so I needed to take advantage of every single thing that I saw or people communicate to me, and I made a living out of it.
Theo, this has been a step forward season for him. It wasn't his best last time out. What was different last time, and what needs to change here today?
He just didn't finish one inning. We had 2 outs, and he didn't finish that inning. He ran out of gas too. So hopefully today, just go out there, pound the strikes in, and give us a chance to win.
Chapman just continues to do it. It doesn't matter what situation you bring him in, 7th, 8th, bottom of the order, top of the order, heart of the order. He just mows people down. Is it fair to say he's been your most important and impactful reliever?
He's been one of the best, and throwing strikes. It's been huge for him. He's not walking people. He's ahead of guys, and he's able to post, and we're very happy that he's with us.
And meanwhile, Giolito, I love the shot of him when he came out in the 6th inning. He was storming up and down in the dugout. You gave him the fist bump, not the hug, and he was really fired up about that. What do you make about his fire on the mound?
Just a very intense guy that knows what he needs to do to compete at this level. Obviously, there's been a few obstacles in his career the last few years, but now he feels like he's back, and he has a chance to help us make it to the playoffs.
Are the Twins pleased with Liverpool's win on opening day?
They are.
Appreciate the time. Thank
you, Will.
All right, as always, good stuff with Will Fleming and Alex Cora there. Let's get you today's starting lineups brought to you by Herb Chambers. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them. The 9 for the Red Sox, Roman Anthony in left, Alex Bregman at third, Jaron Duran in center field, Trevor Story, the shortstop, Masataka Yoshida, the DH, Romy Gonzalez back at first base getting the start, and then 7, 8, 9 looks like this for Boston today. Wilyer Abreu in right, Cedon Rafaela at second base, and Connor Wong doing the catching today for the Red Sox. And the Red Sox, by the way, they have the 3rd best bullpen ERA in the sport, best in the American League. Garrett Whitlock is a huge reason why, and he pitched yesterday and pitched masterfully again. I had a chance to catch up with Garrett to talk about the awesome environments at Fenway Park and how he's itching to get back to postseason play.
Yesterday, Lucas Giolito said it was a magical environment here at Fenway Park. You've had a chance to be able to experience great nights here at Fenway with big crowds and them being loud. How much fun has it been this year specifically for you?
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I think the fans can, kind of taste that we're, in a position to hopefully get back to playoffs. And, I think that's reflecting on, how loud and crazy it's been here. And so I've told the guys all the time, I'm like, hey, there's nothing like playing, playoff baseball in October. So, I'm hoping that the guys get to see that this year, and, it's special.
I'm glad you said that. I was actually rewatching the Netflix documentary, and there's a really cool scene with you with Joe Mazzulla talking about, you got that taste in 2021 and how you just want to get back there. What do you miss most about being on the mound here in postseason play?
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to put in words because, people always ask me, oh, how was it and everything like that, and you can't describe it because it's unlike anything that anyone's ever felt before. You have the weight of an entire city, breathing down your neck. You've got, it's so hard to describe, but it makes you just crave more.
As a Southern guy yourself, you obviously didn't know Boston until you got a chance to be here.
Yeah.
How does it compare to what you thought it could be when you joined the Red Sox?
The best example, I guess I could say, is it's Saturday down south, at college football, SEC football, it's about as equivalent to that as you can get. It's playoffs in Boston, it's every single game's Iron Bowl, it's unreal, and I think that's the best equation.
Lock and the Red Sox hoping to win again against the Marlins. Game 2 of a 3-game set. It's coming up at 4:10 today. Coming up next, we'll get you the lock of the game presented by Interlock Roofing. We'll also get you a Subaru of New England scoreboard update as well. I'm Joe Wild. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
Before you begin your road trip, ask yourself, do you really need 5 full suitcases? With the new 2026 Kia Sportage X-Pro's class-leading cargo space, you'll have room for what you need. Find out more at your local Kia dealer today. Keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely and obey all traffic laws. Comparisons based on second row legroom and cargo space behind second row seats in the subcompact SUV class according to Kia segmentation as of June 2025.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. If we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So, what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Lowe's knows tough jobs call for tougher tools. The new DeWalt Elite Series power tool accessories are built to last for the pro who doesn't stop. With precision fitment, durability, and impact resistance, finishing jobs faster has never been easier. Shop the new DeWalt Elite Series at an everyday low price exclusively at Lowe's. We help, you save.
Ice, energy, energy from Starbucks.
When you want that good afternoon energy, pick up new hydrating Starbucks Iced Energy with plant-based caffeine for a feel-good boost. Available in 3 refreshing fruity flavors: tropical peach, blueberry lemonade, and watermelon twist, to give you the delicious taste you've been looking for. Energize your afternoon with new Starbucks Iced Energy. Find it in stores or online today.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of cold refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river.